Chapter 682. Roar. The shrill cries of the beasts reverberated throughout Winterfell. Sansa and the others looked at each other in shock. The glass windows rattled, as if the thick brick walls of the main castle were shaking slightly. Pterosaur, it's the roar of a pterosaur. Sansa suddenly stood up and ran to the window. Balerion, it's the Black Death Balerion. What did Stannis do to it? Roar. The pterosaur's angry roar was like the sound of a truck horn. It was deafening, and the people in the main castle hundreds of meters away couldn't help but cover their ears. Following that, a large number of humans began to wail and cry for help. Rumble, ka. The building collapsed, followed by the sound of falling bricks. When Jon and the others reached the entrance of the West City Castle, they had no choice but to stop. The 50-meter-long pterosaur took up almost half of the backyard. Its huge body was like a city wall. No, not a city wall, but a huge stone roller. The pterosaur was covered in blood. No one knew whether it was its own blood or the soldiers who had been crushed to death. Its wings were tattered, and it could not fly. It could only go crazy and roll around the yard like a stone roller. Its wings, which were full of holes, beat the ground and everything around it. The mercenaries that Erlu had placed in the courtyard were like grains on a threshing field, being crushed mercilessly by a huge stone roller. They used swords, spears, and crossbows to attack it, but they were unable to cause any fatal injuries. If the pterosaur touched them, they would either be flattened like mosquitoes that had their fill of blood in the summer, or like dragonflies with broken wings that were thrown into the air by children in the autumn. The blazing red heart cloak was mixed with red minced meat, greenish-brown intestines, and white bone stubble. It was spread out and printed in the black wet mud. The surrounding buildings were also affected. The stables, warehouses, and other low buildings near the courtyard were like lumps of dirt in front of the stone roller. Even after being jolted by the stone roller, they were still crushed. The huge stone castle was still quite stable. It only shook a few times, causing the glass and tiles to shatter. Cracks appeared on the walls, but it did not collapse. Dust flew in the courtyard, and the noise shook the heavens. It was like a scene from a monster movie turned into reality. 7 levels of hell. Jon's eyes widened, his grey eyeballs trembling slightly. What happened? Ha ha ha, you bunch of daring clowns, you actually want to steal my Balerion. Aegon. Your Majesty Aegon. Sansa and the other nobles exclaimed. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the guest room castle, the crippled Aegon was being held down by several knights of red heart of blazing flames. He was facing the pterosaur. No one knew what he was doing. Aegon. Tears welled up in Sansa's eyes. Ignoring the danger in the courtyard, she ran to the balcony and shouted at Aegon. Sansa. Aegon lowered his head and saw his wife. He was happy at first, but then he hurriedly shouted, Sansa, leave this place quickly. Balerion has been driven mad by the red-robed woman. I can't control him either. Leave quickly. Sansa. Be careful. Jon, Tormund, Maiji, and the others rushed over with a giant shield, protecting Sansa in the center. Then, they quickly rushed into the guest room castle. The giant shield could not block the pterosaur's roller, but it could block the falling bricks, tiles, broken wood, intestines, organs, and a head that had died with its eyes wide open. Make the pterosaur stop, or we'll kill you. The pockmarked knight was furious. He grabbed Aegon's clothes and roared. Jon, Sansa, and the others rushed to the 2nd floor. Before they could enter Aegon's bedroom, they were blocked by a group of knights of red heart of blazing flames. Separated by a bedroom that was 40 to 50 square meters, they saw Sir Richard grabbing Aegon's collar and shouting rudely on the balcony opposite. Bastard, even if he's a regular knight, after being captured, he should be respected as a noble. His Majesty Aegon is the king, and you treat him like this. Big Jon roared. Like an angry lion, he raised his shield and rushed in. Before he charged at the Knights of Red Heart of Blazing Flames, he secretly gave Maiji, Gilbert, and the others a look. Maiji and the others were really naive, unlike him, who was picky and did not understand the meaning of the look. On the other hand, Jon and Sansa almost had the same thought as Big Jon, take advantage of the chaos to rescue King Aegon. Jon, on the other hand, saw Big Jon's strange look, and saw him shrink his tall body behind the shield and charge with all his might, instead of being angry and beating people randomly. Only then did Jon roughly guess Big John's intention. He looked around in confusion, wondering if he should be sneaky for once and steal his brother-in-law out. Then, he saw Erlu leading a large group of knights and striding over from the corner. Cough, cough, Count Amber, don't be rash. Report this to King Stannis and let him handle it. He quickly went forward and pulled back Big John, who had charged into the bedroom like a bull. Well, Jon Amber was a big man who was more than 1 meters tall. His body was covered with thick muscles, and he looked like a giant bear that was intimidating. He was ferocious and terrifying. He had single-handedly pierced through a team of 20 knights of red heart of blazing flames. If Erlu had come a few minutes later, he might have been able to rescue Aegon. It was not against tradition for captives to escape from prison or be rescued by their own people. But if they were caught, they would lose the treatment of nobles. If it was light, they would be beaten up. If it was heavy, their limbs would be chopped off or even killed. After Erlu brought his men to stabilize the chaotic situation in the room, Aegon had a smug smile on his face. He said calmly, "It's useless even if you kill me. It's useless for anyone but my aunt to come. Even if I don't kill you, can't I kill it?" Erlu said coldly. Aegon's expression changed several times. He said dejectedly, "Send me down and get closer. At least let the Black Death god leave Winterfell. Your Majesty, the pterosaur has gone mad. It's too dangerous." "Don't go," Sansa said in shock. Aegon tapped his forehead and said proudly and bitterly, "Don't worry, the paladin's seal in my mind hasn't shattered. Aunt Dany was right. Other than her, no deity can take away the mounts from us dragon knights." After Aegon left under the protection of hundreds of knights, Sansa shouted angrily at Erlu, "Do you still have the honor of a noble? Nobles have the right to redeem their swords and mounts. We were talking about the ransom, and I agreed to your request. How can you steal my husband's pterosaur?" This was also the truth. Just like when Dany participated in the tournament and defeated a knight, she could choose one of the spoils of war from the other party's armor, weapon, or horse. However, as long as the other party paid the ransom, she had to hand over the spoils of war. This was because most of the time, knights wore ancestral armor that had been passed down for generations in battle. To you, it was the value of the armor itself. To a defeated knight, it had a very special meaning, even representing the family's honor. For example, Stark's ice and Bronze John's bronze armor. Old John was a traditional knight who loved to participate in tournaments and was brave enough to participate in real wars. It was impossible for him to never lose in his life, but his ancestral bronze armor had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. After Eid's death, Tyrion had thought of returning ice to Winterfell after the war ended. But when the rebellion of the Four Kings subsided, Robb died, and Stark had no descendants. Thus, Tywin took over ice. Because it was against the rules and he was afraid that others would gossip, the Elder Lion secretly found Master Tormund to reforge the sword. At this time, not many people knew that the Oathkeeper sword and Widow's Howl came from ice. At least, Sansa, who had been staying in the Red Keep, did not know. She kept asking Tyrion, "Where is my father's sword? Your Majesty Stannis, you really shouldn't have done this." Jon's expression was ugly. Erlu glared at him, his expression even uglier. A savage wearing a sealskin coat said with disdain, "When we saw the power of your red sword in Dark Castle, we all asked the Dragon Queen why she returned the sword to you and why she didn't steal it for herself. But she said, 'There are many things in the world that I love, do you want to steal them all?' A person should abide by the most basic moral principles. At that time, I secretly laughed at her for being stupid. After comparing my actions with yours today, I realized that there is such a big difference between kings." He was called Davian, nicknamed the Seal Skinner. The 2,000 savages who surrendered were led by 2 Chiliarchs, who were his and the giant's nemesis, Tormund. When the Dragon Queen activated the Red Sword, Tormund was still playing hide-and-seek outside the Great Wall, while Davian entered the Great Wall and became a Chiliarch. "How dare you? Is this the attitude you should have towards a king?" Erlu was speechless. His king's hand, Davos immediately stood up to defend the king's dignity. Bah! I am a savage from the Great Wall. The king outside the Great Wall is Mance, and the king inside the Great Wall is Dany Rise. That's what we discussed back then. Davian spat and sneered. The Onion Knight ignored the barbarian and turned to the nobles. Let me ask you, when you are on the march to war and need to kill horses to fill your stomachs, will you pedantically keep the war horses that you captured? How is that the same? Meiji said unhappily. Eating is a must, but will we die if we don't ride dragons? Yes, we will die, Davos said seriously. The news of His Majesty Aegon's capture has not spread yet, but the two armies of the True Dragon Alliance are about to attack the King's Landing. If His Majesty Aegon does not arrive, the Alliance's morale will definitely drop. There may even be a risk of disbanding. That is why I must rush to the King's Landing immediately. Becoming a winged dragon knight is the best and most urgent choice. What does that have to do with us? Don't dream of the Iron Throne if you don't have the ability, Sansa said sarcastically. Davos sighed bitterly in his mind, but said seriously, don't forget that His Majesty Aegon's ransom is the right to command the two armies and your loyalty to him after he ascends the Iron Throne. If I can't complete my mission, your ransom will not be fulfilled and His Majesty Aegon will not be released. What do you take us for? Clay dolls that you can knead as you please? Sansa's blue eyes flashed with murderous intent. Davos turned his head away, ashamed. His soul felt like it was being boiled in a pot of oil, but his face was as cold as ice. Stannis is my king, my god. I am willing to give up everything for him. This is his only chance. I will help him grasp it, even if it means losing my honor. Your Majesty, the foundation of the ransom is profit. If you only have the right to command in name but can't command a single soldier, then the right to command is worth less than a copper coin. Even Jon couldn't help but frown. You're making things difficult for him, making trouble for no reason. The ransom is only to hand over the right to command. Whether the commanders listen or not and whether they can take the King's Landing has nothing to do with Sansa and His Majesty Aegon. Because if they hand over the right to command and announce their self-exile, they will no longer be the king and queen of the commanders. How will they command their vassals? Chapter 683. Like I said, the Escod King is crazy. He wants the iron chair to be placed under his butt. If he did that, the freedman would have become the king of the Northern Territory. In the past few thousand years, many Starks were captured and beheaded by our ancestors. Tormund grumbled loudly, causing Erlu and the surrounding knights of Red Heart to glare at him. Jon and the nobles of the Northern Territory were also enraged. Duke Stark, Queen Sansa, you've misunderstood King Stannis. Davos sighed and said sincerely, Winterfell is thousands of kilometers away from the King's Landing. By the time I obtain King Aegon's signed declaration and find the frontline commanders, they would have returned to Winterfell in a few months. Hence, we need the winged dragons to fly. If I can arrive at the King's Landing in time, no matter how many dukes support me or whether I can take over the King's Landing, it will be my responsibility. It will have nothing to do with King Aegon. But if I can only travel by boat, it means that King Aegon's transfer of command is worthless. Can that worthless thing be used as a ransom to release King Aegon? You're good at changing concepts, Sansa laughed coldly. The Onion Knight shook his head and said, let's go back to the previous question. If the army lacks rations, will you keep the war horses of the nobles? No. Nobody is that pedantic. Similarly, if you were King Stannis, would you give up the chance to become a winged dragon knight? Aegon sat on a soft couch and was carried in by a few knights. Before the couch was turned into the room, Aegon said, the choice in a dangerous situation reflects a person's moral bottom line. When you say such words and Stannis makes such a choice, you're no different from a normal person. Humph. How can a normal person be a king? Aegon laughed coldly. Melisandre glanced at him and smiled. Anyone can say beautiful words, but when you tried to kill me, you seemed to be an ordinary person driven by the desire for power. She had been downstairs the whole time, and now she came up with Aegon and the others. The priestess' red robes fluttered in the wind like an enchanting fairy, her slender waist delicate like dancing snow. However, when she glanced at him and scolded him, Aegon's face turned pale. He didn't even dare to look at her again. Aegon was not the only one who was a little scared. When Aunt May spoke and entered the hall, Sansa and the others were all on guard and their limbs stiffened. This was a monster that could resurrect even if its head was cut off and turned into ashes. The people who had been arguing fiercely all quieted down in an instant. "How is it? Can you control the pterosaur?" Erlu asked expectantly. Melisandre's beautiful face had a hint of bewilderment. She shook her head and said, "Dany Lilith's Holy Night Seal is very powerful. I underestimated it and thought that I could easily destroy it. Indeed, after the sacrifice, with the help of the Great Light King, I destroyed the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind with one blow. However, when I used the Light King's divine power to form a new control rune, the broken seal actually recovered perfectly. Not only did it recover, but it also..." The Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, noticed it and gave him a vicious blow. She even destroyed a thought that the Light King had sent down. The magic principle of the contract pterosaur came from the sheep's egg. It borrowed the power of the superior Megalosaurus to suppress the inferior Megalosaurus and pterosaur. Therefore, Aegon's knockoff Balerion had a thought in Blackie's mind. It was not a wandering thought. Instead, it was combined with divine power and imprinted on the pterosaur's soul in the form of runes. It was similar to Kuei-shi leaving a soul fragment on the target and then locating the target's location. Dany could also vaguely sense the pterosaur's direction, north, south, east, west, and not a specific location, through the thought. She could also transmit soul attacks through that thought. However, the sheep's eggs technique was already at its peak. It would not leave behind a flaw similar to Kuei-shi's positioning spell. The target would locate the caster based on the soul fragment on their body and counterattack. Of course, there was no perfect spell. There were only different focuses. Kuei-shi's positioning spell was precise and could project a soul clone. It was mainly used to support the prophecy spell so that it could show off in front of the mortal emperor. When Dany was still a muggle, she was so shocked that she thought he was a celestial being. The sheep's egg's contract seal was not precise at all. It was to contract the pterosaur and punish the disobedient pterosaur's soul. To put it simply, when the contract seal was triggered, Dany could detect it and transmit soul attacks to the pterosaur's mind. However, other people could not locate or attack Dany through the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind. Aunt May knew this, so she sacrificed 40 skinners and used Lalo's divine power to instantly annihilate the small contract seal, not giving Dany a chance to counterattack. It was just like what Dany did when she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur. If it was the sheep's egg, the contract seal would disappear and the pterosaur would become a normal person. Then Lalo would leave a thought to act as the dragon's soul and simulate his own contract seal. Other gods might not be able to do it, but Lalo could definitely do it. After all, the sheep's egg was taught by him. However, Dany's methods were extraordinary. When she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur, she considered the possibility that she might be robbed as well. Therefore, she modified the contract seal and made it have the immortal characteristics of the Green Prophet's soul. After Auntie Mai's sacrifice, the seal of contract in Aegon's pterodactyl's mind was indeed instantly destroyed. However, when she used one of Ahlor's thoughts to construct the seal of the Red God in the pterodactyl, Dany's seal of contract quietly recovered. Dany in Slave Bay was also alarmed because of this. 5 dragon spirits, the warrior armor of the 7 gods, the soul-extinguishing strike derived from the dragon slayer horn, Dany's own sword god's divinity. In an instant, an extremely bright sword light crossed thousands of miles and slashed on the newly born Red God seal. The scene was like Aunt May sneaking into Dany's house to steal something. When she opened the safe, she found a nuclear bomb with a countdown timer inside. Aunt May was not prepared. Blood flowed out of her orifices and she almost fainted. If she really fainted, she might have been killed by the pterosaur's stone roller. Lalo was a true god after all. He only used a thought to withstand the nuclear explosion. Then, the second sword light, the third, the battlefield was in the pterosaur's mind. With the 2 bosses doing this, it would be strange if it did not go crazy. Balerion's eyes and wings were injured that day. When he crashed onto the city wall, he was injured again. After that, in order to capture it, Erlu, under Aunt May's instructions, dragged the pterosaur down from the city wall and rolled it in the courtyard. Then, he ordered his subordinates to use iron rods, iron wood, and wooden stakes to nail the pterosaur's wings, tail, and feet. He even found an iron chain used to hang an anchor to lock its mouth. With this, they managed to subdue a monster that was 50 meters long. However, when it went berserk, when the iron chain broke, it raised its head and let out a sorrowful howl. The entire Winterfell trembled from the howl. The wooden stakes and iron rods were broken and fell off under the pressure of its flesh and bones. Although it was covered in wounds and dripping with blood, the pain only made it crazier. Then, the knockoff Godzilla movie that Jon, Sansa, and the others had seen before played out. When she thought of the Red God's thought that was destroyed in the end, Aunt May's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Yes, Dany won. Her contract seal could be reborn infinitely. Lalo could do whatever he wanted. However, the damage she inflicted on Lalo's thought was really accumulating. If Aunt May had followed up by sacrificing Theon, allowing Lalo to send down another will and a large amount of god power, Dany would definitely have been expelled. However, Aunt May wanted to burn Theon. Erlu did not want to completely fall out with Jon. Continue. What happened after that? Helplessness could not help but ask. Aunt May was deep in thought. However, Jon and the others were listening in. After waiting for a long time without any follow-up, they became anxious. Come and find me tonight. I'll tell you. In front of Erlu, Aunt May gave helplessness a seductive look. Her words were unusually frivolous. Sansa was stunned. She looked back and forth between helplessness and Melisandre. Erlu was not angry. He did not even give the two flirting adulterers a warning look. Aegon looked at Aunt May and said proudly, "You suffered a backlash, right? When I went down earlier, I saw you wiping your nosebleed. Take King Aegon away and watch over him. Don't let anything happen to him," Aunt May said calmly. "Heh, I guessed right." Aegon could not resist being carried away. He was still laughing loudly. "Now you know how powerful my aunt is. Her strength is not limited to the Megalosaurus. Even in terms of witchcraft, she is stronger than you. So, if you make any risky decisions in the future, you better think twice. Remember, the war at Slavers Bay will not last forever." Aegon was not a madman who would go around telling people that his aunt was Dany. The main thing was that he was afraid. He was afraid that he would be harmed by the red-robed woman. When he went down to calm Balerion, he heard Aunt May say to the flaming Red Heart Knight, the 40 sacrifices that were burned were of poor quality. They were not as effective as the king's blood. If Aegon could not control the pterosaur, he would bring Theon Greyjoy to the Light King no matter what. When he heard that, he trembled. If he did not manage to calm Balerion, Theon would have eaten the peach. Aegon did not care whether Theon died or not. He trembled because of Melisandre's attitude of casually killing a king's blood. Theon was the Duke's only son. What a heartless person. He had to bring up his aunt Dany to make her fear him. Actually, Aegon was overthinking. He did not need to remind him. The nobles and gods of the 7 kingdoms, including but not limited to the 7 gods and Inami, were all firewood that could ignite Lalo's glory in Melisandre's eyes. She had no scruples. She would not hesitate to burn anyone or anything. Only the Dragon Queen's nephew, Aunt May, did not dare to touch him. Back then, even Ymont on the Great Wall, Aunt May was itching to burn him to see if he could hatch a dragon egg. However, she gave up because she was afraid of Dany. Now, Dany was dozens of times stronger than when she first came to the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen's love for her nephew was hundreds of times stronger than old Ymont. How could she dare to do it? Aegon was carried away. His threat did not affect Aunt May at all. However, Erlu and the others felt pressured. "How is Balerion now?" Erlu asked with a frown. "His consciousness is damaged and his emotions are unstable. Aegon could only calm him down. He has been chased out of Winterfell to Winter Town outside the city." Jon's expression changed. He said unhappily, "There are many northern residents in Winter Town. How can you chase the mad dragon there?" A fat man with a red face said, "Instead of worrying about the townspeople, why don't you send people to prepare straw and large canvas tents? The pterosaur is not a megalosaurus. In his weakened state, he can't resist the cold of the north. Chapter 684. Without a doubt, the capital of the Northern Territory was Winterfell, but Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. It was large enough to be the residence of a noble lord. However, it was too small to be the capital city of a country, so it was not qualified. The real Winterfell was divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city was the castle, and the outer city was the town. Outside Winterfell, there were neat rows of houses made of logs and rocks. Along the muddy streets, there were many wooden stalls for merchants to rent. In the summer, it was empty. Only 1/5 of the houses were occupied by nearby farmers and merchants. In the winter, it was crowded with people. Even the mountain tribes from the north of the Wolfswood came over. However, they didn't build a wall outside the town. Part of the reason was that they were too poor and couldn't afford to build a wall. In Winterfell, there were many towers that were in disrepair and abandoned. For example, the place where the story began, the tower where Cersei and Jaime clattered. Of course, with Stark's 10,000 years of history, he built a 10-meter wall every year. After a few thousand years, he could build a magnificent city. However, the city required a large number of soldiers to guard it. For example, there were 3,000 golden robes at the King's Landing. Winterfell couldn't afford to have so many soldiers. Without a wall, there was no defense. After Tywin, Skinwalker, Erlu, and Jon, there were almost no soldiers left. Especially Skinwalker, who massacred Winterfell once to cover up the fact that he had burned Winterfell. Winter had arrived for almost a year, but Winterfell was empty. This winter, most of the Northern Territory residents went to White Harbor, while those who were near the Great Wall went to Mole Village. Dragon Queen gave silver coins to the night watchmen every month. It was too extravagant. With thousands of night watchmen, it was equivalent to tens of thousands of silver deer. How many jobs would that create? If Dany were the king of the Seven Kingdoms, she wouldn't give land to the night watchmen. The land, which was larger than the land of Korea, couldn't support 1,000 night watchmen. Though the climate in the Northern Territory was harsh, winter wheat, apple trees, and turnips could be grown. There was no shortage of cash crops and grain crop. At the end of the day, it was due to the fact that everyone ate from the same pot and specialized in different fields. If the night watchers could support themselves by farming, would they still commit crimes and be caught as night watchers? It would be better to raise them with high salaries. High salaries would lead to high consumption, and high consumption would lead to a large number of employment opportunities. With the population base, there would be no need to worry that business and agriculture would not be able to develop. Then, as a feudal lord, he would collect business taxes and agricultural taxes. From time to time, he would deal with real estate in Mole Village, not to mention the salary of the night watchers. The king could probably earn a sum of money. So, no one in the town harmed the pterosaur. Instead, the pterosaur might have been injured by the cold, the red-faced fatty said. His name was Shauma, and he wore a scholar's necklace. He came from White Harbor, and he had thin lips, a red face, and curly blonde hair. He was a fat man just like Lord Eel. After House of Stark's scholar Luwin was killed by Skinner, Winterfell didn't have a new scholar. There was even a long period of time when Winterfell was burned down by Skinner, and it was in a state of desolation. White Harbor was the richest fief in the north, and its trade was prosperous. It had frequent exchanges with the outside world, so Scholar Shauma had many apprentices under him. In fact, the communication between Bravos and the north used White Harbor as a transit point. After the Dragon Queen exposed the evil side of the City of Knowledge, the people of the world knew that scholars were not good people, and so did Jon. But like all the nobles, he couldn't do without scholars. Hence, he had long asked Lord Eel for help to arrange for a capable apprentice to be a temporary worker in Winterfell. When Scholar Shauma heard about this, he immediately volunteered. Lord Eel was very unhappy, but he couldn't object. There was only one scholar in Winterfell, but there were two masters. Hence, Shauma often appeared in Erlu's guest castle. Erlu burned the statues of the 7 gods and chased away the 7 gods, but he still couldn't do without scholars. The scholars' vitality was really, the pterosaurs come from the Sosros rainforest, and they prefer the hot and humid climate of the south. Of course, The pterosaurs are not ordinary creatures. If the southerners can come to the north to live, so can they. But now, King Aegon's Balerion is severely injured. If you don't want to lose the precious pterosaur, you should treat its injuries and build a shelter to protect it from the cold, Scholar Shauma suggested seriously. Jon asked worriedly, will it go berserk again? This. The scholar's red and chubby face showed some embarrassment. I don't know. Our city of knowledge, our scholars don't know much about the pterosaurs. For thousands of years, everyone knew that there were pterosaurs in the Sosros rainforest, but we've never seen one before. It's exhausted, it won't go berserk again, Melisandre said. Then he turned to Erlu and suggested, sacrifice Theon to solve the problem once and for all. Hearing this, Shauma was furious. Without waiting for Erlu to speak, he warned bluntly, King Stannis, Priestess Melisandre, you have to understand that you're only Winterfell's guest. Theon was never your captive, and you have no right to punish him. I agreed to leave him for your trial because I pledged my loyalty to you. Trial isn't the same as execution. Erlu's eyes were sharp. Are you threatening me? Jon sighed and softened his voice. Your Majesty, do you still keep your promise? He asked. Do you still keep your promise? Before entering Winterfell, Tyrion requested you to promise in front of everyone that you wouldn't sacrifice Rhaenys and Theon. Erlu stared helplessly, his jaw clenched, his teeth grinding. The Onion Knight quickly stood in front of the two and said, Duke Stark, you're mistaken. His Majesty has never thought of breaking his promise. Priestess Melisandre was only thinking from a professional point of view. Sacrificing Theon would be the best, but His Majesty has always refused. The pterosaur belongs to my husband. Does the ransom only redeem himself and not the pterosaur, armor, and weapons? Sansa said unhappily. Aunt Dany prepared the tile steel armor for Big Nephew, and Illyrio gave the black fire sword to King Aegon. They were all in Erlu's hands. However, Erlu didn't wear armor or the black fire sword. If he wanted to snatch the pterosaur, he could use time as an excuse. If he wore Aegon's armor, he would completely betray the Westeros traditions. Unless he was like Tywin and killed Aegon and Aegon's heir. Without an heir, the armor and weapons naturally didn't have to be returned. Davos looked at the determined Erlu and smiled bitterly in his heart. On the surface, he looked gentle and comforted Sansa. Your Highness, the pterosaur is too special and precious. Unless you exchange it for another pterosaur, any kind of pterosaur. Dragon Queen doesn't lack one or two pterosaurs, right? Too shameless, too shameless. Sansa's pretty face flushed red with anger. This is also a tradition. Good armor has a high ransom, and the tile steel sword has a higher ransom. Davos's face was red with embarrassment. Indeed, good armor ransom was better. But since ancient times, no one had ever used armor to redeem armor or a tile steel sword to redeem a tile steel sword. Most of the time, out of respect for the defeated, the victor not only did not accept the ransom, but also took the initiative to return the relics and bodies of the deceased to their families. For example, Ned. After Ned killed Arthur Dayne, he obtained the Dayne family's ancestral greatsword, Dawn. Tile steel swords were common, but the White Sword of Dawn was unique in the world. Ned never wanted to possess it. Instead, he immediately sent the sword to Dane City and personally reported his death and burial place to Arthur's family. Earl Dane and Ashara didn't resent Ned for killing their brothers on the battlefield. Instead, the two families established a deep friendship. Ned entrusted the mother of his illegitimate son, his lover, to Earl Dane. Earl Dane found a good husband for her, perfectly helped I'd clean up the mess, and even named his son Ned. This was the true path of the Westeros Knights under the teachings of the Seven Gods sect. But now, with an idea, the Onion Knight quickly suggested, why don't we use Tyrion's pterosaur to repay the debt? Sansa shook her head and said, Tyrion won't agree. Besides, his Tessa also has the Holy Knight's seal. You won't be able to crack it either. Tyrion isn't dead yet, Davos said in surprise. Sansa was stunned for a moment before she realized that she hadn't seen the dwarf for a long time. Is he dead? She looked at Awkward with a searching gaze. Tyrion. Awkward thought for a moment and said hesitantly, he's probably not dead yet. He didn't die at that time. Then, Awkward looked at my G and the others with an inquiring gaze. Yes. Probably. Maybe. Everyone pondered. My G scratched her head and said awkwardly, "Where is Tyrion? I've been so concerned about His Majesty Aegon these past few days that I forgot about him." Mormorn was an honest man, everyone had forgotten, but she was the only one who said it out loud. "Poor gnome," the red-faced scholar said, "Lord Tyrion has burns all over his body and is recuperating in the small sanctuary. I change his bandages every day." This was the role of a scholar. Everyone was so concerned about King Aegon that they forgot about the dwarf. However, it was the scholar's responsibility to treat the patient. Without the Lord's orders, they would do it automatically. So he's in the small sanctuary, no wonder. Jon smiled awkwardly. "How's he?" Stark believed in the old gods. A few thousand years ago, Winterfell didn't have a sanctuary. However, Catelyn believed in the 7 gods. "I'd built a small sanctuary for his wife in a secluded corner behind the main hall of the castle." Catelyn was the only one in Winterfell who believed in the 7 gods. At most, little Sansa came with her mother a few times. The location was very secluded. It was no wonder Jon and my G had neglected the dwarf. Well, if they really cared about him, even the ends of the earth wouldn't be a distance. Scholar the Roma glanced at the red-robed woman warily. His red fat face trembled as he said, "Lord Tyrion has fire-repelling ointment. It's a holy medicine for burns, but his injuries, the flames spread from the inside out. His organs are almost charred." "That bad?" Sansa's face turned pale as she exclaimed. My G quickly glanced at Aunt May and said fearfully, "Tyrion's body was on fire. When he howled, red flames and black smoke came out of his mouth. I thought he was dead." Melisandre frowned and said doubtfully, "He should have died long ago. How did he survive until now? Could it be that his body—" The red-robed woman was never a kind person. Not to mention, Tyrion had countless reasons to die. He was a winged dragon knight, Aegon's strongest subordinate. He was very smart and was heavily relied on by Aegon. He was hostile to Erlu. He destroyed all of Erlu's efforts at the Blackwater River. He was ugly and frustrated, but he often tiptoed and peeked at her big white rabbit with a wretched look. More importantly, he dared to kill her. Chapter 685. There were usually 7 statues in the Temple of 7 Gods, representing the 7 gods of the 7 Gods Church. But Catelyn's small temple was too small to fit all 7 statues. She was a married woman, so like many women in Westeros, she chose to worship the Holy Mother. In the 7-point star pavilion, there was a statue of the Virgin Mary that was as tall as a real person. It was the old version of the Holy Mother. Well, the new version of the Holy Mother was either riding a dragon, standing on a dragon's back, or being protected by a megalosaurus. And Tyrion's corpse was placed on the small altar in front of the Holy Mother's statue. Oh, the dwarf wasn't completely dead, so it wasn't a corpse. But when he and Sansa entered the temple and saw the dwarf, they subconsciously thought that the charred body with blood seeping out of it was a corpse. Tragic. Really tragic. Too tragic. The stench of festering skin and the pungent smell of herbs made Sansa cover her nose with her handkerchief. She couldn't help but feel some genuine pity for him. The temple was about 15 square meters. There wasn't much space left for a statue, a featherbed, and 2 living people to enter. "Tyrion, Tyrion," Jon poked the dwarf's cheeks, which were charred and revealing dark red muscles. It was wet and hot to the touch. It was like throwing a live pig into a fire and rolling it a few times. The inside was half-cooked, the skin was charred and cracked, and then blood seeped out of the cracks. He looked at his fingers, which were stained with dark red and smelly blood. But Tyrion's body was still warm, even hot, which meant that he was definitely not dead. Jon, as expected, he wasn't dead. Tyrion's eyes without eyebrows and eyelashes slowly opened, revealing a pair of dim eyes of different sizes and colors. "Sansa, how do you feel?" Sansa asked with concern. I don't feel good. I think I'm dying." The dwarf's expression was pained. Every word made his facial muscles hurt as if they were being torn apart. "You won't die. I'll arrange for someone to go to King's Landing and ask Big Sparrow to take a look at you while he's treating Aegon's leg," Sansa comforted. Aegon. Tyrion's eyes widened as he muttered, "This is really. I was so careful, but I still fell to supernatural power. Looks like the scholar's true world is really necessary. This world is filled with demigods. It's too unfriendly to mortals like us who rely on our intelligence to survive." The corner of Jon's mouth twitched as he said, "You're confused. How can there be demigods everywhere? You don't understand. Dragon Queen is about to slaughter a dozen demigods. Previously, I thought that she was just bragging. Now that I met Melisandre, I realized that there really was a semigod active in the human world. Yulun might be a demigod as well, and you, the 7 levels of hell. Westeros are too scary." The dwarf was too agitated. As he spoke, a black liquid mixed with blood and herbal soup seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jon really thought that the dwarf's brain had gone muddled from the fever. He comforted him, "Don't be too agitated. You're still running a fever and not very clear-headed. Once your burns are healed, we'll consider Melisandre and Yulun." "I'm very clear-headed." Tyrion suddenly reached out with his right hand that was burnt and grabbed Jon's arm. He said anxiously, "I can't hold on for much longer. There's no need to ask Big Sparrow. He won't come. Quick, send me to Slaver's Bay. Only Dragon Queen can save me. You're so badly injured. You can't just move around." Scholar Sialmo said anxiously at the door. Tyrion tilted his head and glanced at the red-faced fatty through the gap between Sansa and Aegon. He said with a complicated tone, "Uncle Sialmo, I have to leave. I know my condition. I can't hold on for more than a few days." "Uncle?" Jon and Sansa were both shocked. They turned to look at the red-faced fatty. "Your relatives?" The red-faced fatty looked down to avoid their gazes. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We're cousins from a few hundred years ago. I'm not even sure if Duke Tywin still remembers me. When I was an apprentice, I was Lord Tyrion's first teacher for a period of time. I only taught mathematics. It's good that you're leaving." Jon slowly told him about Stannis' condition to return Aegon to King Aegon, as well as Melisandre's attempt to steal Aegon's pterosaur. "In the end," he said, "Balerion has a master, but if the pterosaur loses its master, it'll be easier to tame it. Stannis has his eyes on you, Tessa. I'm afraid that Melisandre will harm you." "Stannis." Tyrion's eyes were bloodshot. "Tessa is my life. I'll take the life of anyone who touches her." "Where is Tessa now?" "If she can fly, send Tyrion to Slaver's Bay as soon as possible," Sansa asked. "She's resting at the base of the wall near the Forest of God's Wood. Last time, she was shot by dozens of ballistae. Fortunately, it wasn't a dragon-slaying crossbow. She can probably still fly," Jon said uncertainly. "Jon." Tyrion's right hand that was holding Jon's hand tightened. The wound on the back of his hand split open and dark red blood seeped out. He stared into Awkward's grey eyes. "At a time like this, you have to make a choice. A real choice. Be a mature man. Don't be shackled by false glory. The most important thing now is to redeem Aegon. We'll talk about the future later." Awkward frowned and declined. "You have 10,000 people. At least you can decide the final victor of Winterfell." Tyrion stared at him with wide eyes and insisted. Jon turned his head and said helplessly, "Tell me, how can 10,000 people defeat Melisandre? You said that 5 powerful knights can defeat any magician." Tyrion's bloody hand suddenly became as hard as pliers. Jon struggled but couldn't break free. He was afraid of hurting Tyrion and didn't dare to use force. "Jon, the true Dragon Alliance didn't come easy. Aegon and I might only have this one chance, a chance to change our fate." "No," Sansa said anxiously. "Aegon is still in Stannis' hands. I won't allow you to take the risk. The red-robed woman can't be killed. We can wait for Dany and rise in peace." "No, Sansa. Queen, listen to me." Cough cough. Tyrion coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked like he was in pain, but he insisted, "Melisandre is very powerful, but she can be killed. I'm sure she's much weaker than I thought." "You're really confused." Sansa shook her head. Jon was shocked. "What did you find out?" "Melisandre can be assassinated." It's a pity that Brittany killed a substitute. How do you know? Hey, let me ask you. Are we in a trap? Tyrion asked with a bitter smile. Of course. They even prepared Rhaenys as a sacrifice. This means they've been waiting for you and Aegon. At this point, Jon also gradually showed a look of realization. The assassination of Melisandre and the subsequent plans were all made by you. There were even many decisions made on the spot. Even His Majesty Aegon doesn't know the details. So there's no spy, and there's no time, but Melisandre knows everything. If it's not a spy, it can only be a prophecy. Yes, she must have predicted the life and death crisis, and then... Tyrion sighed again. He looked at the ceiling with unfocused eyes and murmured, that woman either used an illusion to make Brittany think of another person as her. Oh, many people saw her at that time. It can't be just for Brittany alone. It could be that she used a spell similar to the Faceless One to change the face of another person into her. It's also possible that she knows a doppelganger spell. The one who followed Brittany to the Forest of Gods Wood was just a mental projection, just like Dragon Queen's glass candle. Considering that Count Melisandre found her body in the pool, the biggest possibility is that she used witchcraft to make another person look exactly like her. This is 10 times scarier than a Faceless One changing face. Even if his head was burnt by fire, Tyrion's mind was still sharp and accurate. It was true that Melisandre was a demigod, but she was still weak. She would die if her vitals were cut, she would die if she was fed poison, she would faint if she was hit with a stick, she would still be picked up if she was drunk. Because of her experience as a holy prostitute when she was young, she always had a sense of insecurity. Just like the Holy Grace Temple in Slave Bay, the Red God also had a female clergy. Aunt May's original name was Meryl. She was a poor little girl. She was born a slave and was bought by the Red God Temple to be raised as a skinny little horse. After she grew up, she seemed to have experienced something that left her with a psychological trauma. Perhaps, Meryl wanted to control her own fate since she was young. Perhaps, it was a habit of a mage taught by her teacher. Perhaps, she simply wanted to survive in the dangerous Far East. In short, after becoming an official Shadowbinder, Aunt May would prophesize her good and bad luck for the day at the beginning of every day. For hundreds of years, her prophecies were accurate, but she had never failed to predict her own dangers. The first time she predicted that she would die, she panicked. Her way of dealing with the crisis might be very crude and clumsy. The second time, the third time, she slowly got used to it. After the umpteenth time, she had already turned it into an art, the art of showing off. For example, Scholar Clarson, who regarded the Erlu brothers as his own son, drank poisoned wine with Aunt May. Aunt May took the antidote in advance. Then, under the desperate and fearful gaze of the old scholar, she elegantly drank the wine in her cup. Aunt May's motto was to act cool in the most relaxed and mysterious way to make others fearful. This wasn't bullshit, she really said it. This time was no exception. Aunt May predicted that Brittany would come looking for her with the intent to kill, so she arranged for a stand-in for her to kill. Then, she made a stunning appearance during the Winterfell internal strife. It was so stunning that Aegon and the dwarf peed their pants. No, they would rather pee their pants. The reality was 1,000,000 times worse than that. Tyrion also accurately guessed Aunt May's stand-in technique, illusion. In the original plot, although Mans Red was arrested by Erlu, he wasn't burned to death. Aunt May secretly used another savage, Ding Dang Shirt, to disguise herself as Mans Red, and then disguised Mans Red as Ding Dang Shirt. P.S. Even Erlu was fooled, because the king of savages, Mans Red, was a follower prepared for the real child of the prophecy. The fake Mans Red was sacrificed to Lalo in public. The Night Watchers of the Great Wall, Erlu's flaming red heart knights, and thousands of people were all fooled. Just like this time, when Meiji fished up the fake Aunt May's body and burned it to ashes, she didn't find anything unusual. Mans Red, wearing Ding Dang Shirt's face, wandered in front of people for a few months, and no one noticed anything unusual. Aunt May's illusion was just that awesome. However, Dany's interference meant that the above plot didn't happen at all, so Jon didn't know that Aunt May had such a trump card. Not only Jon, but even Dany didn't know. They couldn't even imagine that such a bug-like witchcraft existed in this fantasy world of low-level martial arts and low-magic magic. Fortunately, nephew Gu had taken this fatal blow in advance. In terms of the number one sorcerer in the Song of Ice and Fire, Aunt May was the only one. Chapter 686. Even if the little devil's speculation was reasonable, Sangza still did not believe it. Why are you so sure it's an illusion and not a resurrection? It's easy to deceive a person with an illusion, but thousands of people saw the red-robed lady. Also, the substitute died, and Countess Meiji collected the corpse. She checked the body. Resurrection is more reasonable. If she can resurrect John, why can't she resurrect herself? After she resurrects, she guessed that we would attack Stannis and set a trap for you and Aegon. An illusion that can deceive thousands of people is incredible, but a person who has been burned to ashes cannot be resurrected, Tyrion said. How do you know? Dragon Queen said so. I also asked Great Wizard Tam. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Tyrion's mouth. I once asked her if she could bring my father back to life. My father was not burned to ashes, but rotted into a pile of bones. He can't be resurrected. Sangza looked at the dwarf strangely. She wanted to ask, after Tywin is resurrected, do you want me to shoot him with a crossbow again, or do you want me to slash him to vent my anger, or do you want the Dragon Queen to spit dragon flames at him, or do you want Aegon to avenge his sister and mother? Tywin had enemies all over the world. Even if he was resurrected 100 times, it would not be enough to kill him. Jon nodded in agreement. I can confirm that the Red God cannot resurrect a person without a corpse. Tyrion continued, there's one more thing. Balerion fell on the city wall. If he fell outside the city, our people can save him. How big is Winterfell? It's 300 meters wide. Westcastle is even smaller, but a pterodactyl fell from a height of 300 meters. This kind of probability was like throwing a copper coin from behind and it just happened to land on the mouth of a wine bottle 20 meters away. Who would believe that it was not planned in advance? I don't believe it. Then, how can it be planned in advance? It can only be predicted. In truth, if Stannis did not manage to capture Aegon in that 1 in a million chance, he would not have won this game. By then, his knights would have lost their morale. Tyrion's analysis was logical, and Sangza was gradually convinced. It's a pity that my Moonsinger meditation technique is only at the entry level, she said dejectedly. Jon, you have a lot to do with this failure. Tyrion suddenly glared at him angrily. What's wrong with me? Jon was baffled. Earlier, I told you to be wary of Melisandre's prophecy, but you kept emphasizing that she often made mistakes in her prophecies, Tyrion grumbled. I'm not lying to you. Her prophecy is really very vague. She told me once that my sister Arya would come to the wall to find me, and I was as happy as a fool, and then I was a fool. There was indeed a girl who fled to the Great Wall, but it wasn't Arya. It was Leah from the House of Stark. He felt embarrassed and guilty. But why is it so accurate this time? Jon shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps her prophecy is more accurate because it concerns her own safety. So, this is your fault. You have to make up for it. Now that we know Melisandre's background, she will die like a normal person if her body is fatally injured, and she can't resurrect indefinitely. You have the advantage in numbers, so you can kill her. The dwarf beat around the bush and once again brought up his previous suggestion. How do you know she will die if she is injured? Jon was puzzled. She must be afraid of being hurt, so she can predict the harm others will do to her. What kind of reason is that? The dwarf closed his eyes and sighed. Dragon Queen is afraid that swords have no eyes on the battlefield, so after she got the tile steel, she immediately made armor for herself. Megalosaurus is afraid of dragon slayer crossbows, so the first batch of tile steel was used to make armor for Blackie's belly. I've seen through these top-level extraordinaires. Their strongest defense must be their weakness. No, Aegon is in their hands. We can't take the risk, Sangza said sternly. If we don't take the risk, the Iron Throne will no longer belong to Aegon. If the path of an emperor is smooth, won't everyone be able to become a king? Sangza hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. If he's gone, what's the point of having the Iron Throne? We can't defend it even if we want it. Besides, we still have Aunt Dany. She will uphold justice for us. Since ancient times, there have only been fights for the throne. There has never been an emperor who gave up the country he conquered. Aegon is only her nephew, not her son, Tyrion said in a low voice. She has no son. Aegon is her only kin, her only heir, Sansa screamed. She's not 19 yet. She's healthy, so it's inevitable that she'll give birth to a child in the future. Even Aegon knows this, so he left Slave Bay. I don't care. I only want Aegon now. There can't be any risk. Sansa's face was covered in tears, her head shaking like a rattle. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Scholar the Roma applied the remaining fire-repelling ointment all over Tyrion's body. Then, he found a servant and wrapped him into a mummy with cotton cloth that had been boiled with strong wine. The mummy was placed in a small coffin with a feather quilt. The small coffin was fastened to Tessa's back with a belt. Jon arranged for Migi, the most loyal and reliable of them all, to escort the dwarf to Slaver's Bay. Magi could not ride Tessa, but the dwarf was not completely dead. He could give Tessa orders from the coffin. Winterfell Castle. Sansa's bedroom when she was the princess of the Northern Territory. What's going on? She was holding a half-meter-long, purple-black glass candle with silver threads. Her face was blank. A fist-sized silver moon rose from the top of the glass candle. As she waved her right hand, a thin, silvery tail appeared in the air. Sansa was contacting Dragonstone Island. Through Dragonstone Island's magic net hub, she was transferring the message to Dragon Queen at Slave Bay. She wanted to tell Aunt Dany about the results of the negotiations, as well as the news that Tyrion and Magi were about to arrive. Did you remember the wrong password? Jon reminded her. How can that be? I don't have Alzheimer's. Then Dragonstone Island must have changed the password. Jon immediately shook his head. It doesn't make sense at such an important time. Sansa raised her head and said in shock, it's not the password. I can't find the magic net hub. Is your glass candle broken? Let me try. Sansa stopped channeling mana and passed the small glass candle to the Roma. A moment later, a ball of light the size of a basketball rose from the top of the glass candle. Half of it was black as if it had a life of its own, while the other half was a blood-red flame. Red and black intertwined like lovers, projecting a dreamy, hellish disco light in the large bedroom. Ah! Sansa's eyes widened. She could not help but exclaim. The glass candle emitted a tsunami-like mana, causing her hair to dance in the air. It was 1,000 times stronger than her moonlight. How can you be so strong? Sansa's face was pale. Her body trembled under the cold and hot mana. I've been training for longer than you. Dany, the meditation technique and fire control technique that Alice gave me are also top-notch. Jon's expression was calm. He had no intention of showing off. He closed his eyes and sensed the location of the magic net hub. He was not being sarcastic. Dany had always thought that the meditation technique that Tam gave her was too low-level. She did not know that the meditation technique that Tam had created was to build a solid foundation and level up infinitely. In other words, it had a low starting point but high potential. It was similar to the complete reality chi cultivation technique. The Chuanjan 7 were beaten to a pulp by the 5 ultimate, but didn't the old urchin cultivate the complete reality chi cultivation technique? Didn't Guo Juxia use the complete reality chi cultivation technique as his foundation? Tam was Cho Chuji who had obtained the complete reality chi cultivation technique. After that, she saw that Dany's innate ability was not bad, so she wanted her to become Guo Jing. However, Dany Guo already had the 9-yin manual, so she gave the complete reality chi cultivation technique to her nephew Yang Guo. She also gave him a sharp 9-yin white bone claw, which was the fire control technique passed down from the Great Wizard. Jon Young soared into the sky. As expected, I can't sense any traces of the magic net hub, but the glass candle is fine. Jon said with a serious expression. Sansa's face paled. She said with a trembling voice, did something happen to Dragonstone Island? Yulun led the giant octopus to attack Dragonstone Island and destroy the magic net hub? Jon shook his head slowly. Dragonstone Island's castle was built using Valeglia's stone craftsmanship. It's almost immortal. The sea monsters can't take it down in one attack. I'll send a messenger crow to ask later. Though he didn't contact Dany's aunt, Tyrion still left Winterfell before dusk. Standing on the tower's balcony, Sansa watched Tessa's figure disappear into the dark clouds. She suddenly turned to Jon and asked, "What's your relationship with Melisandre? She's seducing you. You can find a barbarian spearwoman as a lover, but you can't be seduced by a red-robed woman. It's not what you think." Jon blushed and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sansa, she's a shadow-binding knight. You're a shadow-binding knight too." Jon looked around and dismissed his servants and knights. He said to Sansa solemnly, "I've seen Bran before. In the Weirwood, he became the Green Prophet." "Ah." Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed. Then, tears streamed down her face. She wiped her tears and smiled. "That's great, that's great. He's not dead. He's still so promising. The Green Prophet, the strongest shapeshifter. Mother will be very happy when she finds out. When we find Arya, our family will be reunited. Yes, when Lady Catelyn knows, she'll be happy for us in heaven with Father and Robb." Jon gently wiped away the tears on his sister's face. He was sad but hopeful. "My mother." Sansa was stunned. She swallowed the matter of Lady Stoneheart back down. "Where's Bran? When will he be back?" she asked anxiously. "Bran is a few thousand kilometers north of the Great Wall in the land of Everwinter. It's his responsibility to guard the world portal. He won't be back for now. It's a pity that you've changed your faith to the Seven Gods. You can't communicate with him in the Heart Tree. There's nothing to regret. I wasn't loyal to the old gods before." Sansa knew herself well. She asked again, "What does guarding the world portal mean?" "I don't know. It might be related to deviant ghosts. Can you see him every day in the Heart Tree?" "He can only look for me. I can't contact him on my own accord. He can observe all West Eros through the trees. He can communicate with us no matter where we are." Wow, as expected of the Green Prophet feared by all supernatural beings. "He's so powerful," Sansa said excitedly. She learned the Moonsinger meditation technique and knew some common knowledge about supernatural beings. That was why she sighed with emotion. However, if she could understand the difference between a three-eyed crow and an ordinary Green Prophet, Sansa would realize that her current follower was just a little follower. Jon said with a solemn expression, "Bran warned me that Melisandre wanted to steal something from me through intercourse. Even though she revived me, she harbors ill intentions toward me now." Chapter 687. Erlu was unhappy with Tyrion and Tessa's departure. Though the Onion Knight's words sounded unreasonable, he was right about one thing. If he couldn't reach King's Landing quickly, Sansa's promise of command of the True Dragon Alliance wouldn't be of much value to him. Tyrion's battle plan for Aegon was to have a pterosaur. That morning, Aegon was at Storm's Rest Fortress. At noon, he would reach Blackwater River and fly north. He could spend the night at Moongate Castle. Aegon didn't follow the main army to attack from the north and south. He had time to conquer River Delta City and go to Winterfell, but it didn't affect the healthy operations of the frontline command. After receiving Big Crab's warning to not let the army harass the nobles' castles, Aegon and Tyrion would secretly set off from Moongate Castle in the middle of the night. They would drop 4 to 5 tons of cheese, flour, and dried meat to make up for the lack of rations. Balerion and Tessa were the largest pterosaurs in the entire Slave Bay battlefield. They could carry more than 2 tons. If there were 7 or 8 of these pterosaurs, they would make 2 trips a day to drop supplies. The 45,000 soldiers of the True Dragon Alliance wouldn't need to go to the countryside to rob the civilians of their rations. As the pterosaurs were responsible for opening the castle gates, the True Dragon Alliance didn't bring any craftsmen or siege weapons. Hence, Erlu wanted to plunder Aegon, so he had to plunder the pterosaurs as well. Otherwise, both he and Aegon would be severely injured and forced to retreat. Only Cersei at King's Landing would benefit. "Do you intend to murder Tyrion in order to plunder his pterosaur?" Jon's expression became uglier, and his attitude became more irritable as Erlu questioned him. Erlu gritted his teeth and said, "I won't murder anyone, but his organs are burnt and he's dead. Nobody can save him. Let him die in Winterfell and use his pterosaur to redeem Aegon's dragon. It's good for everyone. Who says he's dead?" I was still chatting with him earlier, John said unhappily. That's what I said. Aunt May's clothes fluttered like a red butterfly. Danny Alice may be able to save him, but the price is too high and it will take too long. She may not be willing. Erlu pursed his thin lips and glared at John. Tyrion's relationship with her was thin to begin with, and they even had a family feud. And his action of bringing Aegon out of Slave Bay was a betrayal. If it were me, I would definitely ignore him. Sansa smiled coldly and pointed at Gaudy Farlin beside Erlu. If I had my eye on his sword, he would have a chance to live even though he's heavily injured. Will you fulfill my wish and not treat him but let him die, and then say, he's going to die anyway, so it's better for everyone? Tyrion's wealth is a crime, but my sword is worthless. The giant killer mumbled. Erlu stared at Sansa, his nostrils flaring. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, I can't give up Aegon's pterosaur. I won't give Theon to you. Jon said irritably. Count Meiji went to Slave Bay to find the Dragon Queen to exchange for the pterosaur. Can't you wait for a few days? Davos looked embarrassed and suggested, Queen Sansa is also a dragon knight, why don't you want my lady? Sansa's blue eyes widened as she said in disbelief. No, no, no. Davos blushed and waved his hand. How would I dare to make such a rude request? I want to ask, can you use your lady to send me to the front lines and wait for Count Meiji to bring the pterosaur back from Slave Bay? Asking me to be the coachman, isn't this a rude request? Sansa's eyes were spitting fire. She really wanted to call her lady over and bite this old man to death. Davos looked down to avoid the Queen's death stare and said, I'll sit in the front as the coachman, and you'll sit in the back to control the pterosaur? Sansa's face contorted. Davos persuaded with a sincere expression, if we can take down King's Landing as soon as possible, we can go to the great cathedral of Baelor and ask the Great Sparrow to heal His Majesty Aegon's injury. This sentence did not move Sansa, but it reminded her that her husband was still in their hand. I'll only send you to Twilight Valley, and then you can ride on your horse to find General Royce and the others. Sansa's lips curled into a helpless smile. If I sell them to you, how can I face the generals again? You want me to personally persuade the generals to surrender to you? No way. Davos did have such a plan, but the Queen was so pitiful that he could not force it. Thank you. Davos bowed sincerely and then made a promise. Your Majesty, you have paid His Majesty Aegon's ransom. After that, he looked at his monarch with hopeful eyes. Erlu frowned and thought for a while. The Valley Army was near Rosby City, 30 kilometers away from King's Landing. It was only half a day's ride from Twilight Valley. He nodded and acknowledged the Onion Knight's promise. As long as Davos can reach the front line and see General Royce and the other generals, and then Meiji can bring the pterosaur back, I will agree to let Jon participate in supervising Aegon, just like Theon now. When we take down King's Landing, or when I fail at King's Landing, Aegon will be completely free. Of course, he will have to go into self-exile, to Slavers Bay, to the Free Cities, anywhere, but he must leave the Westeros. Only his descendants can come back and inherit Harrenburg. Let the other ghosts live in Harrenburg. We will go to Slavers Bay to find Aunt Dany. Just you wait. Sansa made a decision in her heart and began to summon her striped pterosaur, the second-generation lady. Before going to Twilight Valley, Erlu dictated, Sansa wrote, and Aegon reluctantly signed and stamped. They wrote 3 copies of the surrender letter. King Aegon was captured and has now surrendered to Theon Stannis Barra. All the vassals of the 7 kingdoms who had pledged loyalty to Aegon Targaryen should submit to Theon Stannis Barra. Stannis Prime Minister, Onion Knight Davos, will represent his master and receive vassals who are willing to pledge their loyalty to the front lines. Those who are unwilling can leave with their vassals, but please ensure Sir Davos' safety. Do not make an enemy out of Stannis Barra Theon. Erlu was very realistic. He did not expect to take down Aegon, so all the power of the True Dragon Alliance was under his control. That was impossible. He was not crazy. He would not have such immature delusions. However, Erlu also felt that he was the only legitimate successor to Theon Barra's dynasty. After all, Tommen was dead and Cersei was married again. If the vassals of the 7 kingdoms had a little conscience, a little respect for the law, and a little traditional chivalry, they would support Stannis to ascend the Iron Throne. This idea sounded arrogant, but it was very much in line with the traditions of the Westeros. If Dany gathered the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to participate in the Great Council, Olu could announce his right to inherit the Iron Throne. In theory, there would be no need to fight or capture Aegon. He could be elected as the legitimate king by all the nobles. Similar Great Council had been held many times during the Targaryen dynasty. For example, Dany's great-grandfather, Aegon V, competed with Old Ymont and Aerys Blackfyre for the throne. Aegon became the legitimate king through election. According to the traditions of the Targaryen dynasty's Great Council, Olu would definitely become the king because he had no competitors. He was Theon Barra's only remaining heir. Illegitimate children did not have the right to inherit the throne. Therefore, Olu's action of capturing Aegon might seem ridiculous, but it actually had a very high theoretical basis. There was only one question. Did the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms have a conscience, respect for the law, and a glorious chivalry like they did in the past? Olu felt that his king's hand could awaken the remaining conscience and sense of honor in those bastards. If not, this world would really be hopeless. Dragonstone Island, the Wyvern Tower where the Megalosaurus and Pterosaurs landed. As soon as the green and white striped dragon landed, Dr. Marwyn went over and said anxiously, "Seven gods above, Queen Sansa, why are you here? Didn't you receive the messenger crow?" Sansa was wearing a white lion fur coat as pure as snow. She took off her windshield, revealing her red face. Her rose petal-like lips opened slightly as she exhaled a few breaths of white air. She was puzzled. "I just came from Winterfell. What's wrong with Dragonstone Island's mana network? I can't sense it anymore." Brittany was wearing white glazed armor as she helped the queen down from the dragon's back. Without waiting for the two of them to stabilize themselves, Marwyn grabbed Sansa's arm and rushed towards the entrance of the tower. His footsteps were hurried, and he looked around from time to time as if he was on guard against something. Seeing this, Sansa knew that the situation had changed. She did not ask further and only quickened her pace. After entering the Black Tower, Marwyn let out a long sigh of relief. He let go of his right hand and bowed apologetically to Sansa. He explained, "The Alliance has indeed sent a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros. They even threw a few kerosene bombs at Dragonstone Island." "What?" Sansa was shocked and asked anxiously, "Is the situation in Meereen so disadvantageous for Aunt Dany? The Alliance can send a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros." "No, the Queen is confident of winning this great war. The situation is actually more advantageous for us." Marwyn shook his head. "If that's the case, why would they dare to split up?" Sansa did not understand. "Although we have the advantage, in the end, the Battle of Meereen is a siege. We are surrounded by the Alliance, and the attacking side secretly sent out a team of pterosaurs. Meereen will not notice it." Sansa was even more confused. After entering the hall below, she took off the white lion skin cloak and handed it to the maid. Under Marwyn's signal, she found a soft couch by the fireplace and sat down. She asked again, "The pterosaurs have come to the Westeros. After we know, won't Meereen know? No matter if they send their superior forces to surround them or take advantage of the enemy's weak air force to fight a decisive battle, the Alliance will lose more than they gain. Only 5 pterosaurs came, so it won't affect the situation much. Also, the core of the magic net was attacked by Balerion and is paralyzed. Now, we can only extract the magic power from the Earth's core, but we can't communicate with the outside world. We can't even send messages through glass candles. I really don't know how Balerion did it. However, it's obvious that the Alliance planned this long ago. We just don't know what their goal is," Marwyn said helplessly. "Balerion attacked?" Sansa exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, she realized that Balerion seemed to be a common name. At least, it was not only Aegon's pterosaurs called Balerion. "Balerion, the demigod of Valeglia?" she asked tentatively. "Yes, we learned the technique of building the core of the magic net from Valeglia. I didn't expect the people of Valeglia to know how to counter the core of the magic net," Marwyn said with a complicated expression. "I just contacted Slave Bay 2 days ago," Sansa muttered. The magic net collapsed yesterday morning. Chapter 688. When the magic net collapsed yesterday morning, the bullneck doctor was even more shocked than Sangza. The magic crystal kept flashing with strange information. When he placed his hand on it, not only was he unable to read the information, his thoughts and memories were also being extracted uncontrollably. In the past, the information flow in the crystal was as gentle as a stream of spring water. Now, it had turned into a blue black hole, crazily devouring all the information it came into contact with. It even took the initiative to steal the memories and thoughts of the person who touched the crystal ball. If not for Scholar Pylos, who saw the bullneck doctor's eyes rolling white and his body twitching like he had been electrocuted, he might have become an idiot. In fact, he felt that he had lost part of his memories, but he could not remember what he was missing. I guess Balerion wants to find the Queen's secret through my memories. Sigh, I don't know how much he sees and how much damage he will cause to the Queen. As expected of the existence that created Valeglia's super magic civilization, Balerion's methods are too terrifying. Marvin said with a lingering fear. Sangza was shocked and afraid. When I contacted Aunt Danny yesterday, I realized that I had lost the connection to the magic net's core. That's why I came to Dragonstone Island to find out the reason. I didn't expect, at this moment, she also understood how much risk she had taken by riding a dragon alone to Dragonstone Island. The Alliance's pterosaur team started attacking Dragonstone Island the moment the magic net collapsed. Then, I sent messenger crows to Wind's End Castle, Sun Halberd City and Moongate Castle to remind you of the pterosaurs. I'm not sure if those places were attacked, but since yesterday, Dragonstone Island has been attacked sporadically. Occasionally, a pterosaur would fly over and throw a kerosene bomb. Did Dragonstone Island suffer a great loss? Brittany could not help but ask. Fortunately, the castle is made of undying obsidian. As long as you hide in the tower, you won't be afraid of the kerosene bombs. Only the magic tower, which is made of normal rock, was the main target. 2 floors were destroyed. Fortunately, the Queen was far-sighted and built a basement tens of meters deep in the rock. It was fine even if all the upper floors collapsed. Sigh, I don't know if the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island can fly to Slaves Bay. We have to inform Aunt Danny and let her arrange for pterosaurs to support us. Sangza was worried. Although she was not a pterosaur expert, she knew that there were 3 mainstream pterosaurs, the striped pterosaur, the swamp dragon, and the shadow dragon. Her lady was the striped pterosaur, which had the highest cost-performance ratio and the weakest attack power. If she encountered any pterosaur, there was a high chance that she would be captured. A king had already been captured. If even the Queen fell into the enemy's hands, then the short-lived dynasty of Aegon VI would be too miserable. Don't worry, the Queen's reinforcements will be here soon, Marwyn comforted. Danny was the first to notice the collapse of the Weave's core. Then, she contacted the Dark Star, Giro Dane. Do you still remember the White Knight who led 80 giant ships rented from Bravos to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians? He had already completed his mission and transferred about 75,000 savages to Queen's Point on the Stone Steps archipelago. Although the task of transferring the barbarians was completed, the rental period of the giant ship was not up yet. With the idea of not wasting resources, and also considering the unknown duration of the long night, Danny also began to have sex in Queen's Corner. It wasn't just farming. It was too wasteful to rely on the sea but not eat it. Thus, the Dragon Queen Ocean Fishing Company was officially established. She also specially ordered the Old Crab to arrange for people to go to the other side of the narrow sea to hire a few hundred Ibans. Not only were the long-haired Ibans the best in the world when it came to whaling, but they were also very good at processing whale oil and storing whale meat. Iban Island was north of Ursos, located in the Trembling Sea. It was a higher latitude and was greatly affected by winter. Like the West Eros, they were used to storing food for winter. However, Iban Island's resources were far inferior to Ursos, so their fishing industry was very developed. Among the barbarians, there were also tribes that relied on fishing for a living. They split up and joined the whaling ships, starting to travel between the Trembling Sea and the Summer Sea. Giro Dane was in charge of Dragonstone Island, commanding the fishing ships in the Narrow Sea and the Trembling Sea. Beristan led 70,000 barbarians to plant sweet potatoes and potatoes all over the mountains and plains. At the same time, he was also in charge of the fishing business in the summer sea. Smoke rose from Slavers Bay, but the barbarians in Queen's Corner began to prosper and live happily. Because White Knight had the Dragon Lady's external soul coordinates, Dany was able to immediately understand the situation on Dragonstone Island through her mental projection after the Weave's central hub collapsed. This was when the advantage of Ki-Shi's soul marking spell was demonstrated. She could directly leave a soul fragment in the target's body. Even Balerian's global radio interference tower could not block the wired signal. Yep, Jenny had built a magic tower similar to the one on Dragonstone Island in Aulus. As long as her magic tower's power was higher than Dany's, she could use special methods to suppress or even backfire on the Weave's central hub on Dragonstone Island. If Dany was in charge of Dragonstone Island, she might be able to fight back against Balerian. However, the Weave's central hub on Dragonstone Island was Marvin, who did not have the inheritance of a great wizard. He was easily defeated. Valeglia's witchcraft is too overbearing. She actually interfered with the transmission of glass candles all over the world. It was as if Sangza had opened the door to a whole new world. For the first time, she had a better understanding of the limits of an individual's power. Melisandre's witchcraft was hard to defend against, but it was only effective in individual battles. The people of Valeglia were using magic to change the world. Marvin sighed. Even a small magic tower like Dragonstone Island can cause waves in the sea of magic. You can imagine how developed Valeglia's magic civilization was back then. They had 14 giant volcanoes. What's their goal? Sangza suddenly asked. When Marvin heard this, his expression turned awkward for a moment. His bull-like neck wriggled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He carefully said, I'm not sure about the effect on Slave Bay, but in the Westeros, they might have two goals. First, to destroy Dragonstone Island's magic tower, and second, to capture the hostages. Capture the hostages? Who? Sangza asked blankly. The next moment, her red face turned as white as paper. She trembled as she said, Could it be Aegon? Perhaps you too. Marvin nodded. Sangza's pale face suddenly turned red. She shouted agitatedly, Why? We didn't do anything. Her shouting stopped abruptly. The bright flames of anger in her eyes dimmed. She muttered, Because of Aunt Dany, the final battle of Meereen is about to begin. The Alliance is not confident, so they want to capture us to threaten her. This is just a guess. It might not be accurate. Perhaps they were invited by Cersei. The True Dragon Alliance attacked the King's Landing from the north and south. There's no way the Iron Throne did not react at all. Marvin's words were not comforting at all. Even if they were invited by Cersei, the Pterosaur Squad's goal was still the two of them. Suddenly, Sangza thought of an extremely terrifying thing and hurriedly asked, In that case, the vassals of the valley in Rosby City, the Golden Regiment on the southern shore of Blackwater, the Dawn Sharma Cavalry Regiment, and the vassals of the Stormland might all be attacked by the pterosaurs? Marvin nodded and said helplessly, I've sent a letter to the nobles. They will send someone to inform the commanders. Which noble? Is he reliable? Will they make it in time? Sangza asked anxiously. She suddenly froze and shook her head with a bitter smile. I almost forgot. The True Dragon Alliance has already been broken up by Stannis. There are probably not many vassals left who are still loyal to Aegon. Marvin did not know how to comfort the poor queen. He only nodded and said, Many of the nobles in the royal domain have secret dealings with Dragonstone Island. There must be one who is reliable. When the vassals of Roseby were robbing the lesser nobles' castles in the royal domain, the vassals all sent letters to Dragonstone Island asking for help. Then, the old crab went to Moongate Castle to persuade Aegon. Today, Dragonstone Island needed the help of the nobles in the royal domain. They only needed to send a letter and someone immediately took care of it. In theory, the royal domain was under the direct control of the Iron Throne. The nobles in the royal domain should all be loyal to the Iron Throne. However, this was the way of survival for the Westeros nobles. Who in the Lion family did not know dragons? Everyone in the Dragon family also knew lions. Thud, thud, thud. The two of them were talking by the fireplace when the two brown doors were suddenly pulled open. Two figures covered in snow hurriedly walked into the front hall. The cold wind that accompanied them blew into the hall, causing the bonfire in the fireplace to roar and burn. Sansa was shocked by the cold wind and could not help but shrink her neck. She looked up and saw the grey-robed scholar Pylos and the black-armored Bronn who should have come to visit her. "Greetings, Your Highness." The two bowed to Sansa before straightening up and saying with a serious expression, "Something big has happened. The Pterosaur Squad's target is indeed the true Dragon Alliance. The Golden Knights, the Dornishmen, and the Stormlands army at the southern shore of Blackwater have all been wiped out. The vassals of the valley have not sent any messenger crows yet. I wonder how they are doing." The Aegon dynasty had not been established yet, but it had officially ended. 7 gods. Even though Sansa had already guessed it, she still covered her face and cried out. "Completely wiped out. Are they all dead?" Marwyn frowned. "That's not the case." Scholar Pylos shook his head and handed over the newly received letter. The letter was from Dornishna Lyn. There was a lot of content in the letter, including a detailed description of the battle that happened in the early hours of the morning. Rando Tali was the main general, leading 10,000 River Bay cavalry, 10,000 lion helmets, and 5,000 golden robes to attack from the front. There were 10,000 golden knights, 8,000 peasant soldiers from the Stormlands nobles, 4,000 Dornishmen, and a few thousand civilian soldiers. After confirming that Aegon had been captured, the army was in a state of panic. However, the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen's performance was amazing. They did not fear the strongest general of the 7 kingdoms at all. However, the Dornishmen had the advantage in the Dornishmen's desert environment. When they came to the hard plains, they were crushed by the River Bay colts who were fast and powerful. After a few clashes, the Dornishmen were not afraid of death, but they also suffered heavy losses. The Dornishmen were not even afraid of the true dragon. The Targaryen dynasty spent more than 100 years and even lost a dragon, but they were not able to conquer it with brute force. However, Dornishmen had plenty of defense, but they were severely lacking in offense. Therefore, Dowlord did not expect to take revenge with his own strength. Chapter 689. Your Highness, the striped dragons have the highest cost-performance ratio. They eat half as much as the shadow dragons of the same size, but their wide wings can double their weight ratio. The 3 types of pterosaurs have their own advantages and disadvantages. The Queen plans to eliminate the small and medium-sized swamp dragons and keep the shadow dragons. The mainstream dragon knights use striped dragons. I don't lack that bit of food. Sansa's brows were still furrowed. What was the meaning of talking about cost-performance ratio with the Queen? Would the regular customers of the luxury shops care about cost-performance ratio? No matter how cold the Northern Territory was, no matter how many people starved to death, Stark would not lack food to feed the dragons. Old Crab immediately said, "You are the Queen, so you don't need to fight the Dragon Knights in close combat. The Shadow Dragons have sharp teeth, and the Swamp Dragons are too cumbersome. The striped dragons with green and white stripes have a beautiful body and beautiful scales. Their speed and reaction are faster than the Swamp Dragons, and their weight ratio is higher than the Shadow Dragons. They are the nobles of the pterosaurs." Queen Sansa finally showed a smile. Although she had complained, she actually felt that the green and white striped dragons with wide wings were more beautiful. But soon, the smile on her face disappeared like a snowflake falling into a spring lake. She then pleaded to Old Crab, "Count Settiger, you are Aunt Dany's right-hand man. You are experienced and wise. Can you accompany me to Winterfell and rescue Aegon from Stannis?" What could help her was not his wisdom and steadiness, but his status and the meaning of his participation. The Dragon Queen was officially involved. This. Old Crab understood, so he hesitated. He turned to Blackie and asked, "Is the defense of Dragonstone Island important? If Dragonstone Island was in danger, he would not be able to go to the Northern Territory." Blackie was naive and was not sensitive to politics. She did not understand Old Crab's hidden meaning. She nodded and said, "It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. I killed a dragon knight yesterday afternoon. This is the Westeros, and there are no backup knights. One dead knight is one less knight. No matter how tight the defense of Dragonstone Island is, do you want the right-hand man of the Dragon Queen to ride a dragon and fight them? Old Crab glared at Blackie and agreed to Sangza's request. Sangza was really pregnant. Running back and forth for thousands of miles made her very tired. They could only rest in the Moongate Castle for 1 day and 2 nights. During this period, he also tried his best to pacify the vassals in the valley, barely convincing them to calm down and wait for Aegon to escape. We will be exiled, but can the exiled prince not return to the kingdom for the rest of his life? Will Aunt Dany allow it? She even directly hinted to the nobles of the valley. On the way back, she even stopped at Wanher City midway, and told her second grandpa about Aegon falling into the enemy's hands, as well as everything that happened in the last few days. Yes, Fry took over the Tully family's Rapid City. Blackfish Blinden Tully represented his granddaughter to take over the Fry family's River Rapid City. It was hard to say who would gain and who would lose. Because River Rapid City was too rich, and it was located at an important transportation route. River Rapid City was a twin city that spanned across both sides of the Green Fork River. There was a stone bridge in the middle that connected to the tower, and it was the only bridge across the Green Fork River. Sigh, I really regret it. Sangza showed regret for the first time in front of her grandfather. I should have listened to Tyrion and taken down River Rapid City, then focused on attacking the King's Landing. I should not have clashed with Stannis, who had the help of a demigod. Even the barbaric and foolish centaurs knew to avoid witches and not interact with witches. Now that I think about it, I was really too arrogant. The queen wiped her tears and sobbed. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that there would be such terrifying witchcraft in the world? Resurrection, an illusion that fooled thousands of people, sacrifice and evil gods, it's simply. Blinden smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying the same words as Tyrion and Littlefinger that day. Now, it seems that the true world of the City of Knowledge is really the friendliest to normal people. Sangza shook her head. If there were no deviant ghosts, that would be the case. Unfortunately, without magic, even the Great Wall could not be built. Humans would definitely go extinct in the long night. Are you sure there is a long night? Blinden frowned. The Dragon Queen, Jon, the barbarians from the Great Wall, and even the red-robed woman said so. I have no choice but to believe it. 7 gods above, we have no food reserves in Hadjen. Blackfish's face was pale as he turned into a white fish. Let's take care of our family first. If something happens to Aegon, there is no difference to me whether there is a long night or not. Sangza said sorrowfully. Blackfish patted his granddaughter's head lovingly and comforted her. Although there was an accident this time, at least he is still alive. No matter how crazy Stannis is, as long as he still wants to ascend the Iron Throne, he will not kill the nobles after getting the ransom. As for Hadjen, don't worry, I will firmly control River Rapid City and continue to rope in the nobles of Hadjen in the name of the Tully family. Other than Aegon, I will not be loyal to anyone. Although Hadjen is in ruins, it will always be your and your wife's support. I have brought Count Sidega over. Aegon should be free soon. Sangza had gotten what she wanted and smiled happily. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Sangza, Old Crab, and Illyrio returned to Winterfell. When she glanced down, she was shocked to find that Erlu's West Castle was empty. The 2 winged dragons landed on the muddy drill ground. After introducing themselves, they followed Jon into the main castle. The living room was spacious and tall, with bare grey stone walls on all sides. Due to the heat from the hot springs, it was as warm as spring even without a fireplace. After the servant girl served hot milk and red wine to the guests, Jon explained, Stannis said that Winterfell has been recovered and Stark has regained control of the Northern Territory. He has fulfilled his promise to me. Now it is my turn to fulfill my obligation to him to help him ascend the Iron Throne. So, before you left with Sir Davos, he ordered his subordinates to pack his luggage. He has been gone for 3 days. Sangza was surprised. She held the porcelain cup of milk and thought for a while. She felt that Erlu's actions were reasonable. Stannis's goal was the Iron Throne. That had never changed. But obviously, sitting in Winterfell and enjoying the scenery of the Northern Territory would never allow him to ascend the Iron Throne. Unless Cersei was like Aegon and foolishly came to the Northern Territory to mess with him. Jon asked curiously. Stannis's army of thousands traveled along the King's Lane. It was very obvious in the white snow. Why didn't you see them? We didn't travel along the King's Lane. Sansa then briefly told him about the appearance of the Alliance's pterosaur squad and the destruction of the Southern Army. To avoid being ambushed, we traveled at night during the day and tried our best to avoid the main roads. I see. Jon frowned as he thought about the recent events. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Where is Stannis right now? Where is Aegon? Sansa asked. Seeing the dark circles under his sister's eyes, Jon's grey eyes suddenly brightened. In the closed Northern Territory, the flow of information should be extremely slow. He was the Lord of Winterfell. If he wanted to know about the Dragonlion battle that happened 5 days ago by the Blackwater River, he had to rely on his sister's tireless travel. How could Stannis, an outsider, know about the Northern Territory so accurately and quickly? He had this question during the negotiation that day, but he didn't have the chance to ask. She-Bear Alysanne Mormorn was the Earl of Bear Island, but she had never heard of the Dragon Queen. The nobles of the Northern Territory didn't even know about the famous martial scholar of the Honeywine River. In White Harbor, where information was the best, when the local Northerners heard the Dragon Queen's poem for the first time, they were still puzzled. Wasn't the Mad King's daughter thrown against the wall by Tywin and smashed into a pile of minced meat? Similarly, until now, there were still many southern nobles who didn't know that Erlu had gone to the Great Wall and even traveled thousands of miles to suppress the Boltons. This was the normal flow of information between the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory. However, during the negotiation that day, not only did Stannis know everything that happened outside the Northern Territory, he even knew about the current situation in the Royal Territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly proposed the condition to ransom Aegon, the command of the 2 armies by the Blackwater River and near the King's Landing. Jon. Sansa waved her hand in front of Jon and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? Where is Stannis? Is Aegon still in Winterfell?" "Sorry, I was distracted." Jon smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "It's about 50 kilometers away from Winterfell, just half a day's ride. Aegon went with them to White Harbor. But don't worry, Count Gabe and Great John will each lead 1,000 cavalrymen and move with Stannis. After all, I swore to support him in his fight for the Iron Throne." Speaking of this, Jon's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. If Erlu worked hard and risked his life to help Stark fight against Skinner without asking for anything in return, how great would that be? Sansa forced herself to relax, but the fat spice merchant beside her was anxious. His Majesty Aegon's legs are still injured. How can he march with the army? Let's hurry and bring him back. Sansa didn't want to bring him along because she didn't think the fat man could help. However, the fat man kept begging. His 10 fingers that were adorned with various gemstones kept wiping away tears. He was even sadder than her, the queen. "Should we go to Crabclaw Peninsula and invite Monk Merrybad to help us? Although the sacred healing spell isn't omnipotent, it has miraculous effects on physical injuries," the old crab suggested. Sansa shook her head and said with slight dissatisfaction, "On the way to Moongate Castle, I specially descended to Terror Cave Castle to look for him. He said he could send Aegon there, but he wouldn't leave Crabclaw Peninsula for long. The tens of thousands of citizens of Trident River can't do without him. The king was gone, what use was there for the citizens?" They didn't waste any time. After a cup of warm milk, they rode on the dragon and flew south along the King's Lane. Within half an hour, they landed among Erlu's cavalrymen. Erlu had returned the northern nobles and clansmen to Jon after conquering Winterfell, leaving him with only 300 blazing knights and 2,000 mercenaries. When Aegon's Black Reaper rampage, more than 300 mercenaries were killed, including 40 blazing knights who bravely slayed dragons. 2 small mercenary groups were frightened and ran away. After Erlu left Winterfell, he arranged for 7 or 8 blazing knights to lead 100 mercenaries to guard the dying Black Reaper in Winterfell. After hearing the news of the battle at Blackwater River, Erlu's face darkened. He bit his cheeks and ground his teeth for a while before saying slowly, "When I receive Davos' reply, I'll give Aegon limited freedom. He'll be allowed to walk freely in the camp and receive guests. Before Sangza and the others could react, Illyrio's blue beard trembled as he shouted angrily, "We've already paid the ransom. Why don't you let him go immediately? Who are you?" Erlu's eyes were sharp and suspicious. Chapter 690. After listening to Sangza's introduction of Illyrio, Erlu frowned as he sized up the fatty. "Where is Varys? Did you participate in his conspiracy to confuse Rhaegar's bloodline?" Illyrio was dumbfounded. His fat face turned green, white, and red. He raised a fat finger as thick as a carrot and pointed it at Erlu. He trembled as he said, "Don't slander me, and don't change the topic. His Majesty Aegon was raised by Sir Clinton and Sister Ashara since he was young. His identity was personally acknowledged by the Dragon Queen and Prince Mikhail. What right do you have to suspect him? Hurry up and hand over His Majesty Aegon. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms." Erlu's gaze was as sharp as a knife. "As for you, you are a foreign merchant. Why are you so actively involved in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms? What is your relationship with Aegon that you are more anxious than Sansa Stark? I do not deny that I sponsored His Majesty Aegon to obtain a noble title and land. However, I am a righteous merchant and an old friend of the Targaryen family. It is also my dream to uphold justice for the Targaryens." Illyrio's expression was furious. His eyes were clear, and his tone was firm. He looked exactly like a persecuted and misunderstood loyal subject. "Don't change the topic." Sansa waved her hand impatiently and questioned Erlu. "Why don't you immediately release Aegon? I have already done as you said. The True Dragon Alliance has clearly collapsed and can no longer threaten your throne. Are you forgetful?" Erlu's tone was unpleasant. "I said that when Davos obtained the military command of the False Dragon Alliance, Aegon would be placed under the supervision of a third party, Jon Stark. When the matter of the King's Landing was over and you all swore to exile yourselves, I would release him. You said so at the time, but you shouldn't have taken Aegon away from Winterfell. If you leave Winterfell, how can Jon guarantee Aegon's treatment and safety? Do you think I'll stay in Winterfell forever?" Stannis asked. "You can leave a group of creatures in Winterfell to supervise Aegon, just like you did with the Black Death God," Sansa said. Erlu glanced at Jon and said coldly, "I'm sorry, but your reputation is not worth the risk. I'm worried about you staying in Winterfell." These words were obviously directed at him. Jon was embarrassed and angry. He blushed and said, "Your Majesty Stannis, aren't you going overboard? The Dread Keep has yet to be taken, and I have yet to complete my revenge on Roose Bolton, but I still sent 2,000 cavalry to follow you south. There aren't 3,000 cavalrymen in the entire northern region right now. What else do you want?" Erlu said faintly, "I want you to use your identity as Rob's successor to gather the nobles in Hedyen County. I want 10,000 of your soldiers in the north to follow me to the south." Jon's army was made up of 3 parts: the barbarians on the Great Wall, the rock seeds on Skaggs Island, and the private soldiers of the northern region nobles. The 2,000 cavalrymen he gave to Erlu were all from the various nobles in the northern region. The barbarians, rock seeds, and even the crippled clansmen were all left in Winterfell. According to Erlu's plan, Jon not only had to support him to the south, but he also had to replace Sansa and rebuild the Wolf, Fish, and Eagle alliance. Robb was not only the king of the northern region. The nobles of Hedyen County, including his grandfather's Tully family, had all pledged their loyalty to him. Of course, Erlu was not stupid. He had never thought of plucking a complete peach. If Jon could help him gather as many people as possible, it would be a gain. But Jon refused. He refused to send troops to the south with him and refused to write a letter to Blackfish of River Delta to persuade him to surrender. Jon was an idiot to help Erlu with all his might at this time. Blackfish was Sansa's second grandpa, but he had nothing to do with him. In the silence, Sansa suddenly asked, "Where do you intend to bring Aegon to?" "To the King's Landing, at the Red Fort, to judge him in public and then exile him." "It's a pity." Erlu's deep blue eyes showed a hint of helplessness, but it disappeared in an instant. He was expressionless, and his voice was flat and rigid as he said, "Go to White Harbor and take a boat to the south. I want to return to Wind's End Fort. That's Theon Bella's clan castle. It can't fall into the hands of outsiders." The northern region had never been his destination. He wanted to gain the loyalty of the northern region's people and then lead Stark to the neck. He wanted to conquer the nobles of Hugien County and the valley, and rebuild the deer, wolf, fish, and eagle alliance with the bucks as the center. That was his original and most beautiful wish. Of course, the current situation was not the worst. Aegon had been eliminated, the northern region had pledged their loyalty, and the Iron Treasury had given him an unlimited amount of money. He had recruited 70 to 80,000 mercenaries, and he would be able to fight his way to the King's Landing. After this conversation, both parties parted on bad terms. However, before leaving, Jon stayed alone in Erlu's tent for 15 minutes. King Stannis, I have a question. Winterfell and the King's Landing are thousands of kilometers apart. How do you know about Aegon's military plans and the exact location of the northern and southern armies? Jon asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. I have my own information channels. Erlu did not seem to want to talk about it. He was vague and evasive. Is it Scholar the Roma? Seeing Erlu's pupils constricting, Jon knew that he had guessed correctly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lord Manderley's warning was right. I should have listened to him and rejected Scholar Theoma's service. I should have chosen an apprentice from the northern region nobles. Even if his abilities were not as good, at least he would have been loyal. Scholar the Roma is very loyal to the king, Erlu said calmly. But he is even more loyal to the king on the Iron Throne. Jon rubbed his numb cheeks and lamented, have you never thought about where his information comes from? The nobles of the northern region have no dealings with the King's Landing. In the past, we would not receive a single letter from the King's Landing. Even if there were letters, they would be summaries of the news. Only Winterfell has the right to receive and send out outdated political news. In fact, it was not only the northern region that did not have access to information. In this era where communication relied on messenger crows and paper-making had not been invented, the Seven Kingdoms' information flow was slow. For example, Scholar Pylos of Dragonstone Island was in charge of collecting information from the Seven Kingdoms, but the information he received was monthly. He did not know what had happened in the Moon Valley or what had happened in Moon River Bay. Erlu's eyes flashed. He said nonchalantly, no matter where he got the information from, as long as it is true and valuable to me, it is enough. Jon's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that Theoma's motive was not simple, but he would rather let Cersei take advantage of him to get rid of Aegon. That's right. I have been in contact with the King's Landing. The messenger crows of the Red Keep brought news of the True Dragon Alliance. When I saw King Stannis, I told him immediately. Scholar Theoma's chubby red face was calm. After returning to Winterfell, Jon immediately ordered for him to be arrested and brought to the Great Hall for trial. So it was you. Sansa's expression was complicated. It was obvious that she was in disbelief, but also filled with anger and killing intent. But you are a scholar. You swore to be loyal to your lord. I did not betray Count Mandler or Duke Jon, the Roma said calmly. Colluding with Cersei is not considered betrayal. Queen Cersei is the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The traitors are Stannis and Aegon. I am helping my lord correct his mistakes. The Roma was not ashamed at all. His voice was steady and loud, without a trace of trembling. But his calmness angered Sansa. She was so angry that her face contorted. Traitor! Execute him! Traitor! Execute him! The barbarians, northerners, and knights of the valley all shouted angrily. Silence! Jon shouted. He looked coldly at the red-faced scholar and said, Do you still remember your oath as a scholar? Haha, Lord Jon, do you still remember the oath of the Night's Watch? Siaumo chuckled. Of course, you're tired from logging, and you even died once. But did I jump out from a crack in a rock? After wearing the necklace, the scholar must give up his previous name and entrust his loyalty to his lord. But I can't forget the name I have used for decades, Theoma Lannister. I know that I am from Port Lannister and have family, friends, and relatives in the Western Territory. For the sake of lumbering, I am willing to be like you. I am willing to break my oath once and die once. You can chop off my head. Jon felt as if he had eaten a fly. But the Roma was so determined and right that he could not do anything. Put on your black clothes and go to the Great Wall. He sighed. Dany patted the long crate made of fresh pine wood. She held back her laughter and said, "This is the dwarf's coffin. He is not dead yet." My G stood in the garden on the top floor, full of blooming flowers and fruits. She looked around and was amazed by her surroundings. "I am not dead yet." The dwarf's weak voice came from the crate. Two Unsullied stepped forward and opened the lid of the crate. Then, they carried out Tyrion, who was wrapped in a thick down quilt, and placed him on the lawn under the sun. Argici, who had come over to take a look, suddenly covered her nose and retreated as if she had been electrocuted. "It stinks. Even the dwarf's corpse stinks." The sky-blue feathers were stained with thick yellow water and dark red blood. Like the leaves of a rice dumpling, it was sticky, and there were even threads between the quilt and the skin. A fishy and salty smell of rotten meat mixed with herbs immediately spread out. It was so pungent that it made one want to vomit. After flying in the sky for 2 days, Tyrion looked even more miserable. It was like a live chicken that had been thrown into a pot of oil and fried until it was black. Then, it was covered in a layer of expired ketchup. It was black and sticky. "Your Majesty, save me. I feel terrible. It's like there is a fire in my stomach." The dwarf's eyes, one dark green and the other dark, were wide open. His pleading and pain almost overflowed from his eyes. After old Ymont stepped forward to measure his temperature, he exclaimed, "7 gods above, his body temperature is over 45 dragon degrees." Then, he turned to Dany and said, "Your Majesty, save him. There is no medicine to cure him. We can only use a large-scale saint healing spell." Dany did not comment. She approached the dwarf and carefully felt the active fire magic power in the dwarf's organs. She took off the lobster glove on her right hand and clenched her palm towards her heart. Silently, wisps of pale yellow fire floated out from all parts of the dwarf's body and floated into Dany's palm. In a moment, a dark red fireball the size of a ping-pong ball was condensed. Fire wizard spell plus a curse. "Melisandre really wants your life." She squeezed her right hand and the fireball was extinguished. However, a dark red skull mark was left on Dany's jade-white palm. The skull's mouth was still moving up and down. Dragon spirit plus true dragon roar. The skin on her palm trembled slightly. The skull mark turned into specks of dark red dust and floated down. Before it landed on the grass, it disappeared into the air. Chapter 691. The Golden Knights lived up to their reputation as the world's best mercenary group. Even with the pterosaurs throwing kerosene bombs from the sky, they still managed to defeat the Lion Army with 70% of their HP. Well, the Lion Army in Cersei's era was at least 30% weaker than Tywin's. The Golden Knights were true professional soldiers. They were too familiar with large-scale battles and were especially good at teamwork. With 100 armored elephant soldiers as the vanguard, 500 true knights led 1,500 knight squires to follow closely behind, followed by the swordsmen and shield-bearers. Their moves were simple, but they coordinated well as if they were an organic whole. Originally, this was not a sneak attack. The Golden Knights and the Dornies were not weak. The two sides could have fought for at least 2 or 3 days and even reached a stalemate. Then, Yulun appeared. He led 10,000 Ironmen and 3,000 newly recruited River Bay Iron Horsemen to attack from the back of Rose Avenue, breaking the jaws of the Golden Regiment. 38,000 vs 14,000, an absolute advantage in numbers. A two-pronged attack. And the pterosaurs threw kerosene bombs from time to time. How could the true Dragon Alliance's southern army withstand it? As for the 8,000 valiant vassals of the Stormlands, they ran away. They started to retreat as soon as the news of Aegon's capture came. When Randolph Tally beat the war drums, the Stormlands vassals threw away their last bit of restraint and ran away. The Stormlands had no loyalty to Aegon. The Golden Knights and Dornies could not stop them because the vassals led their own private soldiers and only answered to the Duke of Stormlands. No one else could control them. Well, Prince Dornies could not order any of the Stormlands' productive knights. Actually, Tyrion had already considered the possible appearance of a pterosaur squad and had countermeasures. Bronn shook his head and sighed. The northern and southern armies have Illyrio's scorpion crossbows. Even if there were 2 squads of 10 pterosaurs, let alone a squad of 5 pterosaurs. With the help of the dragon-slaying crossbows, Tyrion's Tessa and King Aegon's Balerion would be able to protect themselves even if they could not win. Uncle Finger had considered inviting the alliance to attack Aegon. Sansa knew about this and reminded her husband after their marriage. Actually, even without her reminder, Tyrion had already considered everything that Uncle Finger could think of. He had ridden a dragon to bombard the enemy at Slaves Bay many times, and had also plundered merchant ships at the Maiden of Freedom Strait. His experience was too rich, and Uncle Finger could not compare to him at all. The dwarf knew very well that the pterosaurs' greatest threat to the ground forces was the wildfire bombs it threw. The pterosaurs that were carrying wildfire bombs were not as agile, fast, and high-flying as the unloaded pterosaurs. It was just like how fighter jets would lose their auxiliary fuel tanks when they participated in official battles. As long as they had the same air force, even if they did not have the numbers and could not win the aerial battle, the threat of the pterosaurs' bombs would be reduced by at least 80%. With Tessa and Balerion attacking the pterosaurs, the ground troops could hold on for at least half a month before the number of casualties reached the psychological limit of the soldiers. Not to mention half a month, with the Weave's central hub sending messages, Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus could arrive within a day. Even if she sent a team of pterosaurs, it would only take 2 days. Therefore, under the premise that they were prepared, Aegon and Tyrion were not afraid of the King's Landing colluding with the alliance. On the contrary, they were looking forward to it. If Cersei colluded with the alliance, would the Dragon Queen go crazy? Sigh, everything is too coincidental. King Aegon fell to the enemy, Tyrion was severely injured, and the morale of the true Dragon Alliance's troops in the north and south fell apart. Then, the central hub of the Weave collapsed, and a team of pterosaurs from the alliance suddenly attacked. Bronn was puzzled. He looked at Marvin and asked, looking at the results, it seems like Stannis, Cersei, and the alliance worked together to orchestrate all of this. With King Aegon's strong rise, Cersei and Stannis have a reason to work together. However, their relationship is like fire and water, and their personalities are also extremely solitary. I don't understand the current situation of the 7 kingdoms. I don't understand either. Marvin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then looked at Sansa. You just came from Winterfell. Did you hear anything from Stannis? No, the things that happened at King's Landing are beyond my imagination. However, Stannis wants to take over the command of the true Dragon Alliance's army, so it shouldn't be. Sansa suddenly stopped and said thoughtfully, Stannis wants to take advantage of us, and Cersei wants to solve the problem at King's Landing. However, looking at the results, it's obvious that only Cersei achieved her goal perfectly, while Stannis worked for nothing. Perhaps, after getting rid of the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen yesterday, the Iron Throne has already made a move on the vassals of the Valley today. Therefore, they shouldn't be working together. However, this series of events is too coincidental. When too many coincidences come together, it can't be a coincidence. The 7 hells. Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed. The only one who benefited in the end was Cersei. Stannis was also fooled. He just sent the Onion Knight to the royal territory today. Perhaps now. Suddenly, the roar of winged dragons came from the sky outside the castle, followed by the cheers of Long Live the Queen from the guards. Marvin and Bronn stood up and exclaimed in surprise, the reinforcements are here. The reinforcements were indeed here. Black Sister Larissa rode on a shadow dragon and brought 3 ownerless winged dragons with her. The Queen has arranged for me to assist Master Marvin in protecting the core of the magic net. Of the 3 winged dragons, one will go to Earl Bronn, one will go to Earl Sidegger, and the last one will be left for Tidehead Island. Earl Valerian is too young, so let him choose a family knight. I can control the magic crystal tower to fire attacks. With the help of the 3 winged dragons, it will be more than enough to defend Dragonstone Island. Black Sister did not beat around the bush and directly stated her intentions. You have the legacy of Great Wizard Valeglia. The magic crystal tower will be more useful in your hands. Marvin let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will protect Dragonstone Island with my life. Bronn was overjoyed and thanked her profusely. 7 gods above, I, Bronn Blackwater, I'm also a dragon knight. As expected, pledging loyalty to the queen when she was still weak was the best decision in his life. Although Cersei's shameless personality was more compatible with his, and although the Dragon Queen was too righteous, benevolent, and saintly, she had a lot of flaws that made him unable to live a carefree life under her. The benefits were really great. Now, he even had a dragon. Earl Bronn, you don't seem to have a Holy Knight's seal. Larissa frowned. Not yet, but I've been working hard. Recently, I've been reading the Bible teachings that Big Sparrow gave me. Bronn patted his chest and promised. I want to read the new 7 Stars Bible written by the Queen. What's the difference? Bronn was confused. The effect is better. Sansa was confused. Mage Larissa, you only said that you want to defend. Is the Dragon Queen not going to take care of the winged dragons? Larissa squinted her eyes and looked at the Queen curiously. She cracked a smile and said, we don't know how many pterosaurs the Alliance has sent. If the 4 pterosaurs were ambushed, it would be a huge loss for us. The Battle of Meereen is about to end. When the time comes, the Westeros will be able to wipe out all the winged dragons. Yes, that's the best way. Marvin and Bronn nodded. Sansa frowned and asked, how does Aunt Dany plan to save King Aegon? Didn't you communicate through the glass candles? Black Sister looked at her in confusion. The Queen will cover the ransom no matter how much Stannis wants. Money is not a problem. Right, how many gold royals does he want? Black Sister asked curiously. He doesn't want money. Sansa smiled bitterly and told Black Sister what happened in the past few days. This. Even Blackie was stunned. When I left, Tyrion had not arrived yet. But Stannis sure is mad. Has his obsession with the Iron Throne become a demon? Scholar Pylos's face was expressionless. He used the most rational voice to say, it's not crazy. He eliminated his strongest competitor. If King Aegon didn't go to Winterfell, he would have taken the King's Landing by now. King Aegon and Cersei on the Iron Throne are 2 completely different things. Cersei inherited the Theon dynasty. After Tommen died, Stannis became the first rightful heir to the Theon dynasty. Aegon claiming the throne was the same as restarting the Targaryen dynasty and announcing the end of the Theon dynasty. In theory, the 7 kingdoms only have one rightful king, and that is Stannis. Cersei is a fake king who usurped the throne. That's why he would rather maintain Cersei's rule and ensure that he is the rightful king. These words thoroughly explained Erlu's actions. Erlu had won from the moment he captured Aegon. Whether he could control the true Dragon Alliance was only a question of how much he won. Of course, this wasn't a battle between Erlu and Aegon. If he defeated Aegon, Erlu would only prevent himself from being eliminated immediately. Cersei, who had swept through the true Dragon Alliance, would become his greatest enemy again. Even if he killed Cersei, he still had the Church of the 7 Gods to back him up. The 7 kingdoms would not allow a heretic to claim the throne. That's why Erlu was the only rightful king, but he was the furthest away from the Iron Throne. Unless he could really save the world from the Long Night. Sansa was worried about Aegon in Winterfell, so she didn't stay long on Dragonstone Island. But in the afternoon, 2 18-meter-long shadow dragons attempted to throw kerosene bombs at the Magic Crystal Tower. Larissa rode her dragon into the sky to meet them. The other party thought that the glass candles were blocked and Slavers Bay hadn't received the message yet. They didn't expect reinforcements to arrive and were caught off guard. One of the winged dragon knights was shot in the back by Blackie with an arrow. The other knight immediately fled with the winged dragon that had lost its master. Just like that, Sansa was delayed for a while. When the sky turned dark, Sansa left the flying dragon tower under the starlight. To prevent the queen from being captured by the dragon knights, Blackie even brought a winged dragon to escort her to the Moongate Castle. Old Crab was still at the Moongate Castle. Although he was a sly old fox, he was a true believer of the 7 gods. When Erlu burned the statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island, Old Crab even purposely covered his face with a veil to express his silent protest. Those who protested were all burned by Erlu. Hence, Old Crab could immediately form the Holy Knight's seal in front of the Great Guardian statue and become a Dragon Knight. Bless the 7 gods. Long live the Dragon Queen. Old Crab stroked the shadow dragon's shiny black scales. His eyes were red with excitement. I didn't think that I could become a dragon knight at such an old age. The Allied army has at least 5 winged dragons in the Westeros. It's best if Count Sidega hides during the day and travels at night. Blackie warned and prepared to leave before the sun rose. Wizard Larissa, why are you all shadow dragons? My striped dragon seems to be much slower. Sansa wanted to ask this question when she was on Dragonstone Island. The winged dragons that Larissa brought were all shadow dragons with high speed, high attack power and infrared vision. This meant that the Dragon Queen didn't lack shadow dragons. But why did she give her niece a striped dragon? Chapter 692. Are you afraid of death? No, we paladins are not afraid of death. Cora waved his hand and explained with a red face, but we can't die so easily. For example, in addition to my identity as a dragon knight, I also have the position of a white knight, the Queen's Guard cavalry commander, Meereen city defense commander, and so on. If I die, it's equivalent to the Queen losing a dragon knight, a white knight, a cavalry commander, a city defense commander, and the other party's dragon knight is just a simple dragon knight, with no more important military or political positions. What's worse is that in a one-on-one dragon knight battle, my winning rate is not as high as the other parties. If there is a big battle, our side will be at a disadvantage. My G was stunned. It seemed to make sense. However, since you can't fight, why were you chosen as dragon knights? She only thought about this in her heart and did not ask. Because she knew the answer herself. Of course, the nobles had to choose first when it came to something as good as a pterosaur. Why can't you beat the other party? She was conflicted. Nobles should have preferential treatment, this is reasonable, but nobles should also be better at fighting. Cora said helplessly, my training time is not as long as the other parties. They are professional dragon knights, and we are just dragon knights. They gather together every day, train for at least 12 hours, and take half a day off every 10 days. We have to work a lot of the time and have no time to train, nor do we have the opportunity to gather people together for group training. Originally, we had an advantage in weapons Tyrion's crossbow, but it didn't take long for the other party to learn. In the beginning, Dany did not find any problems with her system of selecting dragon knights. She was not a nepotistic person. At this time, the foundation of the empire had just been established. Under the fair and just military merit promotion and reward system, every noble who could obtain a noble title must have outstanding contributions and were all elites that were picked out of 100. Which dynasty did not have a gathering of generals and strategists at the beginning of the country? Every noble who obtained the seal of the Paladin in Slave Bay lived up to their name without any exaggeration. But here was the problem. Although dragon knights sounded high and mighty, in fact, they were soldiers who could be consumed. High-level soldiers. But no matter how high-level a soldier was, he was still a soldier. The Alliance's dragon knights came from a higher background than the knights of Slave Bay. Many of the dragon knights on Dany's side had been slaves before, but the dragon knights of the Alliance were all descendants of Valeglia. In terms of status, they were not far from Targaryen. However, those knights were of noble birth and did not hold any important positions in the military. Even if they died, it would not affect the normal operations of the Alliance's command system. Dany's dragon knights all had important positions. If 7 or 8 dragon knights died, then, at first, Dany didn't notice the problem, but after fighting 7 or 8 small-scale dragon battles, she suddenly realized that she had been attending too many funerals recently. After careful consideration, 5 regimental commanders were sacrificed, and 3 of them were captured by the Alliance army. Dany was alarmed, angry, and at a loss. This king swept through Slavers Bay, ambushed Tolos, and even bombed New Gis before finally occupying New Gis. After roaming the world for so many years, not a single Chiliarch had died. However, ever since they had the pterosaur and established the Pterosaur Knight Regiment, in just 2 months, their generals had fallen one after another. Then why did I come all the way to the Sosroth continent to find the pterosaur? So, our strategy is to fight with numbers and use the Megalosaurus to suppress the pterosaur. We are determined to avoid a chaotic battle and avoid one-on-one battles. We are only using the pterosaur's advantage in rapid movement and aerial bombardment, Cora said helplessly. In other words, they were giving up on the fighter jets and transforming the pterosaur into transport planes and bombers. When the pterosaur was used as a bomber, Danny still had to arrange for the megalosaurus to escort them. Isn't this too cowardly? Even Meiji felt a little ashamed for some reason. It was as if Cora and the Dragon Knights under the Dragon Queen were embarrassed, the entire Westeros would be embarrassed as well. We are just fighting in a more stable way, not hiding in the back and not participating in the battle. When we win the final battle, who won't praise us as glorious Dragon Knights? Cora did not think much of it. As the two of them were talking, the bombing in the distance had already ended. The Black Dragon escorted the 7 pterosaurs back to Meereen's airspace. The Dragon Queen also landed in the Pyramid Garden and ate a big mango. Then, she led the 7 pterosaurs loaded with kerosene bombs and took off from the Dragon Cave. After nearly an hour of torment, the second round of bombardment began. I finally understand why the Allied Army's camp is so far away from Meereen. 10 kilometers, it's just to reduce the frequency of you filling kerosene bombs. Meiji had a sudden realization. Then, she asked in confusion, since we are already at the foot of Meereen, why are we not attacking the city but getting bombed outside the city? When Cora heard that, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. He asked in return, "Did you see any elephant soldiers in the camp?" "Yes, I saw many giant elephants. Those are elephant carts used to transport goods. There are 5,000 elephant soldiers. The enemy did not attack the city because the elephant soldiers were not in position. Of course, it could also be that the trump card was not set up properly. Since the enemy is stalling for time, why don't you take the initiative to attack?" Meiji asked in confusion. Cora shook his head. His tone was no longer so certain. "The Queen thinks that stalling for time is more beneficial to us. We need time to find the whereabouts of the elephant soldiers, and we also need spies to figure out what the Allied Army's trump card is against the Queen. We also need to act cautiously and fight steadily to avoid falling into the enemy's trap. Anyway, we have no losses now, but we can use continuous bombing to wear down the enemy's morale and food." Although the Bear Mother was his aunt, some confidential military information was still hidden from her. For example, the Dragon Queen had vaguely guessed the location of the elephant soldiers. She was arranging for soldiers to dig holes in the city to bury water jars and listen to the sound to determine the location. For example, the weather at Slavers Bay was getting colder. The Dragon Queen hoped that it would be colder. It would be best if it snowed, because she had some guesses about Balerian's trump card. For example, the Dragon Queen was sure that as long as she was not disrupted by the enemy, as long as the Allied army arrived at Meereen City, she would definitely win. That was because she also had a trump card. Confidential information could not be revealed, but Da Xiong still introduced the well-known information to the Bear Mother. For example, Balerion and Jenny, the dozen or so city-states that formed the Allied army, and the true strength of the Allied army. Sigh, no wonder His Majesty Aegon was captured, and the Dragon Queen did not return to the Westeros. The war here is simply beyond my imagination. Compared to the Dragon Queen's war, our war in the north is really like a small skirmish. The Bear Mother sighed and felt inexplicably disappointed. Cora shook his head and said, "The war in the Westeros is at most fighting for the Iron Throne, but this is a battle to determine the king of the world. The two are completely incomparable." The Bear Mother was even more disappointed. It turned out that the Westeros were not the center of the world, and the Iron Throne was not the first throne in the world. She no longer looked at the disheartening battle outside the city. Instead, she began to look at the garden in the sky that was more than 200 meters above the ground. There was a swimming pool, a lawn, a garden, and half a circle of small trees around the perimeter. There were persimmon trees, mango trees, pomegranates. The garden was 30 meters long and wide. It was simply too big. It was hard to imagine how much stone, labor, and time were used to build this pyramid. Sigh, when I was young, I had a class with a scholar. He said that there was a great pyramid in the Far East. I asked him how big it was, and he said it was very, very big, even bigger than Winterfell. I did not believe him, but now. The Bear Mother was amazed and started to feel inferior. The pyramid was 240 meters tall, and its foundation was definitely more than 300 meters wide. However, Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. Not to mention the castle in Winterfell, even the Forest of Gods would not be as big as this stone tower. There was more than one great pyramid at Slaves Bay. Meereen alone had more than 20 pyramids. Is the King's Landing as big as Meereen? The Bear Mother asked. The Earl of Bear Island was more than 50 years old, but he had never been to the King's Landing. The first time Big Bear went to the King's Landing was when he followed Ide to fight against Lager. Before that, he had not even left the northern region. It was not their fault. From Bear Island to the King's Landing, it was at least 4,000 kilometers by land. It was even further by sea, around the Old Town and Dawn. It was estimated to be 10,000 kilometers. Meereen is bigger than the King's Landing, but it is not as populous as the King's Landing. The Gith people like to build pyramids and coliseums. Those buildings take up too much land. Oh! The Bear Mother sighed. If there is a chance, I have to go to the King's Landing. Looking at his aunt, Big Bear suddenly felt sad and said, "My pterosaur is female. After a few years, when it lays eggs, I will give you a few. In the future, the Earl of Bear Island will be able to ride a pterosaur and travel the world. You can also start a pterosaur air transport business and earn money to support your wife. The Queen allowed you to give the pterosaur away." The Bear Mother was shocked. Big Bear shook his head and smiled faintly. The pterosaur is unruly and is definitely the most ferocious creature in the world. Ordinary people can't tame a young pterosaur, but I have the mark of the paladin. The Queen promised that all first-generation paladins can pass down the title of paladin to their descendants. I have no children, so the title will be passed down to Alysanne's children. Queen Sansa seems to only need to pray to the 7 gods to become a dragon knight. There are not so many restrictions. The Bear Mother was confused. That is because Big Black, the great guardian of light, responded to her prayers, but not everyone can get an answer in their prayers. When I tell the Queen about the title, the Mormorn family will enter the Great Guardian's paladin list. In the future, as long as the direct descendants of the Mormorn family have enough faith, they can get the mark of the paladin from their prayers. That will be the inheritance. Faith. Believe in the 7 gods. Our family has believed in the old gods for thousands of years. The Bear Mother frowned. Let the children choose voluntarily. Didn't Sansa Stark believe in the 7 gods? With a dragon knight to inherit, who would still believe in the old gods? The Bear Mother sighed. Actually, there are benefits to believing in the old gods. The Bear Mother frowned again and said hesitantly, "After becoming a dragon knight, don't we have to be loyal to the Dragon Queen's descendants? Of course, just like how the vassals wear their ancestral armor to answer the call of their lord, if the Queen's heir needs a dragon knight to participate in battle, we will all ride a dragon and rush over." This was the dragon knight system that Dany really wanted to establish. The pterosaurs with their big bellies could almost make any king poor, but it was different if they were distributed to the vassals. The vassals would receive honor and the convenience of swift action, the king would reduce financial expenses, and there would be a stable source of dragon knights. Because the mark of the paladin came from Big Black, the loyalty of the dragon knights could also be guaranteed. A win-win situation. This was actually a fake version of Valeglia. But Bear Island has been loyal to Stark for generations. The Bear Mother's expression was conflicted. Chapter 693. Mormorn on horseback is loyal to Stark, while Mormorn on winged dragon serves Targaryen. What if they clash? The Bear Mother asked again. Then it's a civil war, as long as the 2 Mormons don't meet. I don't think that's a good idea. The Bear Mother was conflicted. Then do you want my title of Holy Knight? The Bear Mother was a little impatient. He didn't have any sons or daughters, but he didn't want to see Count Mormont's wife run away because he was poor, so he decided to let Maige's descendants inherit his gift. If Maige wasn't willing, then forget it. Yes, of course. It was easy to reject the Bear Mother's inheritance, just a sentence, but it was almost impossible to encounter such a good thing again. Maige wasn't stupid, of course she wouldn't reject. Do you have any other titles? She asked. What do you mean? The Bear Mother was puzzled. Let's split the family into 2. Bear Island will continue to be loyal to Stark, and choose one of my daughters to inherit your winged dragon and fief." The bear mother was stunned. The bear mother was a little embarrassed by the stare, her sallow old face flushed red, and she stammered, "A loyal subject doesn't serve two masters. Stark and Targaryen had a blood feud more than 10 years ago, who knows when they'll fight again. Besides, I have 4 daughters, and the remaining 3 don't have the right to inherit. Bear Island is too poor, and the good people look down on us, unwilling to marry us." Bear Island was too poor and too remote, and in terms of marriage, both men and women were miserable. Not to mention the bear mother, it was difficult for the Bear Island's daughters to marry. The bear mother herself didn't have a husband, and her 5 children were all born with wild men. Her eldest daughter, Daisy, was almost 20 years old, and she died unmarried. The second daughter, the she-bear, also had a few children, but like the bear mother, she didn't marry and went to Bear Island's wild men to have children. Not all of the Bear Island's daughters looked like she-bears. Daisy Mormorn, for example, was tall, strong, and charming, and graceful, and well-bred, as the heir to an earl. The daughters of great aristocrats were often engaged before they reached adulthood. However, the daughters of Bear Island were either like Daisy, who kept herself clean but didn't have any outstanding aristocratic sons to marry, or like Maiji and Alisa, those with status weren't willing to marry them, and those without status were looked down upon. Thus, it was better for them to live their lives freely on Bear Island. Fierce men, stylish men, cool men, little fresh meats, they could choose at will, and they guaranteed that none of them would be over 25 years old. After all, they were the lords of Bear Island, and although they didn't have money, they had power. "I'm a white knight. I don't have any land, but I can ask the queen. It should be possible." Of course, Dany had no objections. "I have a lot of West Eros nobles here. It won't be a problem to call all of your cousins over. They will first take the oath to become knights, and then follow me to conquer the world. I guarantee that in the future, each of them will have a noble title and a fief." Dragon Queen is unusually forthright. How could she refuse a subordinate who was qualified in terms of technical and tactical skills and also had loyal and devoted genes? Last time, when she conquered Bayasabad by the Jade Sea, she felt that she didn't have enough subordinates to use. In the future, when she conquered Queers, Jade Sea, Volantis, and other city-states, there would be a shortage of talent if she only arranged for one confidant to be the lord of each city. Moreover, Big Bear belonged to the oldest group of officials, so Dany was happy to give him some rewards. When Maiji received this reply, she happily stayed in the pyramid. That night, Dany held a small banquet for Maiji in the Great Pyramid. She didn't invite many guests, but gathered the generals and nobles who lived in the Great Pyramid together to have a sumptuous dinner. After the banquet, Dany began to treat the dwarf's injuries. In a 30-square-meter stone room, the walls were pasted with snow-white dragon paper. More than 20 candles were lit in the chandelier, and the room looked bright and magnificent. In the middle of the room, there was a single bed with a straw mat, and on the bed lay a charred dwarf wearing only a pair of white underpants. "How is it?" Looking at Dany's changing expression under the light, old Ymont was worried. "How is it?" The dwarf also widened his heterochromatic eyes and looked at Dany nervously. Dany was silent for a while before she said, "Tyrion, first tell me a reason why you want me to save you." The dwarf blurted out, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for Targaryen." "Ha ha!" Dany sneered. "I will lead Casterly Rock to surrender to you." "Ha ha! I can give you my sister's head as a ball." "Sigh, looks like you're dead for sure today." Dany sighed. "Your Majesty, other than loyalty, I really can't think of anything else to give you." The dwarf wailed. "Loyalty? Don't ruin this beautiful word. Then tell me, what do you want?" Tyrion closed his eyes and said directly, "Since you didn't throw me out, it means that there's still a possibility of saving me." "I'll agree to whatever you say." Dany turned to Aegon, pointed at the dwarf and asked, "What other value does he have?" Ymont frowned and said awkwardly, "Even a nail or a straw mat can have some effect. No matter how bad Tyrion is, he's still better than a nail or a straw mat. Perhaps it can be used in the future." The dwarf opened his eyes and shouted, "Master Ymont, I swear I won't let you down. I'll be 1,000,000 times more useful than a nail or a straw mat. Danny smiled and said, if that's the case, then sell your life to me. Every time you buy a life, we'll calculate the value. How about that? You mean, if you save me once, I'll have to work for you a lot? The dwarf asked hesitantly. There are 3 plans to save you. Danny extended 3 fingers. First, the normal version. I'll use the Great Resurrection spell to help you repair your charred organs, then use Pogba's Ice Skin Jade Cream to treat your external injuries. You can survive, but your skin will be covered in burn scars, just like a hound's face. Hound? Tyrion shuddered and quickly said, I don't want the normal version, give me a better one. The normal version saves the most divine power. You only need to return 5 lives and work for me 5 times, Danny reminded him. 5 lives for the normal version? Isn't that too expensive? Danny nodded and said matter-of-factly, of course, this kind of exclusive business is extremely profitable. A treasure like you, who's 1,000,000 times more useful than a straw mat, needs to be ruthlessly fleeced. The dwarf asked blankly, let's talk about the other treatment plans. For the VIP version that's above the normal version, I'll make a great vow to the Holy Mother and use 1,000,000 powers of faith to reshape your life. Old Ymont asked curiously, what's reshape my life? Above the holy healing spell is the resurrection spell. You've seen the process of Big Sparrow's resurrection? I can't use the resurrection spell, but the Holy Mother is merciful and the Holy Father is just, so she passed on the resurrection spell to me. Resurrection spell? This grand name immediately intimidated the dwarf and Ymont. Look. Danny pointed at the dwarf in disdain. He's less than 1 meter tall, his head is as big as a bucket, his torso is like a pillar, and his legs are bent like crab claws. He doesn't even have a nose, a scar on his face, and his eyes are different in size. If it weren't for the Holy Mother's mercy, this kind of person would have been directly thrown into the 7 levels of hell. The dwarf was ashamed and angry. He shouted, the Holy Father is fair. Even though I don't have the physique of a normal person, I have superhuman wisdom. If you really had great wisdom, you wouldn't have accomplished nothing and failed time and time again, Danny mocked. Danny, what can the resurrection spell do? Ymont quickly changed the topic. The resurrection spell, as the name suggests, can make a dwarf a new man. I can make him even more handsome than his older brother, compared to. Danny crossed her left hand in front of her chest and supported her chin with her right hand. She sized up the dwarf with a scrutinizing gaze. Maybe 3 meters tall? You can make me grow taller? The dwarf widened his eyes and said in ecstasy. The dwarf was currently 0.9 meters tall. If he grew to 3 meters tall, it would be equivalent to stretching his body by half. It would be a miracle. Danny, can you really make him grow again? Ymont asked in surprise. Not only can I grow taller, I can also become more handsome. I think I was already very handsome before, the dwarf said hesitantly. Then do you want to be even more handsome? Danny asked with a smile. Of course, if I can do it. The dwarf did not hesitate at all. The VIP Premium Edition, 50 lives. Although it's a little expensive, but... The dwarf nodded hesitantly. If you can do it, 50 lives are worth it. Anyway, he might not be able to survive even if he sold his life 5 times. It was no different from selling his life 50 times. Thinking of this, the dwarf looked at Danny with anticipation and asked, what's the third treatment method? VIP Max Pro Emperor Edition. Other than the Premium Edition's effects, it can also let you obtain the power of a god descending to the mortal world. God descending to the mortal world. Strength enough to wrestle with giants. Magic resistance like the Megalosaurus, immunity to most curses in the world, and even awakening special magic talents. That strong. The anticipation in the dwarf's eyes turned into suspicion. Even you aren't that strong, right? Haha, how do you think I became the king of Cal? Danny smiled proudly. The dwarf gritted his teeth and said firmly, all right, I'll take this Emperor Edition's treatment method. You don't even ask about the price. You have to sell your life 100 times for me. Anyway, I only have 1 life. What's the difference if I sell my life 50 times or 100 times? Thinking this in his heart, the dwarf said righteously. It's the duty of a subject to die for his majesty. So what if it's 500 times, let alone 100 times? If that's the case, then 500 times it is. Midget. Danny, you're not bragging, are you? How can there be such a powerful and miraculous treatment technique in the world? Old Yemont said what was in his heart after he forced the dwarf to drink a large bowl of concentrated poppy milk. You don't believe me, but don't you believe in the Holy Mother? Ah! Old Yemont's mouth twitched a few times and said, I believe in the Holy Mother, but I believe more that you will lie in the name of the Holy Mother. Ha ha, just you wait. Danny smiled helplessly. She put on a mask and a clean white coat. Then, she took out a scalpel and quickly and accurately cut open the dwarf's chest. Ah! Old Yemont's heart almost stopped from this sudden action. Didn't you dissect a corpse yourself? Danny asked curiously. But Tyrion is not a corpse. Old Yemont held onto the operating table, his old face pale. When Danny opened up the dwarf's stomach like she was cutting open a pig and revealed the charred and bleeding organs, the old man cried out again. He did not bother arguing with Danny and hurriedly ran out of the door to vomit. It was as if a ball of fire had ignited in the dwarf's chest. His internal organs and small intestines were all charred black, and some of his organs were even bleeding with yellowish red pus. But the dwarf did not die because he was a Targaryen. If it was a normal person, he would have died long ago. If it was before Danny became a demigod, he would not have lasted until now. Chapter 694. Before the Long Night, there was a legendary empire that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the Dawn Kingdom. Its territory stretched to the Bone Mountain Range in the west, the Grey Wilderness in the east, the Trembling Sea in the north, and the Jade Sea in the south. Even the Thunder Island in the Jade Sea belonged to its territory. It could be said that all the conquered lands around the Barren Land had surrendered to the Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Unlike the magic civilization of Valeglia, the Dawn Kingdom was a mythical civilization. Its founders were the gods the Night Lion, the god of death and darkness, and the Queen of Light. The two gods established the kingdom of God on earth, and its first ruler was the son of the gods, the Sky Emperor. Well, the Queen of Light was not Lalo in women's clothes, but the King of Light before Lalo, the singer of the Song of Light, a true god. The Sky Emperor was the son of the Lady of Light and the Night Lion. He inherited the bloodline of the gods and lived for at least 10,000 years. The eldest son of the Sky Emperor ruled the Dawn Kingdom for 1,000 years, but he lived for a long time. After all, 1,000 years was only the time he was the emperor. His father, the Sky Emperor, was the emperor for 10,000 years, so he must have been the crown prince for thousands of years. After that, the life of the emperor of the Dawn Kingdom became shorter and shorter, because the bloodline of the gods in their bodies became thinner and thinner. Then the question was, how strong was the bloodline of the gods? It was undeniable that there must be more extraordinary genes. However, there was a reality in the Song of Ice and Fire world that couldn't be ignored. An ordinary person with mediocre genes could also have extraordinary king's blood immediately after becoming a king. This showed that genes were not the only reason for the strength of the bloodline. There was a more important reason: the compatibility between the bloodline and the law of the world. If Zhu Yuanzhong was placed in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, his genes could be said to be extremely mediocre. When he became the Hongwu Great Emperor, his genes did not change, but his bloodline suddenly became tens of thousands of times higher, becoming the noblest bloodline in the world. If Zhu Yuanzhang's blood was used to cast a curse, even Danny would not be able to withstand it. Why was that? Zhu Yuanzhang's genes did not change, but because he became the emperor, the master of the world changed, and the law of the world also changed, becoming more compatible with the master of the world, which was Zhu Yuanzhang's family. Zhu Yuanzhang's family became the noble blood of the royal family. Any one of them could be used by Aunt May to draw blood to create a shadow assassin. A single person had promoted the bloodline of the entire clan. In the past, the little devil had also envied Dragon Queen's witchcraft and had once held a glass candle and stayed up all night. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent and could not light a candle, so he could not learn the meditation technique. However, the situation changed later on. Danny used the most direct method to touch the laws of the universe. She became a wind god and comprehended the Song of Fire, the power of creation. The door god was alarmed, the sheep egg was alarmed, and Lalo was alarmed. Dani's genes didn't change much, but the laws of the universe became more compatible with her bloodline. What was the relationship between the dwarf and Dani? Half-siblings from different mothers. A large portion of their genes overlapped. The genes of the midgets did not change, but as long as one sat at home, fortune would fall from the sky. He hadn't changed, but the laws of the universe had. He recalled the scene of Dani burning him in the Varja cave abode, not to mention elemental flames. She could even resist dragon flames and divine dragon flames. It was only natural that the dwarf was not burned to death by Aunt May. Actually, John had also benefited greatly. He still had to wear a mask at the Great Wall because he was afraid of sunlight. When Dani became a demigod and comprehended her own song of fire, his fire witchcraft cultivation seemed to have turned on a cheat. In less than half a month, his fire witchcraft had reached perfection, surpassing Tam and Kuei Shi, and becoming a shadow-binding knight who could see sunlight, just like Aunt May. Of course, the biggest beneficiary was neither John's nephew nor the dwarf, but the stable boy Simba. As for his dear nephew, Aegon, it was a pity that he did not get any benefits. Dani was unhappy that the dwarf had gotten such a huge benefit. That was why she came up with 3 treatment plans to trap him. The dwarf thought, there's no difference between working for the Dragon Queen 10 times and working for her 50 times. There's also no difference between working for her 50 times and working for her 100 times. If that's the case, only an idiot would not choose the treatment plan of VIP Max Pro Emperor. Dani hoped that he would think that way. Actually, although the normal version would be ugly, a hound with burns all over its body, it was definitely safe. The VIP version would change one's appearance and lengthen one's height. That was good. However, had he ever thought about who he would become? Why did the Dragon Queen want him to become him? VIP Max Pro Emperor Edition would not only change one's appearance, it would also allow one to descend from the heavens. However, had the Dragon Queen done such a transformation before? Would it succeed? What? Was it the Holy Mother's divine arts that helped the transformation? The Holy Mother was currently focused on carving mysterious and profound runes on the dwarf's organs and spine. Back in the Sosroth continent, at the Spider Spirit's burial ground, Dani had fulfilled her promise and bestowed the Song of Power to the Varja. In the Varja's mind, she had seen a set of strange golden runes appear on the surface of the Varja's soul. On the forehead, chest, back, and 4 limbs of the soul Varja, there were huge golden runes. Dani had always kept that set of runes in mind, because she suspected that the set of runes was related to the Song of Power. After a few months of research, Dani still could not turn the set of runes that she named Varja Song of Power into a meditation technique. She even suspected that she could not comprehend the Song of Power through meditation. Then, she thought of an idea. Could she brand the runes of the Varja Song of Power on the surface of the body to stimulate the mysterious power? Unfortunately, she had tested tattoo pigments made of many kinds of magic materials. She had tested them many times on unsullied volunteers, but none of them had succeeded. When she saw the dwarf and discovered that he had inexplicably activated his witchcraft talent, Dani had a new idea. Could she use the fire creation power to help him shape his organs, and then brand the runes of the Varja Song of Power on the organs during the process of creating the organs? There were 2 difficulties involved. First, she had to use the fire creation power to shape the organs. Previously, she had created complete lives. Recently, although the divinity of the fire creation power had been increasing, she was not confident that she could use the flames to create organs. If the dwarf had not survived being roasted by Aunt May, Dani would not have thought of this at all. The second difficulty was that if the organs could be created, then how could she ensure that the organs branded with the runes would not reject the body? Obviously, she would encounter danger during the experiment. However, the dwarf had betrayed her and taken advantage of Dani. He had activated his fire creation power, and now he wanted her to save his life. Why? Dani also had a legitimate reason. The dwarf swore that as long as she was willing to save him, he would work for her 500 times in the future. Being a lab rat was the first time he worked for her. Ouch! The unconscious dwarf suddenly opened his eyes and let out an inhuman cry of pain. The thick oak door could not stop his voice from spreading outside. What's going on? Before old Yimont, who had just rushed in, could ask in detail, he widened his eyes and let out a cry of horror that was as loud as the dwarf's, but with a different emotion. The dwarf was in pain to the bone, while Yimont was in shock and horror. The dwarf was like a fat pig whose stomach had been cut open. His stomach was open, revealing the organs inside. At this moment, his organs were burning in a bright red fire. There was even oil that was being refined, making a sizzling sound. The smell was even more, Yimont knelt on the ground and vomited puddles of clear water. He had already vomited his dinner outside. Old man, don't be agitated. Hurry up and get a bottle of concentrated poppy milk and make Tyrion drink it. His cries are as unpleasant as a pig being slaughtered. It's so noisy. Dany's grumbling voice came from under the thick mask. Yimont's face was distorted. It hurts, it hurts. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The dwarf howled in heart-wrenching pain. His head, neck, and limbs were all fastened to the operating table by straps, so he could not see his dissected stomach. After a while, old Yimont poured a liter of concentrated poppy milk into the dwarf's mouth with trembling hands. The sounds of pigs being slaughtered in the room gradually weakened, and finally quieted down completely. Dany, what are you doing? The old man asked with a trembling voice as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Tyrion has activated his fire wizard bloodline. Dany did not stop moving, and concisely recounted how the dwarf had taken advantage of her. That's a good thing, old Yimont exclaimed in surprise. It's a good thing. Tyrion's fire resistance has increased by quite a bit. Dany nodded in agreement. The muscles on Yimont's old face twitched a few times, and he advised, I know you don't like his actions, but he doesn't know about his past. Everything he does is for the sake of his family, and not for his own selfish desires. He's a good person, the old man emphasized. He's also a good experimental subject, very resistant to fire. Without waiting for the old man to persuade her again, Dany immediately said, Don't worry, he won't die. It's just some physical pain. If my deity's descent blood wizard spell can be successfully modified, my abilities will be greatly improved. Can it be popularized? Yimont asked. It should be possible, but, however, the greater benefit was that her fire creation divinity would be upgraded again. To put it bluntly, divinity was a kind of professional knowledge, and knowledge could be improved through research and practice. Transforming the fog into a fire spirit was practice. The blood wizard transformation on the dwarf was also practice, and could increase divinity. If divinity grew into a divine position, or even a song of laws, then she could truly become the goddess of fire life. This benefit was the true reward for saving the dwarf. Early in the morning, Meereen was still shrouded in a thin fog, but the top of the pyramid, which was more than 200 meters tall, was already bathed in golden sunlight. A long table was placed on the dewy green lawn. Dany sat at the head of the table, and the officials who lived in the pyramid sat on both sides. However, Meereen had long entered a state of war, and most of the generals were on duty at the front lines. At this time, there were only 7 or 8 people who accompanied the queen to eat. I heard Tyrion screaming last night, the mother bear, who was sitting beside the great bear, said incoherently as she chewed on a plump ham. If he can scream, it means that he's still alive, the great bear said casually. The queen is helping him clean the rotten flesh in his organs, scraping his bones and cutting his flesh. Of course, it hurts, old Yimont lied through his teeth. He's much better today than yesterday, you can go and take a look, Dany said. She looked at the golden-haired girl who was silently dipping a slice of bread with cherry jam at the end of the table, and deliberately called her out. Marcella, read a passage from the 7 Stars Bible to your uncle later. Yes, Your Majesty, the little girl replied softly. Marcella, my G turned around and looked at the daughter of the Kingslayer and Cersei with a scrutinizing gaze. She had milk-white skin, a head of thick golden curly hair, delicate facial features, and a gentle and quiet temperament. Chapter 695. When did you arrive at Slaver's Bay? Who sent you here? Meiji looked at Messiah and asked curiously. After breakfast, the Dragon Queen once again began her routine bombing mission. Big Bear had accompanied his aunt for the entire afternoon yesterday. Today, He also needed to go to work. After a while, only Meiji and Messiah were left at the long wooden table. Before the Dragon Queen left, she told them to go down at around 10 o'clock. The dwarf had worked very hard last night and was resting at the moment. It's been several months. Uncle Tyrion sent me here to be the Queen's hostage. He even had her treat the injuries on my face. Messiah touched her smooth and delicate cheek and said with a complicated expression, "Injuries?" Meiji looked over with rapt attention and finally saw a faint red mark under the delicate milky white skin. Following the mark, she saw a broken earlobe. "I am the White Saintess of the Temple of the Seven Gods." Messiah pulled on her loose white priestess gown. "Sister Ashara taught me the Seven Stars Bible. The Queen helped me condense the Holy Priestess seal. I can use a weakened version of holy healing before I become a saint. Then, she had me heal the injuries on my face myself. Previously, even my ears and nose had fallen off. Now, they are slowly recovering every day. Only saints with 200 piety points would be able to receive divine blessings from the Holy Mother. Messiah was clearly not enough. Danny opened a small back door for such people. It was the Holy Priestess seal that solidified the divine power into a runic imprint. With this imprint, one could use a simplified version of holy healing by paying a higher percentage of the divine power usage fee. The saints had to pay 50% of the power of faith. 75% of the power of faith generated by the Holy Priestess prayers would go to Big Black. Meiji had heard about holy healing and the Holy Priestess seal from Sangza. Thus, she was not surprised. Instead, she did not understand why Messiah would be so seriously injured. Who could possibly injure you in the King's Landing? Could it be Joffrey? I heard that he's very crazy. Don't doubt it. Meiji truly did not know that Messiah was sent to Dawn by the dwarfs for a marriage alliance. She also did not know that Darkstar had injured her. This was the true speed of information in the Seven Kingdoms when there were no messenger crows to deliver letters. Messiah only hesitated for a moment. Then, she roughly recounted what she had experienced in the past few years. "Sigh, it's fortunate that you didn't return to King's Landing. The Darkstar is just an exception. Now, King's Landing is, your brother Tommen is dead, you know? The King's Landing is in chaos right now. Even the king has been murdered, and we still haven't found the murderer." Meiji sighed. Messiah's eyes reddened. She nodded and said, "I heard from Big Sister Larissa that Tomon is still so young and naive. He doesn't know anything." "Aya, Messiah is crying." Suddenly, a little girl's voice sounded from the Chinese roses. Who's there?" The mother bear was shocked. The flowers were only knee-high and could be seen through at a glance. They could not hide a living person at all. She rubbed her eyes and looked around. It was empty except for the two of them. "I've seen a deviant ghost." Mother Bear's face was a little pale. "It's Little Fog. She's in the Chinese rosebud." Then, she stood up and ran over to the flowering shrub. She extended her finger and gently poked an egg yolk-sized pink flower bud. Bam! The flower bud suddenly bloomed. A small ball of red smoke flew out from the stamen and quickly expanded to the size of a sunflower. A little girl's face was revealed in the center. "I'm listening to the language of flowers. Why are you disturbing me?" Meiji exclaimed. She pointed at the face formed by the fire mist and said in shock, "What kind of fairy is this? She can even speak human language. She's called Little Fog. She's not a fairy." She can be considered a fairy. She's a tree fairy that the queen picked up in the Sosrose rainforest. Messiah said. "I'm not." Bam! The fire fairy suddenly shrunk into a ball and then exploded, revealing a 60-centimeter long little girl. Her fiery red hair flowed like seaweed. She had a porcelain doll-like face. She wore a dress made of green leaves and flower petals. There was also a pair of transparent wings flashing with red light on her back. "I'm not picked up from the rainforest." Little Fog tilted her head and looked at Meiji. She seemed to have seen something that ordinary people could not see. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, "I know, you're a believer of Mother Goddess." "Mother Goddess? Who? You can turn into a human? That's strange. Are you one of the legendary spirits?" My G was at a loss. It was as if she had heard a legendary story told by her nanny. Look at her. Little Fog flew 3 meters into the air and pointed at the corner of the garden. There was a 3-foot-tall tree stump mixed in a patch of orchid grass. She's your mother goddess. My G looked over in confusion. Her eyes widened. She said in disbelief, Weirwood? There's still living weirwood in Slave Bay? The tree trunk was as thick as a person's wrist. Its skin was as white as bone. There were a few red spores on its bumpy top. There were even 3 to 5 leaves that looked like blood palms. It was the weirwood tree trunk that Danny had obtained in the stone room where the weirwood seeds grew. She had brought over a dozen weirwood saplings from beyond the Great Wall. However, none of them had survived. On the other hand, the tree trunk that she was going to use to make a sword hilt and staff did not die. At first, it did not wither. It was half dead. Until one day, Little Fog carried a small kettle to water it. Then, she sat on it and sang in the original language. The spores on the tree trunk hardened. Then, a small blood-red palm leaf unfolded. Danny was stunned when she knew about it. What made her even more surprised was that this weirwood tree trunk had a special effect on practicing the Song of Wind. Danny sat by the tree trunk and listened to the Song of Wind. It was 100 times more efficient than anywhere else. This was not cheating. It was as if the tree trunk was teaching her its own Song of Wind. Sheepeg's Song of Fire was more advanced than Lalo's. Sheepeg took away Lalo's Song of Fire. Danny's Song of Fire was more advanced than Sheepeg's. She had shaken his sole control of the Song of Fire. However, Danny could condense the Song of Wind not because her Song of Wind was more advanced than the Door God, but because the Door God had died. The world needed a singer to sing the Song of Wind. In fact, the world had been born for billions of years. There had been many creatures who understood the Song of Wind. However, their Song of Wind was not as good as the Door God's. Therefore, they could not replace the Door God's position. Little Fog's original language song seemed to awaken the Door God's memory of the Song of Wind. Danny did not know. However, she was sure that the tree trunk did not have any consciousness because she had entered it before. That day, outside the Great Wall, in the Green Prophet Shelter, her mind could enter the roots of the weirwood. She could enter the dark depths of the earth and enter the tree trunk to observe what the tree had seen. However, this tree trunk had just started to grow. It did not have roots as deep as the earth. It also did not have rich experience and broad vision. Danny could only see what was happening within a 10-meter radius. She could only trace it back to the moment when Little Fog woke it up with her song. My G walked to the tree trunk and squatted down. She asked in confusion, Weirwood can't leave the Westeros. Little Fog is a tree spirit. She can understand the language of trees and flowers. That's why she can grow living weirwood, Marcella said. I'm not a tree spirit. I'm a fire spirit created by Mother Goddess Danny, Little Fog said unhappily. Don't deny it. Master Yimont and Scholar said that you're a tree spirit. Also, if you're not a tree spirit, how can you understand the language of trees? You must have injured your brain when you were contracted by the Queen, Marcella said with certainty. I didn't understand the language of flowers before. Mother Goddess taught me, Little Fog said. This was not taught to her by Danny. She did not understand it herself. The language of flowers and trees was not language information. It was a kind of status information. It was a skill that Little Fog learned by herself after singing to the weirwood tree trunk every day. Danny guessed that it was related to the talent of the Child of the Forest and the Song of Wind. Actually, her fire creation was a more important reason. The Child of the Forest could understand the voice of trees. However, it could not make an old tree rejuvenate. Little Fog was born from fire. Her body was also made of fire. There was a special kind of vitality in her body. After that, she sat on the weirwood tree and sang every day. She also listened to Danny's Song of Wind. This state was almost the same as the first Child of the Forest who slept on the Door God's tree trunk. Little Fog was naturally able to sing the Song of Wind of Mother Goddess Danny. Then, the Song of Wind would send the vitality of fire into the plant and activate her super little gardener talent. Since they were both tree spirits, Mai-ji was not surprised by Little Fog's gardener talent. Instead, she asked in puzzlement, "How did you know that I believe in the old god?" "Old god?" Little Fog shook her head in confusion. "What's an old god? Why do you say that it's my mother goddess?" Mai-ji pointed at the weirwood tree trunk and asked in a different way. "There's a string in your body that's connected to her. There's also a string in my body that's connected to Mother Goddess Dani." "What string?" "Your brain is indeed damaged." Mai-ji came to her own conclusion. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Little Fog made a face at her and turned back into a cloud of fire mist. It was as light as smoke and as illusory as fire. Suddenly, it poured into a flower bud and disappeared. "Isn't this the forest of god trees? This weirwood is the heart tree." Mai-ji looked around and said in realization. "It does look a bit like it." Mesai nodded gently. "Sigh, it's rare to come across such an authentic forest of god trees in a foreign land thousands of miles away. It's a pity not to worship it." As she spoke, Mother Bear pushed aside the blue grass, sat cross-legged in front of the tree trunk, and began to meditate. Well, the old god did not have any classical teachings. The so-called prayer was just to examine one's recent actions under the weirwood tree. In other words, it was to reflect on oneself 3 times a day. Before dinner, Dani, who had returned home from work, habitually practiced beside the weirwood tree. As soon as she merged her thoughts with the tree trunk, she noticed that the weirwood tree had changed again. It seemed that there was a connection with a certain place in the dark. However, her thoughts could not cross over, and she did not know where that place was. Strange, could it be that it can connect to the tree roots of the shelter? Then, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the buff to accelerate her comprehension of the Song of Wind had leveled up again. Every heart tree and weirwood worshipped by the believers of the old god was equivalent to a signal tower. Countless signal towers were connected to form an omniscient information network that covered the entire continent. At this time, because of Mother Bear's unintentional action, the weirwood tree trunk on the pyramid sensed the network of the distant continent. If there were a few hundred believers of the old god from West Eros who came to the tree trunk and prayed for thousands of years every day, perhaps Dani could sit at home and learn about the affairs of the 7 kingdoms. Of course, the premise was that the owner of the plant omniscient network did not cut off her network. As the days passed, the dwarf's morning time became shorter and shorter every night. The next day, when Mai-ji and Mesai went to visit him, they also found that his complexion was getting better and better. Then, Mai-ji opened her eyes wide and carefully looked at the dwarf on the bed. She said in surprise, "You've grown taller?" Chapter 696. Oh gods, the holy healing technique can also help people grow taller. After measuring the dwarf's body length, Mai-ji was stunned. 35 meters. Yes, not only did the dwarf's burnt skin recover its white and tender skin, even his height had increased by a lot, just as the Dragon Queen had promised that day. 35 meters, this data was not shocking, but the dwarf was only 0.9 meters tall when he was barefoot. In just 7 or 8 days, he had grown by 50%. How? How could this make the dwarfs ecstatic? This is a rebirth technique, not a normal, holy healing technique. The dwarf looked at his elongated legs and was filled with emotion. Finally, the suffering I suffered these few days was not in vain. If I use this rebirth technique on Korra, won't he become a giant? Mai-ji asked curiously. Korra is of normal height, maybe he can grow by a few centimeters, or more than 10 centimeters, but his genes have been fixed, so he can't be as exaggerated as Tyrion. Old Ymont shook his head. What do you mean? What are genes? Mai-ji asked blankly. The dwarf said sadly, in other words, I shouldn't be a dwarf. Maybe I was disturbed by some external factors when I was in my mother's womb. For example, I was beaten by my father a few times, so I couldn't develop healthily. Old Ymont shook his head and said, No, you are still a dwarf. Dani said that the reason you are only 0.9 meters tall is because of both innate genes and acquired diseases. She just adjusted your deformed and distorted bones and let them return to their original length, but no matter what, you can't grow to the height of a normal person. The so-called rebirth technique was nothing more than breaking the dwarf's deformed legs, which were twisted like fried dough twists, from the ankle to the pelvis. Then, they would regrow under the treatment technique that was rich in type B active spirituality. It did not change the genes, and it could not grow excessively. If a gecko's tail was broken, it would only grow the same tail as before, and it would not become longer. Before this, the dwarf was 90 centimeters tall, and his legs were only 35 centimeters long. His penis hung down almost to the knees, and he was severely deformed. Of course, his spine also needed to be polished and regrown. Danny just returned him to his original appearance, a body that was genetically grown in the most perfect state. Sigh, 1. 35 meters is enough. At least if I stand on my tiptoes, it's enough to cover the bride with a cloak. The dwarf was both happy and regretful. Old Yemont shook his head again and said, "No, your highest height is 1.4 meters, but Danny purposely made you 1.35 meters tall." "Why?" the dwarf asked doubtfully. "Because you're about to help me complete a mission. I need you to maintain a height of 1.35 meters. That night, in the stone room, Danny brought a young man with black eyes and yellow hair with a big nose. Tyrion noticed that the young man's clothes were very neat, but his expression was dispirited. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the Dragon Queen. His nose was still very big, like a sarcoma. He was also very short. Although he wasn't fat, he looked no different from a dwarf. "What mission?" Tyrion swallowed his saliva, feeling a chill run down his spine. Danny pointed at the young man with a big nose and introduced, Lionel Andres, nicknamed Leo, the 4th prince of the Jade Walrus Island. But everyone knows that he's actually the illegitimate son of the long-nosed king and the king's second consort. This big nose is too obvious. Jade Walrus Island? The long-nosed king? The dwarf was confused. "You don't know about the Jade Walrus Island? The king of Jade Walrus Island declared war on Slave Bay and is part of the Allied army. They sent 5,000 of their most elite elephant soldiers to join the Allied army, led by the king's younger brother, the long-nosed king." "I know about the long-nosed king. I know that he commands 5,000 elephant soldiers, but what does that have to do with me?" the dwarf asked. "Your mission is to disguise yourself as Prince Leo and enter the Allied army's main camp in exchange for prisoners. Find the long-nosed king first. Then act according to the situation and at least find the 5,000 elephant soldiers underground. If possible, use your specialty and assassinate a few generals." "What?" the dwarf cried out in disbelief. "How do I disguise myself? Is the long-nosed king an idiot? Can't he recognize his illegitimate son? Not to mention the long-nosed king, I guarantee that even his mother won't be able to tell," Danny said confidently. "Could it be?" Tyrion was shocked. He remembered that he was the same height as Prince Leo, and then he thought of the Faceless One. "Did you secretly learn the Faceless One's face-changing skill?" he asked in horror. Hearing this, the 4th prince of Jade Walrus Island immediately collapsed to the ground, his pants wet. He cried and begged, "No, don't skin my face. I'm a noble captive. Your Majesty, you can't murder a noble captive. Don't be agitated. I won't skin you or kill you. How can I murder a captive?" Danny comforted the prince and turned to the dwarf. "The Faceless One's face-changing skill is nothing. Faceless is trash in front of the Stranger's 4 great divine art." "Stranger's 4 great divine arts?" The dwarf was confused. "The Holy Mother has the holy healing skill, the blacksmith has the holy flame of forging. Doesn't the Stranger have any divine arts?" "That makes sense," the dwarf asked dizzily. "Then, what are the Stranger's 4 great divine arts?" "The hand's face-changing skill, the sun's face-changing skill, the tide's shape-shifting skill, and the sky's illusion skill." "What are these things?" Prince Leo murmured. Danny's eyes lit up like a thunderbolt. She activated the Requiem strike. Leo's eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground with yellow liquid flowing out of his body. "I'm a person who abides by tradition. I will never kill a noble captive without trial. So, if I can't kill him, I can't let him know some secrets." "Oh," the dwarf replied. Then he asked, "What are the Stranger's 4 great divine arts?" "The sun's face-changing skill. Isn't it easy to understand? Using items and magic potions, you can change your face into someone else's. So powerful. I don't even need to kill or skin him, the dwarf exclaimed. The sky's illusion skill. Using the illusion of light and shadow, you can turn a hunting dog into a flower knight, you into a 3-meter-tall giant, and a crocodile into Beleriand. Wow, this is even stronger. I didn't expect the stranger to have illusions as well, the dwarf sighed again. Danny sized up the dwarf with bad intentions and said, the tie's shapeshifting skill. Cutting off your penis and turning you into a girl, and even Mimi. You should be glad that the plundering team captured Prince Leo and not Princess Leo in the Freedom Strait. Gar, the dwarf's face suddenly turned white. He tightened his legs and said in horror, this isn't a divine art, it's an evil art. You dare to blaspheme the 7 gods? Dragon Queen's voice was gloomy, and her eyes became dangerous. No, I'm a devout believer of the 7 gods. I was wrong. I repent. The stranger should be so mysterious and evil. The dwarf hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please continue. There's also Hunji's plastic surgery. Plastic surgery is what I want to do to you. Without changing your skin, you can change your face. You will have the same face as Prince Leo. Even Faceless One won't be able to distinguish the real from the fake. The 7 gods above. The stranger's 4 great divine arts. Obtaining one of them is enough to surpass Faceless One, the dwarf muttered in shock. The stranger's 4 great divine arts were Asia's 4 great evil arts, but Danny only knew Korean plastic surgery. Shape-shifting, she had no experience and lacked non-healing potions, so she couldn't do it. Makeup, her skills were relatively poor, and she lacked a large amount of cosmetics made from chemical materials. Photoshop, she didn't even have a computer, so how could she Photoshop? Only plastic surgery. As a surgeon, she had the foundation of using a knife. She condensed the sword god's divinity, and her swordsmanship entered the realm of God. Swordsmanship, knife skills, and scalpel skills were all mastered. In fact, after the first assassination attempt by the female Faceless One, she had the idea of recreating the Asian divine arts in the other world. But at that time, she didn't know how to use holy healing, so she couldn't solve the problem of healing wounds without leaving a trace. After she solved the biggest problem of plastic surgery, she suddenly realized, my ability is so strong, so why do I still want to use these crooked methods? I have a shape-shifting animal companion, a magical spiritual projection, and Danny's whisper. Is there a need for plastic surgery? No need. Until I met Jenny. Just as Danny brought a bowl of poppy milk and was about to pour it down the dwarf's throat, he blocked the bowl and said, Wait a minute, I still have a few questions. Ask after you're done. Danny passed the bowl again. He blocked it again and anxiously said, Can I change back after plastic surgery? I don't want to live with a stranger's face for the rest of my life. Don't worry, today you'll be a spy as Leo. Tomorrow I'll change your face to Leo's. I don't want Leo's face, I want mine. Danny shook her head and said, You're too ugly. I promised that the Emperor's version of healing will not only make you taller, but also make you more handsome than your brother and prettier than your sister. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. No matter how ugly it is, it's still my face. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Danny passed the bowl again. The dwarf refused again and said, Your Majesty, I still have a few questions. Gulp, gulp. Danny didn't want to listen anymore. She pinched open his upper and lower jaw and forced the poppy milk into his mouth. Danny's grip on the knife was very accurate and stable. She had experimented on the corpses of dead enemy soldiers, but it was her first time performing plastic surgery on a living person. Unsurprisingly, she failed. Danny made a Prince Leo with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. But she wasn't afraid, she had holy healing technique. Then, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, that night, she worked from nightfall to the next morning and failed 35 times. The key was that Prince Leo's egg-sized red nose was very difficult to imitate. She needed to find a filler and stuff it in. Unfortunately, Danny didn't have silicone, so she could only use fishwood. Yes, fishwood was indestructible, its chemical and physical stability was terrifyingly strong. If it was made into a filler, it wouldn't decay and change shape even after 10,000 years. In theory, it was more suitable than silicone, but fishwood was harder than silicone. If some female celebrity dared to pinch her chin filled with fishwood, well, there was no need to pinch. Everyone could tell that she had undergone plastic surgery. After resting for an hour and eating breakfast, she rode the dragon to work. In the afternoon, she got off work early and returned to the operating room to continue her experiments. No wonder there were so many ghost surgeries in Korea. It was because the newbie doctors needed too much training. Danny sighed. Hard work paid off. Finally, when the centaur maid Iri came to deliver supper, the Dragon Queen got inspiration from the meat muffin. Since fishwood is too hard, can it be made into meat muffin? Isn't beef jerky very hard too? But if it was made into meat muffin, how soft and fluffy would it be? Then, the dwarf had a fishwood meat muffin nose. 7 gods above, this. The dwarf looked at himself in the mirror and was so incredulous that he almost collapsed. How did I become like this? The dwarf pinched his soft big nose and cried. Chapter 697. The dwarf touched his own face and rubbed the face of the unconscious Prince Leo. Finally, he put his face next to Leo's face and compared them in the mirror. Amazing, this is really amazing. Stranger's 4 great divine arts are not just for show. Danny was wearing a white coat, and her silver hair was tied into a ponytail. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her chin slightly, smiling proudly. The dwarf pinched his Adam's apple and said in disbelief, even my voice has changed. Stranger's divine arts, Hanji's facial surgery, is really scary. I was worried about my voice and eyes, but I didn't expect. Your Majesty is really meticulous, Tyrion exclaimed sincerely. Before drinking the milk of Poppy, he had already noticed a few problems. First, his voice was not right. Second, he had heterochromatic pupils, one blue and one black, while Prince Leo's pupils were black. Third, their skin color. Both of them were white, but the dwarf was an Andal, so his skin color was whiter, while Leo was a native of the tropical islands, so his skin color was darker. When he woke up, all his problems were solved by the Dragon Queen. Danny slit open the dwarf's and Leo's throats, carefully comparing the length and thickness of their vocal cords, and even the tightness of their surrounding muscles. She slowly adjusted, roughly making the dwarf's voice 60% similar to Leo's. 60% was enough. The heterochromatic pupils were even easier. She just needed to make the dwarf a one-eyed man. Without Danny's explanation, the dwarf knew how to cry to his new father. During the battle, my eyes were hit by a ferocious raider team, and I became blind. It was difficult to make skin white, but it was too easy to make skin black. She contacted Kuei-shi and used a potion she recommended, which could even make the dwarf a native of the Summer Islands. My appearance has changed, but what about my memory and language? The dwarf asked worriedly. Bam! Danny threw a thick stack of documents in front of the dwarf. Leo only knows advanced Valeglia. He is the illegitimate son of the long-nosed king. The king didn't kill him because of his brother's power, but he didn't like him. The long-nosed king did not pay much attention to this illegitimate son. After all, he was still the king's son in name. Therefore, the long-nosed king and the nobles of Kochang Island around him don't know more about Leo than you do after reading this document. Also, Prince Leo's talents were mediocre. Since he was 12 years old, he had been living in brothels and lived a life of debauchery. Before he grew up, his body was damaged. Even though he wasn't a dwarf, he looked like one. His life path is very simple. With your wisdom and your experience as the King's Landing's Prime Minister, you should be able to fool him easily, right? Of course, I hope and will do my best to fool them. Otherwise, I will lose my life. The dwarf looked up from the document and smiled bitterly. Danny nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. Now let's talk about your goal. First, you have to meet King Longnose. Leo must be tired of living this time. After being instigated by a few young masters, he came all the way to Slaves Bay, wanting to make a name for himself on the battlefield. Second, you have to follow King Longnose into the underground military camp. Underground military camp? The dwarf said incredulously, did the Alliance army dig an underground city outside the city? 5,000 elephant soldiers, 5,000 giant elephant. I also think it's unbelievable, but we've searched the surrounding 100 kilometers. The 5,000 elephant soldiers disappeared overnight. I can't think of any other place to hide that army other than underground. The dwarf said in shock. How did they do it? If they dug to the city of Myrine, and the 5,000 elephant soldiers suddenly went on a rampage, Danny looked at him deeply and said with a smile, actually, the 5,000 elephant soldiers are not the scariest thing. Do you know what is the scariest thing? A monster that digs a hole. The dwarf's face was pale. He said in a trembling voice, what kind of monster is it? Aren't you a megalosaurus expert? Why can't you guess it? Dragon worm? The dwarf said with difficulty. Danny nodded lightly. It's very likely to be a dragon worm. Dragon worms were also called fire dragon worms. Although they were called worms, they were actually a subspecies of dragons. Like pterosaurs, dragon worms were similar in form to Megalosaurus. They did not have wings, so fire dragon worms could not fly in the sky. They could only dig holes in the soil. However, dragon worms also had the fire magic that belonged to Megalosaurus, and they could spit dragon flames. The most famous hand of the king in Westeros, the bustling friar, was a commoner. After reading the secret records of the Targaryen royal family, he wrote a famous scientific research book on the origin of Megalosaurus dragons, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. Other than discussing the differences between Megalosaurus, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the book mainly explained a secret about the origin of Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus of Valeglia did not evolve naturally. In the past, Megalosaurus went extinct at least once. The ancestors of Valeglia extracted special genes from dragon worms and pterosaurs through brilliant blood witchcraft, and fused them into a complete Megalosaurus. At that time, although dragon worms rarely appeared in the world, scholars were not unfamiliar with them. What was worse was that the idiot Saint Bailey later listed the unnatural history of evolution as a banned book. Not only did he search out all of the unnatural history of evolution and burn them, even the secret records in the royal family's library were not spared. Only a complete set of books was hidden in the cellar of the City of Learning. The books that were scattered outside were all scattered books. The dwarf had also spent a lot of energy and effort to collect that set of books. Therefore, when Danny gave a slight hint, he guessed that it was a dragon worm that was digging a tunnel. Then, could a dragon worm dig a tunnel of that scale? Aegon the Conqueror's Mount Black Death Balerion could swallow a mammoth in one gulp. From this, it could be seen how huge an adult Megalosaurus was. As for dragon worms, just by looking at their living habits, they seemed to be very similar to fire-breathing earthworms. However, they were really a distant relative of the Megalosaurus. An adult dragon worm's body was incomparably huge, not much smaller than a Megalosaurus. Sigh, if only Friar Basil's The Unnatural History of Evolution was still here. That book has a detailed introduction to the habits of dragon worms, the dwarf said regretfully. The scholars secretly preserved the complete The Unnatural History of Evolution. When you finish your mission, you can go to the City of Learning to look for it. Right now, your mission is not to study the habits of dragon worms, but to determine whether that monster is a dragon worm, and then figure out its location. If you don't know the weakness of the dragon worm, how will you deal with it? The dwarf asked. I have a Megalosaurus and 800 knights with steel swords, Danny said with a serious expression. Of course, she knew the weakness of dragon worms. They were afraid of the cold. Dragon worms liked volcanic environments. They could swim in lava pools, but they could not survive in low-temperature soil for long. She had a plan to deal with it. However, the dwarf was going to be a spy. If she told him too many secrets, what if her identity was exposed and he was caught by Jenny? What if her plan was leaked? She might as well tell him a piece of false information. If the dwarf really met with misfortune, he could luckily be transformed into a living Jiang Gan. However, the dwarf seemed to have guessed her sinister intentions. He only used his single eye to look deeply at the Dragon Queen. He did not continue on this topic and asked, "How should I inform you? Should I bring along a shape-shifting animal companion?" The shape-shifting was exposed long ago. There's also the magic tower that suppresses the glass candle's communication. Danny told him about Jenny's true dragon roar and Aulus's appearance in the second core of the weave. In the end, she said finally, I have to admit that those old monsters like Balerion and Melisandre are stronger than me in terms of experience and technique. However, the light of the 7 gods cannot be concealed. I can't use magic to send messages, but I can pray to the 7 gods. Pray? Pray to the 7 gods for protection? The dwarf had a ridiculous expression. Have you forgotten that you have the Holy Knight's seal? What do you mean? The dwarf's face was pale. He looked at Dany in alarm and asked bitterly, Can you monitor my thoughts through the Holy Knight's seal? Dany shook her head and asked with a smile, Do you remember how the Alliance's winged dragon knights communicated with each other when Benny was still alive? During the Battle of Tolos and the Battle of Meereen later, the Alliance's winged dragon squads all communicated through Balerion's channel of faith, as if they were wearing radio headsets. The Alliance's winged dragon knights had all been carefully selected. They were either pure-blooded Valeglia or devout believers of Balerion. Therefore, as Balerion's clone, Benny could act as a signal tower and communicate with the surrounding winged dragon knights in real time. Thinking of this, the dwarf let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that this method of communication was only through the channel of faith, transmitting information within a short distance. Not only could he not spy on others' thoughts, if the distance was too far, more than 10 kilometers, the signal of faith would be bad. Any further and the connection would be disconnected. You don't seem to have used this function before, Tyrion said, puzzled. I haven't used it on you because you didn't have the chance to participate in the dragon battle with me during the day. I've been using it every day for the recent bombardment of the Alliance's camp. The dwarf recalled carefully. Indeed, during the Battle of New Guise, he had participated in a dragon battle with the Dragon Queen. However, it had been at night and a chaotic battle. Your Majesty, you learned this method of communication from Balerion. How could she not be on guard? The dwarf asked again. Jenny must be on guard, but... Dany smiled proudly. Do you know that Melisandre snatched Aegon's dragon by force? She failed. Hey, I've said it before. Other than me, no one can even think of snatching the Holy Knight's winged dragon. Dany smiled proudly and said, After the exchange of prisoners, I will shatter the Holy Knight's seal in your mind and destroy it completely. After you enter the cave and make sure it's completely safe, you can secretly pray to the 7 gods. The power of faith will slowly restore the Holy Knight's seal. The dwarf had a complicated expression. Extraordinary people like you shouldn't even exist in this world. With you around, us ordinary people have no reason to fight. There's no hope, no future that we can control. We are destined to be ruled by extraordinary people without any power to resist. You also want to build a real world? Dany asked calmly. The dwarf nodded and admitted to it. He sighed and said, The normal people in the world who are ambitious and unwilling to admit defeat are all afraid and jealous of superhumans. This is the basis for the City of Knowledge to create the theory of the real world. Now that I think about it, the scholars have only implemented the will of us ordinary people. They didn't sin. The sin lies in the unfairness of the heavens. I've studied all my life. My wisdom, strategy, and experience all surpass yours. You are ignorant and stupid, but with a simple witchcraft, you were able to understand all my combat information and easily defeat me on the battlefield. Why? Everyone will be unconvinced and resentful. Looks like your resentment is quite strong too. Dany nodded and suddenly said, But do you know that you should also be eliminated in the real world? Chapter 698. Why would I be eliminated by the real world? The dwarf was puzzled. You're also an extraordinaire. I don't have any talent. The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, Could it be that I'm a god's descent? You said that the Emperor version healing plan would allow me to obtain the skills of a god's descent, with infinite strength and magic immunity. That's right, the transformation should have been successful. Shouldn't the Holy Mother's divine arts guarantee a 100% success rate? The dwarf was puzzled. The divine arts of the 7 gods only include the rebirth technique. The god's descent is my blood magic transformation. What? The dwarf's face was distorted, and his big nose was as red as a ball. You turned me into a demon mountain? He was almost shouting. Wasn't the demon mountain extremely strong and not afraid of being hurt? The dwarf immediately thought of the demon mountain whose head had been changed, and he seemed to have changed his head as well. Tyrion wanted to cry but had no tears. Dany pulled a long face and scolded, "What are you howling for? The demon mountain is an undead monster. You're a dragon blood holy warrior, a holy knight blessed by the 7 gods. How can you be the same as that evil demon mountain?" The dwarf touched his chest, and felt that his heart was still beating strongly. He was instantly relieved, and complained, "I just want to be a normal person. Why do you have to torture me? And there's no effect. You have a mission. If you inject your divine power now, Jenny will notice that something is wrong." In fact, Dany also wanted to try and see how the transformation of the dwarf was. The reason why she used the dwarf as an experiment, other than to punish him for his betrayal, was also because of the dwarf's unique bloodline. His adaptability to fire surpassed other fire wizards. Just like Little Fog, who was burned dozens of times in a day, turned into a fire spirit in one go. Fu could not stand it after being burned once or twice a day, and finally burned into a blank life mark, but he failed many times to turn into a fire element creature. Dany suspected that Fu could not become a fire spirit. The dwarf was the Little Fog of the humans. After all, he was the closest person to her bloodline other than Simba. As expected, the dwarf was a good experiment subject. After burning his heart and liver countless times in a week, Dany actually had some enlightenment, and her fire creation divinity improved. Although he couldn't use fire to create organs out of thin air, he could gradually extract the power of life from fire. In other words, even if she didn't have a Type B active soul, Dany could still use flames to perform fire healing. Using the life force of fire to reforge the dwarf's internal organs and spine, imprinting the runes of the Vajra Song of Power in the process. He only needed to infuse Dany's divine power to try and activate it. "Are you sure I can use deity descent?" The dwarf was doubtful. "I'm not sure." Dany told the truth. Seeing the dwarf's expression change drastically, she hurriedly comforted him. "Anyway, you've already obtained the talent for fire witchcraft from the modification of blood magic. It's worth it no matter what." "I have a talent for fire magic." The dwarf was surprised. "I'm not sure if I can become a god, but I'm sure I have the talent for fire witchcraft. The Pro-Emperor's healing plan is definitely worthy of its name, and it's definitely worth 500 lives." Dragon Queen made a solemn vow, her expression serious. She wasn't lying either. The dwarf's fire magic talent had indeed come from her. The dwarf's expression gradually softened, and he asked expectantly, "Is my fire wizard spell talent strong?" "Very strong." "Is it as strong as Master Pogba, one of the big shots in Volantis?" The dwarf's smile grew wider, the anticipation in his eyes growing stronger. "Don't talk about Pogba, your current talent is several times stronger than Larissa's. Maybe you can become the #1 person among the younger generation in Slave Bay in the future." He. The dwarf's eyes blurred, falling into a beautiful fantasy of the future. After laughing foolishly for a while, he wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth and said shyly with a red face, "Can I become the #1 person among the younger generation in the Western continent?" "Not bad, you're very ambitious." Dany encouraged him seriously, then shook her head and said, "The #1 person among the younger generation in the Western continent is Jon Stark. You can only be #2. #2 is not bad," the dwarf said excitedly. "Now, are you still looking forward to the real world and complaining that the world is unfair?" Dany asked. The dwarf put on a straight face and said seriously, "It's reasonable to exist. If there are no extraordinary people, who will deal with the deviant ghosts? The City of Knowledge didn't work hard to adapt to this world, but tried to change the world through destruction. I've already gone astray due to jealousy. I've committed a heinous crime. As for fairness, they're all infants. Some are born into noble families, and some are born into poor families. From birth, it's decided that they have an insurmountable gap in their future. Compared to their birth status, magic talent and whatnot is already very fair. After all, even if you have talent, you still have to work hard to learn." "Not bad, your butt is not crooked this time," Dany nodded and said. "Your Majesty, my butt has always been straight," the dwarf said solemnly. "If I was born as a noble, I would definitely insist that nobles are born holy, and commoners are born lowly. If I was born as a slave, I swear, I would be more radical than the Count of Shattered Shackles. In the morning 2 days later, at the north gate of Meereen, the drawbridge creaked as it was lowered. The warhorse under the great general of the West, Count Cleon, made a clear clattering sound as it stepped on the wooden planks. 2 horsemen holding colorful peace flags protected him on both sides, and more than 30 knights followed closely behind. The thin morning mist slowly dissipated under the morning sun, revealing a flat farmland that had been trampled countless times by thousands of soldiers and horses. Other than the overturned black mud and hoofprints, there was not a single green vegetable or a bunch of golden wheat. The 10-kilometer-wide battlefield was empty and quiet. There were only 35 knights led by Count Cleon, and a dozen knights slowly approaching from the opposite side. They were from the Allied camp, and they were also holding colorful peace flags. The leader was Danny's old friend, the Yuan-Kai war god Graz Dan. "Help, uncle, help me." Before the two sides even got close, a one-eyed dwarf behind Count Cleon screamed miserably. "It's Prince Leo." Someone beside the war god exclaimed. "Shut up." The Count of Shattered Shackles turned around and shouted angrily, "This is a sacred captive exchange ceremony. Do you want your uncle to take him away?" The one-eyed dwarf shrunk his neck in fear after being scolded by the butcher. Then, he cried, "Let's exchange me first. I'm the 4th Prince of Kochang Island, and my uncle is the Long-Nose King. You have to exchange me first." Not only the Count of Shattered Shackles' retainer knights, the allied captives beside the one-eyed dwarf, and the war gods group all showed looks of disdain. "It's not worth it to exchange a precious dragon knight for trash like this," the war god's personal attendant said in a low voice. "Sigh, his uncle is the Long-Nose King." The war god Yuan-Kai sighed helplessly. He squeezed his horse's belly and quickly moved forward. The 2 teams of knights stopped beside a 4-foot-wide ditch. The paddy field was already barren and dry. Only yellow straw roots and bowl-sized holes were left on the ground by the horses' hooves. Only a finger-deep water was left in the ditch. 4 or 5 small crucian carps were swimming among the water plants, looking for food. The war god Yuan-Kai looked deeply at the slave count across from him and said in a clear voice, "I have 3 winged dragon knights and 2 centaur rangers." Count Broken Shackle looked deeply at the slave master and said, 2 winged dragon knights, 7 noble commanders from various city-states, all with the title of count or above, 3 smugglers, 2 roaming cavalrymen, and 1 prince. Let's exchange me first. I'm a prince, the Prince of Kochang Island. My uncle is the Long-Nose King, and he commands 5,000 elephant soldiers, the one-eyed dwarf hurriedly said. The war god Yuan-Kai looked coldly at him and asked, 1 dragon knight for 1 ranger. I only have 1 dragon knight left. How many noble commanders can I exchange for? 5. What about the remaining 2 counts and merchants? The war god asked again. 1 count for 1,500 gold radiance, and 500 gold radiance per merchant, the Count of Shattered Shackles said in a familiar tone. Very reasonable. Deal. The war god nodded. What about me? The one-eyed dwarf asked anxiously. The war god Yuan-Kai sighed and said in a low voice, "How much is Prince Leo worth?" Klein raised 3 fingers. 3,000 gold radiance. Deal. The war god Yuan-Kai heaved a sigh of relief. The other party hadn't asked for too much. What? I'm only worth 3,000 gold radiance. The one-eyed dwarf wasn't willing to accept it. If you want money, you should have sent a letter to my uncle earlier. It's only 3,000 gold radiance, and he's locked me up for more than a month. Shut up. The war god couldn't hold back any longer. Who are you? Do you know my uncle, the Long-Nose King? I'm the Prince of Kochang Island. How dare you act so impudently in front of me? The one-eyed dwarf shouted back with his only eye wide open. The war god Yuan-Kai took a bag of gold coins from his attendant and tossed it to the other side. Let's go. He didn't even look at the one-eyed dwarf and turned around to leave. Klein reached out and caught the bag of gold coins. He weighed it in his hand and said with a wave of his hand, "The deal is done. You may leave." The one-eyed dwarf seemed to be impatient. He immediately shouted, "Higher," and kicked his horse's spurs, causing it to gallop forward. But when they crossed the ditch, the horse sprinted too quickly and jumped too early, causing its 2 hind hooves to sink into the ditch. Splash! One-eyed dragon slid down from the saddle and fell into a shallow puddle of water. The news of the fourth prince of Ko Chang Island falling into a ditch and catching a cold and fever quickly spread through the allied camp. I want to see my uncle. My uncle is the Long-Nose King. I want to see my uncle. My uncle is the Long-Nose King, he kept shouting as if he was chanting a spell. His voice was hoarse and he seemed to be in a daze. The commander of the Western Army, Siberio, even met him personally and suggested that he go to Torlos to recuperate. However, the one-eyed dwarf refused without hesitation. I came all the way to Slavers Bay to make a name for myself. I was even blinded in one eye by a lowly slave. I can't leave without accomplishing anything. I want to see my uncle. I want to join the Elephant Army. I want to destroy Myrine City. I want to cut off Danny Lee's dog head. The one-eyed dwarf gnashed his teeth and swore. His expression was ferocious and twisted. His whole body exuded an unstoppable determination and will. Prince Leo's ability aside, his hatred for Slavers Bay and the Dragon Queen was so obvious and sincere that the triangular-faced commander was moved. He came all the way to join the army and didn't lose his spirit even after he was captured. He had just regained his freedom and was determined to fight the enemy. If he was properly trained, he would definitely become a pillar of the Allied army. Alright, the pillar was too imaginary, but Prince Leo's request wasn't too much. The triangular-faced commander decided to help pass the message. 2 days later, the one-eyed dwarf met his uncle. There was no mistaking him for someone else. The two looked very similar, as if they were made from the same mold, especially that big red nose. "Uncle!" the one-eyed dwarf cried. "Leo!" The Long-Nose King walked over with concern and supported his nephew. However, he scolded, "Nonsense. What are you doing here? Look, even one of your eyes is broken. Uncle, I want to make a name for myself with you." The one-eyed dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "I want those bastards in Long-Tooth Palace who flatter the strong and trample on the weak to understand that the wheel of fortune changes. Don't bully a poor young man." Sigh. The Long-Nose King sighed and nodded lightly. "All right, we will definitely win this time. With the great achievement of capturing Danny Leezy, you really might be able to ascend to the throne." Then, the one-eyed dwarf saw a white-robed priestess with a stunning appearance and an icy temperament. Chapter 699. 15 kilometers to the northwest of Myrine, on a rocky cliff by the sea, there was a simple but deep cave that was dug out from a crack in the cliff. "Take off your clothes." Under the dim yellow light of the oil lamp, Jenny's delicate face was 3 parts impatient and 4 parts indifferent. "What?" Prince Leo's only eye widened. His lustful and soul-stirred expression turned into astonishment, a little anticipation, and a little surprise. "Take off my clothes here? People are coming and going." Although he said that, his movements were unusually smooth. He quickly took off his exquisite blue velvet coat and thin calfskin tights. Soon, his underwear, boots, and socks were also taken off. He covered his private parts and stood naked in front of Jenny. Even though his uncle and 2 servants were standing beside him, the one-eyed man who had been staring at Jenny's face and chest could not help but raise his small head and then lower his big head in shame. "My apologies, Lord Jenny." The Long-Nosed King looked panicked, and his face was full of an apologetic smile. "Leo is young and immature. I'm sorry for troubling you." After that, he glared at the illegitimate son. "Do you know what kind of person she is? You're really lustful." Of course, the short man knew who Jenny was. However, looks were justice, and Jenny was too righteous. This was his instinct, and he could not control it. Just when the atmosphere became tense and everyone was worried that Jenny would use fire witchcraft to take away the filthy man in front of her, she suddenly blushed. The coldness in her big sky-blue eyes was like a frozen lake that melted in the warm wind of early spring. It became watery and charming. What was even more unbelievable was that she even licked her full red lips. She really wanted to kill them. The one-eyed short man had no choice but to bow and pay his respects. While he was feeling awkward, Jenny suddenly asked, "Is he a direct descendant of Valeglia?" The Long-Nosed King was stunned for a moment before he realized that High Priestess Jenny was asking him. The royal family of Ko Chang Island has been passed down for thousands of years. A few generations have been connected by marriage with the high nobles of Valeglia. There are even direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peak families, Leo's mother's family. But hundreds of years have passed, and we shouldn't be considered direct descendants anymore, he said, full of doubts. If a noble did not have a trace of Valeglia's bloodline in their body, there were only two possibilities. Either their family background was shallow, and they had just made a fortune not long ago. Or, their status was too low, and they did not have the qualifications to marry into a great noble family. Valeglia had ruled the world for 6,000 years, but it wasn't as if they were cooped up in the Valeglia Peninsula. In fact, their drive to expand was very strong. They liked to use collateral branches to marry the local aristocrats and obtain the ruling rights of that land. Of course, the Westeros were a special case. There were hundreds of nobles with tens of thousands of years of history, but it wasn't until Aegon's expedition to the west that the Valeglia bloodline began to spread at an extremely slow speed. Jenny stared at the short man excitedly and said softly, "The Valeglia blood in Leo's body is very rich and of high quality, very. It really makes my heart beat faster and my mouth water." The long-nosed king touched his big nose and said with certainty, "He's my son, I'm sure of that. Maybe it's renting." Jenny guessed. What are you talking about? What high-quality Valeglia bloodline?" The one-eyed short man was at a loss, and even his small head became dejected. "Child, you've awakened the pure blood of high-quality Valeglia," the long-nosed king laughed. "But I didn't." The one-eyed short man was even more confused. He could memorize his own family tree for the past 500 years, and he was completely sure that there wasn't a single Valeglia. The Targaryens had always treasured their bloodline, and most of it was sold internally. Even if it was sold externally, as long as the Targaryens on the Iron Throne weren't idiots, they would try their best to marry nobles of high status and low power. Where did he get the high-quality Valeglia bloodline from? Could it be the blood witchcraft of the Dragon Queen? While he was in shock, the short man suddenly felt a chill between his eyebrows. His attention returned, and he saw Jenny standing in front of him in a pure white priestess robe with golden edges. She was holding a small blood-patterned purple-black crystal. A glass candle. She was pressing the glass candle between his eyebrows. Then, the short man felt a warmth slowly spreading from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. It was as if he was being hung upside down and submerged in a hot pool starting from his head. However, compared to the comfort and relaxation of soaking in the hot spring, the warmth brought about by the glass candle made him nervous and frightened. It was as if an 8-foot-tall muscular man had forcibly opened his tightly closed legs and roughly examined his body. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times, and the little thoughts that the short man had for Jenny completely disappeared. He started to fear her. At this time, Jenny kept the glass candle and nodded in satisfaction. She smiled charmingly and said, "Very good." After suffering a few losses, Dany Lilith also became honest and didn't do anything to the captives anymore. "How many losses have you suffered?" The short man muttered blankly. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his heart trembled. 7 levels of hell, I'm not the first. If it was a spy, he was really the first, but he had done the act of mixing sand several times. There was even a captive who left a soul mark on his body, but it was still discovered by Jenny. Then, she reversed the true soul destruction strike and directly turned the Volantis double invincible into a Volantis magnet. Well, the old black man Wood and the skinny man Pogba, who had followed the Dragon Queen to attend the extraordinary gathering, were known as the Volantis double invincible. Now, only Pogba was left, and the double invincible had become extinct. Why was it the old black man Wood? Obviously, the Dragon Queen deeply understood the principle that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. If there was a need, she would let her underling build it. "I originally planned to let you stay in the outer cave, but now..." Jenny stretched out her slender fingers and lifted the short man's chin. Seeing his single eye and big nose, a hint of disdain appeared in her lake-like blue eyes. When she lowered her head and saw his thing, she smiled in satisfaction again. "Get dressed and come to me." After leaving this sentence, she returned to her cold and serious face and led the 2 attendants out of the cave. "Uncle, what does High Priest Jenny mean?" The short man looked at his new father eagerly. Lady Jenny is unmarried, and she is the only direct descendant of the Bellairs family. She has to pass it on to the next generation, and you are in your prime and unmarried. The two of you are a match made in heaven." As he spoke, the long-nosed king became excited. He patted his son's shoulder and laughed. "Leo, you are lucky." "Uncle, are you kidding?" The short man's big red nose was scared white. "Didn't you see it just now?" The long-nosed king moved closer to his son's ear and laughed in a low voice. "After sensing the pure blood in your body, she began to get horny on the spot." "Hey," the long-nosed king guessed right. Originally, for his sake, Jenny came to check whether Prince Leo had a magic mark on him with a very impatient mood. She was not suspicious of Leo's identity, but she was worried that he had the Dragon Queen's magic items on him. For example, Aunt May used rubies as magic items the most. Wearing the gems she gave could disguise as another person. There were illusion gems, as well as gems with functions such as detoxification, curses, and positioning. Jenny was worried that Leo had such things hidden on him. Who knew that when he took off all his clothes, the masculine smell would enter her nose, and she would have the urge to mate with him. It was like female animals secreting estrogen. The estrogen would spread into the air, and male beasts would smell it and come to mate. This was an animal instinct chosen by nature. Jenny also had the instinct to obtain and integrate the high-level Veleglia's bloodline, and continue and optimize the next generation of pure blood. What stimulated Jenny's mating instinct was not male hormones, but the high-level Veleglia's bloodline. As the long-nosed king said, if Bellairs' direct bloodline was to be passed on, Jenny had to get married. Her previous choice was Benny. This had nothing to do with emotions. Balerion simply needed an heir. Without pureblood heirs like Jenny and Benny, who would he find to be his clone when he was sealed in the depths of the trench? In Veleglia's heyday, Shorty's bloodline was nothing. But now, the pureblood had withered. Even Benny, a two-headed monster who was cursed by the high-energy magic factor, had become a 1 in 1,000 person. Shorty was finally a close relative of the Dragon Queen. He was much better than Benny. So, it was not surprising that Jenny liked him. "But I don't want to," Shorty wailed. "Lady Jenny is noble, powerful, and beautiful. Why don't you want to?" the long-nosed king asked, puzzled. I'm scared when I look at her," Shorty said with a trembling voice. "But you still raised your head. You do have my style," the long-nosed king laughed wretchedly. "I wasn't scared before, but suddenly I am," Shorty said honestly. The long-nosed king thought for a moment, and speculated, maybe, when she used the soul detection magic, your will was suppressed. You are not the only one who has this kind of situation. Once you get used to it. In the end, the long-nosed king's tone was not so sure. How could he get used to it? The more time he spent with Jenny, the more respect he would have for her. "She is too big for me." The long-nosed king sighed, and advised again, "We will win this time. After killing Danny and Rise, it is impossible to restore the glory of Veleglia, but Jenny will at least become the king of the Slave Bay. Didn't you say that life is full of ups and downs? If you marry her, you will have a better future than being the king of Ko-Chang Island. The people in the Long Tooth Palace will not dare to gossip about you anymore. They will only be jealous of you, but there is nothing they can do." After the long-nosed king said that, Shorty immediately thought of his mission, and asked curiously, "Uncle, you have always said that we will win, but why? Our camp is bombarded every day, and it seems that we have no power to fight back." Come with me. Once you see the real trump card of the alliance, you will be as confident as I am." The long-nosed king smiled mysteriously, and pulled his son deep into the cliff cave. A day later, 15 kilometers southeast of Meereen City, in a huge underground cave 500 meters below the surface. The one-eyed Shorty was riding on a horse, running on a 5-meter-wide and 5-meter-high winding path. In front of him, there was a flickering dark red light, accompanied by the hot air mixed with the smell of sulfur. "How is it?" The long-nosed king laughed. Shorty muttered, "If there are no accidents, we will win. The heritage of Veleglia's descendants is terrifying." The Dragon Queen was right. The elephant soldiers were all underground, and the Alliance used the dragonworms to build an extremely complicated underground palace, so huge that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But she would not have thought that the underground palace would be so deep, with so many dragonworms, and so huge. Chapter 700. What Prince Leo and High Priestess Jenny are engaged. What's going on? The Great Pyramid of Myrine, the Queen's study. The blood-red sun shone through the large glass window and landed on the Dragon Queen's mouth. She was so shocked that her gums were exposed. White Mask Morona, who was reporting the mission at the table, was puzzled by the Queen's reaction. She hesitated and said, since both of them said so, it should be true. Oh my God, that dwarf and Jenny. Danny held her forehead and groaned. Prince Leo of Kochang Island may be short, but his status is noble. He even awakened the high-grade Valeglia bloodline. Isn't it reasonable for Jenny to marry him? Morona was puzzled. Ah. Danny was stunned for a moment before she asked, Zaro told you that? The dwarf awakened the high-grade Valeglia bloodline? Morona nodded and said, Prince Leo said that after he kills you, he will marry High Priestess Jenny at the Great Pyramid of Myrine. Zaro also found it unbelievable at first, but after some investigation, he realized that Leo's bloodline is not very pure, but its level is very high. High Priestess Jenny decided to marry Prince Leo in order to continue the bloodline of the Baleares family. I see. Danny was enlightened. At the same time, she also figured out why the dwarf had lost contact with them. Well, it had been a week since the last exchange of captives. The atmosphere of war outside the city was getting more and more intense. There was a sense of urgency as if a storm was coming. The final battle was coming. However, once the dwarf entered the enemy's camp, Danny did not see him praying to the 7 gods. It turned out that the dwarf had become Zaro's son-in-law and was always with Jenny. He did not have the chance, nor did he dare to pray to the 7 gods. Once he condensed the mark of the Holy Night, she would immediately discover it. Danny slammed the table and said in frustration, I miscalculated. She did not mind the dwarf losing his virginity, but if Jenny gained something from it, then, under normal circumstances, as long as the dwarf did not practice fire magic, no one would be able to determine the type, purity, and grade of their bloodline. In any case, Danny had only sensed that the dwarf had an extraordinary talent for practicing fire witchcraft. After taking his blood and observing it with the witchcraft lens, she was sure that as she comprehended her own song of fire, his bloodline had definitely advanced. Wasn't Aunt May also wondering why the dwarf wasn't burned to death? If Aunt May had the chance to draw blood and cast a detection spell, she would definitely be able to detect the abnormality of the dwarf. But just by looking with her eyes and smelling with her nose. Fine, Jenny discovered the secret of the dwarf's bloodline with her instinctive desire. Your Majesty, is that Leo special? Morona asked doubtfully. When Danny asked her to look for Zaro and Kuiji to ask for information, she only asked about what had happened in the Alliance's camp. She didn't mention Leo by name. If I had known that his bloodline was so powerful, I wouldn't have let him go. Danny brushed her off and gestured for Morona to leave. Not to mention Morona, even old Yimont didn't know that the dwarf had gone to the enemy camp to be a Mission Impossible spy. Because Tyrion was recuperating in the Queen's intensive care unit, everyone could see him every 2 days and even had a simple conversation with him. The news of the engagement must have spread in the camp because of the dwarf. He's telling me about the current situation, but what's the use of that? Danny frowned as she pondered. Knowing that he was going to be Jenny's husband, what else could she do other than gloat? No, that fellow said that he would chop off my head and marry Jenny at the top of the Great Pyramid of Myrine. The dwarf is warning me that Jenny's trump card can really turn the situation around. In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, they have always relied on the megalosaurus to fight wars. If 1 megalosaurus isn't enough, then 100. If 100 isn't enough, then 300. They have never used a forbidden spell. So, the trump card must have something to do with dragons, and the dwarf has also disappeared in the surface camp, which means that my previous guess was right. Jenny is probably controlling the dragon worms to dig an underground palace outside the city. If I were to think about it, I would even dig a tunnel into the city of Myrine and collapse the Great Pyramid. Then, Myrine would definitely fall. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She began to give orders to investigate the depth of all the wells within the city of Myrine and within 5 kilometers of the city. When night fell, hundreds and thousands of people left Meereen. They were in groups of 5. According to the area designated by the Queen, they began to dig wells in an orderly manner. They didn't need to be deep. They only needed to measure the depth to see the underground water. Another day, Dany was drawing the Meereen saw map in the study when the fire spirit, Little Mist, flew in to inform her that Sir Clinton had returned. Well, the dwarf's injuries had not healed and he was recuperating in the intensive care unit. But my G had been sent back to the Westeros by Old Helplessness long before he went undercover in the Allied camp. Old Helplessness left with a striped dragon and Mother Bear. When he returned, he was not alone. Beristan of the Queen's Corner chose to return to participate in the final battle. My G fulfilled her promise to the Dragon Queen before she left and sent her 3 daughters over. "Welcome back, sir," said Dany, giving old Bart a big grin. Although they had seen each other many times through spiritual projections, the two had actually been separated for more than a year. Now that they met again, it was indeed a lot of emotions. "Your Majesty, you should have brought me back earlier," the old knight complained. "Actually, your work in the Queen's Corner is more meaningful. Nearly 80,000 savages are alive because of you. Geralt Dane and I transported them over, but you are the one who is managing them. Sigh, I am the White Knight. I should accompany you to the final battle." When Dany shifted her gaze to the 3 women beside the Great Bear, they immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. From the oldest to the youngest, they reported, "Your Majesty Dany Rise, I am Layla Mormorn. My blade is willing to serve you." This was a fat girl, about 18 or 19 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, with a round head, a round red face, a round body like a wine barrel, and round and strong arms and legs like wooden stakes. She looked very much like her second sister, the female Bear Yarlishan. "Your Majesty Dany Rise, I am Chiao Ruia Mormorn. Your will is my mission." The 4th sister of the Bear family had some genetic mutations. She was 17 or 18 years old, a little over 1.8 meters tall, with a slim figure, a tall nose, deep eyes, a slightly square face, and brown curly hair. "Your Majesty Dany Rise, I am Lyanna Mormorn. I am willing to be your loyal knight." The 5th sister, Lyanna, was not a bear like her mother and second sister. She was about 1.5 meters tall, 11 or 12 years old, with a rosy face with baby fat and a mature and serious expression. She was a very cute girl. Clang! Dany drew the black blade magic sword from her waist and patted each of the 3 girls on the shoulder to accept their allegiance. She conferred the title of the 3rd sister, Lila, as a knight, and the other 2 as honorary knights. There is also a Lila in Meereen. Her ancestor is also from the Northern Territory, Lila Amber. There will be a banquet tonight. I will introduce you to her. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Mormons, Dany asked Big Bear to take his cousins away to settle them down. "You know the situation on my side. No matter how many educated knights there are, it will never be enough. If there is a second son in the family who has no place to settle down, you can send him over." Dany smiled at old Bart and old Embarrassment. "I have no children. My cousins don't like me, and I don't like them either." Old Embarrassment shook his head. Old Bart also shook his head and declined. "I only have one grandnephew, Aston. He is the Earl of the Harvest Hall." This time, Big Bear had a great advantage. Fortunately, his aunt was able to give birth to 5 daughters. The eldest daughter died tragically, and the second son was the heir. The second son also had a son and a daughter. The remaining 3 daughters had no place to settle down and were sent to Slavers Bay to be barons. Dany looked at old Embarrassment again and asked worriedly, "How is Aegon? Why were you gone for so long?" Old Embarrassment's face was full of worry. He said helplessly, "When I reached Winterfell, Stannis had already left White Harbor by ship. He had 2,000 Northern cavalry and 2,500 mercenaries with him. I heard that another 5,000 mercenaries had set off from Bravos. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and they were heading towards Storm's End. But I searched the sea for more than a week and didn't find any trace of them. I had no choice but to leave the Terrasaur with Sansa and return first. Aegon's leg injury hasn't healed and he wants to take a long voyage. What if something happens? Stannis is too much. Dany's aunt was anxious and angry. Her face was red. Your Majesty, don't worry. We didn't reject Stannis's conditions. With his character and integrity, he will definitely ensure the safety of the hostages. Barristan hurriedly consoled her. Old Embarrassment also forced himself to be spirited. He consoled the pitiful Aunt Dany and said, Aegon isn't alone. The northern nobles will ensure his safety, and Illyrio will take care of his life. Oh, with Illyrio, I don't have to worry. Dany's aunt heaved a sigh of relief. Her complexion looked much better. As if thinking of something, Old Embarrassment said, Duke Stark has found the traitor that caused the destruction of the True Dragon Alliance. Who? Dany asked curiously. Aegon's capture was his own bad luck, but the True Dragon Alliance was still barely holding on. But Erlu suddenly demanded for command, and the King's Landing took advantage of the situation. They didn't give Sansa and the others a chance to adjust. White Harbor scholar the Roma. Then, Old Embarrassment told her about how the Roma had sent messages back and forth between Erlu and the Iron Throne, and how Aegon's True Dragon Alliance had collapsed. With this, who would dare to treat the scholar as a trusted aide in the future? Barristan frowned. Dany asked curiously, what about Varys? What's he been busy with recently? He's the eight-clawed spider. How did Cersei crush him in terms of intelligence? Varys? Old Embarrassment was stunned. He shook his head and said, I haven't heard anything about him. I feel like that guy doesn't live up to his reputation. Dany muttered. She had misunderstood the bald eunuch. He had been working hard and had been playing a role. For example, during the Battle of the Blackwater River, Varys had warned the Golden Group and the Dornishmen that the King's Landing was about to make a big move. He suggested that they retreat to the Stormlands first and wait for the matter of King Aegon to be settled. However, he didn't know Yulun's complete plan, and his reputation wasn't very good. Plus, his words were vague. The Golden Group and the Dornishmen were on high alert, but they didn't retreat. Another example was when the True Dragon Alliance had just been formed. He had secretly snuck into the Great Cathedral a few times to represent King Aegon and met with the Great Sparrow. There are only 3 kings left in the 7 kingdoms. You don't support Cersei, and you can't support the blasphemous Stannis. Why don't you mobilize the people and lead the Astral Knights to support the True Dragon Aegon? The Great Sparrow firmly refused. After the True Dragon Alliance collapsed, he reported to the Great Sparrow countless times. Be careful, you must be careful. Cersei's patience with you has reached its limit. The Great Sparrow said, I won't listen. I'm not afraid. Then the Great Sparrow met the Holy Mother again. Chapter 701. Many years ago, the toad which had spoken a prophecy to Cersei the maiden. You will one day be the mother of the world. Until another woman comes, younger and more beautiful than you. She will overthrow you and take away all that you hold dear. The True Dragon Alliance was formed. Aegon and Sansa were married. Aegon declared himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and called himself Aegon VI. After his wife was crowned, Aegon led 2 armies to attack the King's Landing from the north and south. When Cersei received the news, she finally felt fear. Then she realized the truth. The woman in the prophecy was not Margaery, whom she had always feared, nor was she the Dragon Queen, whom she had always longed for but never had the chance to meet. It was her former follower, Sansa Stark. So it was her. That little bitch. I should have. In the Red Keep's Plum Tower, Cersei's eyes were burning with hatred. She spun around in the room like a top and muttered like a madwoman. Yulun did not understand what was going on with his wife, but he could sense her fear and helplessness. He said gently, My dear, I swear. I will defend your crown with my life. Aegon can only enter the King's Landing over my dead body. After that, he received Queen Cersei's permission to secretly contact the Alliance. In exchange for a dragon egg and a dragon's horn, he rented a squad of winged dragons from the Alliance. Take note, Yulun is renting the pterosaur squad, not joining the Alliance army. She is also not roping in the Alliance army to attack her nephew with the Dragon Queen as their common goal. When the squad of winged dragons arrived, he made a clear statement in the Imperial Council. We are only targeting Aegon Targaryen, who started the civil war and destroyed the peace. Renting the squad of winged dragons is just a commercial activity. In fact, that was what he said in the letter he sent to the Alliance. But everyone knew that this was just a small trick to avoid Dragon Queen's revenge. The allies had received the dragon egg and the horn, and they had also gotten King Aegon, so they didn't mind Yulun taking advantage of them. Cersei was not satisfied. She thought this was too cowardly. "I'm not afraid of Dany Alice," she announced to all the ministers at the Imperial Conference. However, the ministers of government and even the Lannister who controlled the Lion Army did not want to fight to the death with the Dragon Queen before the situation at Slave Bay was clear. They let out a long sigh of relief and gladly accepted the winged dragon mercenaries. They then sent a letter to Dragonstone Island and explained the situation to the Dragon Queen. But the winged dragons of the Alliance were not to be trifled with. On the surface, they promised Yulun that they would be honest mercenaries, but in secret, they repeatedly flew to Dragonstone Island to throw wildfire bombs. While destroying the core of the magic net, they also wanted to force the Iron Throne into action. Yulun, the hero of Liangshan, held the letter from Dragonstone Island. His expression. After discovering the special identity of Scholar Aegon White Harbor, Yulun's first mission was to encourage Jon Stark to send a request for help to Sansa and try to pull Aegon's forces to Winterfell. At that time, Aegon's armies from the north and south had left for King's Landing. Even a fool would know that if he focused part of his efforts on the north, the Iron Throne would have an easier time. By letting Aegon and Erlu meet, they would be able to incite internal strife. While eliminating Erlu, who was close to the Iron Treasury, it would further weaken Aegon's forces. Although Erlu had Aunt May's protection and the Iron Treasury's unlimited gold buff from afar, Yulun and the others thought that he was a grasshopper in autumn who would not last long. After all, Erlu had almost died at the hands of Little Skinner. Aegon should be stronger than Little Skinner, right? Before Scholar Aegon could speak, Jon had already arranged for Meiji and Gabbert to go to River Rapture City to look for Sansa. Yulun, to let Erlu last longer, Yulun gave Scholar Aegon a new mission, to inform Erlu about the current situation of the True Dragon Alliance. Only by knowing the enemy and knowing oneself can one win 100 battles. Alright, Yulun did not expect Erlu to win back then. He only hoped that Erlu, that stumbling block, would be harder and bigger, so that Aegon would fall hard. It would be best if Aegon could fight on two fronts for a long time, against Erlu in the north, and against the Iron Throne in King's Landing. As the commander, Aegon had to fly between the north and the south frequently. Apart from exhausting him, it also gave the hired team an opportunity to ambush him. Yulun also knew that Aegon traveled at night and was on guard against the possible appearance of the winged dragon knights. No one would have thought that Erlu would be able to capture King Aegon. When he received the letter from Scholar Aegon, Yulun's jaw almost dropped. But Cersei, wahahaha, I've been praying to the Holy Mother every day, and finally, the Holy Mother has begun to care for me. Everything has been going too well recently. Whatever I want comes to me. Sansa, that stupid bitch, ran to the north on her own with the false dragon. Stannis also didn't need our help. He took care of Aegon himself. If this is not the Holy Mother's blessing, then what is? At the Imperial Conference, Queen Cersei was in high spirits, her face glowing. She placed her left hand on her waist and waved the letter of Aegon's capture with her right hand, as if she was waving a banner of victory. Then, before Erlu could send someone to take over the command of the True Dragon Alliance, the King's Landing sent the news of Aegon's defeat and death to the Valley and the Golden Knights. Of course, the Valley's vassals, the Golden Knights, the Dornish princess, and the nobles of the Stormlands did not believe the Iron Throne's nonsense, but they would definitely send a letter to the Valley to ask. After that, the morale of the True Dragon Alliance was in chaos. The Valley's vassals hesitated, and the Stormlands nobles retreated. Only the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen were left at the forefront. Outside the King's Landing, on the southern shore of the Blackwater, the Iron Throne's target was only the Golden Knights and Dornish. Without Aegon, the Golden Knights and Dornish still treated the Iron Throne as their enemy. Without Aegon, the Stormlands nobles returned home. The Valley's vassals lost their interests, and their morale began to fall. Wahahaha. The Holy Mother's blessing, the false dragon alliance has been destroyed. Prince Hun has been exiled by Stannis. Stannis has betrayed the seven gods, and will forever be abandoned by the people of the seven kingdoms. The war of the three kings has ended. I am the true ruler of the Westeros, the queen who is blessed by the seven gods. Cersei stood in front of a pillar in front of the great cathedral of Baelor. She was wearing a crown and a dress with intricate patterns. She held her head high like a hen that had just laid an egg, clucking proudly in front of a sparrow that could not lay an egg. Now, I want you to ring the bell and announce to the people of the seven kingdoms that I am the queen of the Andals, the Loinar, and the First Folk. No. The sparrow shook her head firmly. Cersei's proud face gradually turned ferocious. I have tolerated you until today because of the Holy Mother. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Cersei's murderous intent was like venom seeping out of a mamba's teeth. Actually, this was the truth. If not for the Holy Mother's miracle of resurrecting the dead, Cersei would have slaughtered the great cathedral and taken the sparrow's head again. The archbishop frowned and sighed. In what name do you call yourself a king? Robert Baratheon ended the Targaryens and established the Baratheon dynasty. It is still the Baratheon dynasty. You are only Robert's wife, and you have already remarried. How can I let the matriarch of the Greyjoy family become the rightful heir of the Baratheon dynasty? Are you going to welcome Stannis back to King's Landing? When he returns, I don't think you will need to crown him. He has a red-robed priestess, and even. Cersei pointed at the tall temples around her and mocked, this magnificent great cathedral of Baelor will also be dyed red and become the Lalo Temple. Are you going to help the pagans blaspheme the seven gods? The bitterness on the sparrow's face deepened. This was truly a rotten era. Aegon's identity was unknown, and there were suspicions that his bloodline was mixed up. Rotten. Most importantly, he was determined to take away the church's tax and military rights. Rotten. Cersei had made all the mistakes a woman could make. She even married someone else and lost her sense of righteousness. Rotten to the core. Erlu converted to the evil gods, burned the statues of the seven gods, and forced the believers of the seven gods to convert to the Light King. There was nothing worse than him. The sparrow was too difficult. You may have murdered most of Robert's illegitimate children, but not all of them, he said. What do you mean? Cersei was surprised. Robert Baelor is the illegitimate child of Theon and Delena Floren. Idric Windstorm. His bloodline is clear, and his mother is of noble status. He is of suitable age and is qualified to be Tommen the First's successor. Idric. Cersei's face was twisted like a demon's. The name was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. He is a bastard. She growled. He is 100% of Theon Baelor's bloodline. The people of the Seven Kingdoms know that, the sparrow said calmly. He is missing. He died a long time ago. He has always been protected by loyal knights. He is very safe. After King Tommen passed away, Idric Windstorm sent me a letter and asked me to restore his identity as Theon Baelor. I agreed. If Idric Windstorm could become Idric Baelor Theon, his inheritance rights would surpass Erlu's. Only Myrcella's inheritance rights would surpass Idric's because she was the first wife's daughter. Bastard, bastard, I want. Cersei clenched her fists so hard that her nails almost pierced through her palms. Where is he? In a place where you can't hurt him. The sparrow's gaze was cold. Ha ha. Cersei seemed to have suddenly realized something. She laughed hysterically. Just you wait. Let's see if I can cut off his little head. Prince Idric is not King Robert's only surviving illegitimate child. Queen Dowager, accept the fate of the seven gods and return to the Iron Island. Send a letter to Dragonstone Island. Ask the Dragon Queen to send Myrcella back. Devon Lannister went to Megal Tower with his crutch to advise Cersei. Myrcella, my daughter. Cersei's eyes were immediately filled with tears. Yulun's eyes flashed. Will Dany Lyssa agree? Theoretically, she will not refuse, Sir Devon said seriously. According to the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms, when a hostage needs to return home to inherit his father's title, no upright guardian can stop him. Instead, they will protect him to complete the inheritance. Yes, Yes, yes. Circe's face was filled with joy. She said eagerly, "This is tradition, this is the rule. She has no reason to refuse. My Myrcella, my good daughter. She is still so young and she has to live under the vile mother of dragons. Hoo, she cried and shouted, send a letter to Dragonstone Island immediately. I want Myrcella. She is my only child. I want to protect her." Chapter 702. In Westeros, captives had aristocratic privileges. Aristocratic children who were hostages had even greater privileges. In other words, as hostages, they would have the same privileges as their status. For example, Theon Greyjoy. Nominally, he was Ida's adopted son, but in essence, he was no different from Messai. They were both hostages. Ida was Theon's guardian, while Dany was Messai's guardian. Theon was living a carefree life in Winterfell. He was treated the same as Robb and Bran. Jon was deeply jealous of him. Theon was also jealous of the father-son relationship between Jon and Ida. He longed for Ida's fatherly love, but he was afraid of Ida's ice sword. If Balon rebelled, Ida would behead Theon. Messai and Dany did not have any cliché mother-daughter relationship. Dany treated Messai like a princess according to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, and Messai played the role of a well-behaved princess. After receiving the Iron Throne's letter, Dragonstone Island immediately replied, "There is a high probability that the Dragon Queen will not reject this request. However, communication is not smooth now. Perhaps we can only send Princess Messai back after the Battle of Meereen." Marvin was not lying. Only Dany could contact them through her mental projection. They could not send a message to Slavers Bay. "Dragonstone Island is lying," Yulun said confidently. "We just hired a team of winged dragons." The next day, Slavers Bay sent another team of winged dragons to Dragonstone Island. Even an idiot would know that they must have a method of communication. Perhaps it's witchcraft. That was the truth. Cersei was not stupid. She immediately understood the truth. The collusion between Saint Dany and Saint Sparrow was no longer a secret. Now that the fake crown Prince Aegon had fallen in Winterfell, Saint Dany was using Robert's illegitimate son to interfere in the internal affairs of the Seven Kingdom. Saint Sparrow was only carrying out Saint Dany's secret order. In the end, this was the #1 throne in the world, the Iron Throne. Saint Dany might have sworn not to start a civil war, but she must have been thinking about how to drag Queen Cersei down from her throne. It's Dany Alice. She's the one who instigated Big Sparrow to look for Larrowbow's bastard spawn. Eternal Emperor was shocked and angry. It's very possible. Yulun looked shocked and impressed. "My dear, you are so smart. You saw through Dany Rye's conspiracy at a glance. It's a pity that the ministers were deceived by her. I want to kill her, my queen. I will firmly support any decision you make, but she is still too far away from us." Yulun sighed faintly. Cersei immediately said, "The Great Sparrow is within reach. It's just that." As soon as she said those words, a trace of hesitation appeared on her fierce face. "Sigh, the sparrow still can't move." Cersei sighed helplessly. Yulun gently held his wife's delicate cheeks and looked into her eyes as if he was instilling spiritual power into her. "You are the queen, the law, and the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms. You can do anything. But he has the Holy Mother behind him." Queen Cersei hesitated. "My dear, your only enemy is Big Sparrow. Your personal grudge has nothing to do with the church. Think about it, Big Sparrow and Dany Rye colluded to usurp your throne. Do you think the Holy Mother will allow it? No, the Holy Mother will not." Cersei clenched her fists and said excitedly, "I've been studying the Seven Stars Bible recently. It clearly states that the faith belongs to the seven gods, and the secular royalty belongs to the king. The seven gods do not support the church's involvement in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Big Sparrow and Dany Rye have disobeyed the teachings of the seven gods. They are sinners. I will punish the scum of the church on behalf of the Holy Mother," Cersei shouted as she waved her fist. After that, she was about to summon the soldiers to the cathedral. Yulun stopped her and said, "Big Sparrow is too good at inciting people. I'm afraid we can't put him on trial through normal means." "I'm not going to put him on trial. I'm going to lead the soldiers to encircle Big Sparrow, Cersei said matter-of-factly. Huh? Massacre the cathedral? Yulun was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched. The entire King's Landing will riot, and the soldiers won't dare. I'm not stupid. Why would I do something so outrageous? Cersei rolled her eyes at her husband and said, when Big Sparrow appears in the square, I'll have Robert Strong lead the soldiers to attack and kill Big Sparrow. He'll be the only one killed. Then I'll announce that he has betrayed the 7 gods and tried to control the change of throne. That should be enough to appease the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, right? Haha, the nobles hate Big Sparrow as much as I do. As long as the nobles are appeased, I won't be afraid even if the commoners riot, Cersei said proudly. Big Sparrow has the beggar army protecting him. You might not succeed. Yulun's eyes flashed. He leaned over to Cersei's ear and whispered, why don't we kill him with a borrowed knife first, then burn the bridge after crossing the river? And so, the best husband of the 7 kingdoms offered a brilliant plan to the Eternal Empress. Good. My dear, you are my Friar Bath. After listening to Yulun's plan, Cersei was so excited that her cheeks flushed. She didn't care about his ugly face that was full of scars anymore and kissed him. Yulun responded passionately. The next morning, Yulun led 10,000 Tiamin out of King's Landing and went to Twilight Valley to pursue the retreating Valley army. Cersei had been praying to the Holy Mother in the Queen Dowager's small chapel since morning. On the morning of the 3rd day, Big Sparrow habitually stood on the podium and explained the 7 Stars Bible to the believers in the square below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following a shrill sound that cut through the air, Big Sparrow suddenly realized that the sky above his head was covered by a shadow. When he looked up in confusion, he saw 3 huge water tanks descending from the sky. Even higher up, there were 3 winged dragons soaring in the sky. 7 gods above boom. 3 huge green flowers bloomed around the podium. Like a giant mouth from hell, they swallowed Holy Sparrow and the dozens of believers and sparrows around him. 7 gods. Thousands of believers and monks could not believe what was happening. They collapsed on the ground and held their heads as they let out the loudest meaningless howls. Kill the blasphemers and avenge the chief bishop. The one-armed hero Lancel roared ferociously. Blasphemy, 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 blasphemy. Gradually, starting from the beggar army, all the believers in the square, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, raised their right fists and roared in grief and anger. The blasphemer is Cersei. The one-armed hero placed righteousness before family. In front of the 7 gods and his family, he did not hesitate to choose the 7 gods. In fact, it was too shocking to murder the chief bishop in front of countless believers during Mass. It had crossed the bottom line of any devout believer. Kill the blasphemer Cersei. Tens of thousands of angry believers and the people of King's Landing who knew about this rushed to the Red Keep. However, Cersei was prepared. Before the rioting believers of the 7 gods could reach the gate of the Red Keep, dozens of fast horses rushed out of the Red Keep and shouted along the street, "The winged dragon mercenaries have betrayed their oath and fled after robbing the Red Keep's treasure." Well, the winged dragon mercenaries were a mercenary group made up of 5 winged dragons. Yulun defined them as the mercenaries on the other side of the Narrow Sea, but this mercenary group was more luxurious. They did not ride horses but winged dragons. The mercenaries are disloyal and betrayed their employer. The mercenaries came from the Narrow Sea Anti-Dragonmother Alliance. They found out that the Dragon Queen of Slave Bay was close to the Big Sparrow. They betrayed their oath and attacked Queen Cersei to murder the Great Holy Sparrow. The Big Sparrow is the spokesperson of the Dragon Queen in the Westeros. The Alliance is here for revenge. The winged dragon mercenaries of the Alliance disguised themselves as mercenaries and disobeyed Queen Cersei's orders many times. They first burned Dragonstone Island and killed the chief bishop. In the eyes of the Alliance, Dragonstone Island and the Big Sparrow are part of the Dragon Queen's power in the Westeros. The chief bishop was implicated by the Dragon Queen. The believers who were preparing to attack the Red Keep were stunned. They did not believe it at first. How could there be such a coincidence? The winged dragon mercenaries had just murdered the chief bishop, and then the Whore Queen Mother announced that the winged dragon mercenaries had betrayed her. Did they think they were fools? However, it was not the first time that the winged dragon mercenaries had disobeyed orders. For example, they had bombed Dragonstone Island. Some time ago, after Marvin's letter was sent to the King's Landing, the Iron Throne had publicly announced that the mercenaries' actions did not represent the Iron Throne. Queen Cersei expressed her deep concern and apologies for the tragedy on Dragonstone Island. "I swear, give me time, and I will give everyone an explanation." In the Red Keep, Cersei answered the questions of the nobles and ministers. On the third day, she really did give everyone an explanation. 1 winged dragon corpse, 2 winged dragons with arrow wounds all over their bodies, and 3 winged dragon knights' heads. The King's Landing was silent. The monks who had lost their leader did not know what to do. The nobles secretly gave her a thumbs up. The Whore Queen Mother finally grew a brain this time. "Everyone knows that this is your scheme, but to dare to attack the Alliance of Darkness and even implicate the Dragon Queen, we have to admire your methods and magnanimity. After all, everyone loved the Holy Mother, but they also hated the Big Sparrow who had been encroaching on the nobles' power." After that, Yulun led the army back and advised his wife, "The nobles have stabilized, but you still have to appease the people and the church. The church still has 3,000 children of war and tens of thousands of poor people. If there is a riot, I will kill them all," Cersei said fiercely. "You can't kill them all. There are at least 200,000 poor people in the King's Landing now. Why don't you take a step back and give them an explanation, and also give the Holy Mother an explanation?" Yulun said faintly. "What should I do?" Yulun's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his voice was as gentle as milk with honey. "Announce to the public that you are uneasy about the Big Sparrow's death. You are willing to stay in the Queen Mother's tower and pray to the Holy Mother for 3 years to atone for your negligence. Pray and abstain from food for 3 years." Cersei's eyes widened. She looked at her husband as if he was an idiot. "Hey, if you close the gates of the Red Keep, who knows, who can stop you from eating? It's just a gimmick. You will eat what you eat when you fast. Stay in the Queen Mother's tower? Don't you always stay in the Queen Mother's tower?" Cersei shook her head vigorously and said, "I still have to go to the front hall for a court meeting, I have to hold a ball at Maegor Tower, I have to ride a horse and hunt, and I have to listen to Dr. Wargrave's plays." Yulun pulled Cersei to the balcony and pointed at the crowd below Aegon Hill. "Look, half the city is filled with rioters. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. They all want your life." Chapter 703. King's Landing was made up of 3 hills, and the Red Keep was built on Aegon Hill near the sea. Standing on the balcony of the Red Keep's Maegor Tower, with the height of the hills, one could almost see half of King's Landing. At this moment, Cersei looked as far as she could, and she felt that the city that she was once so familiar with had suddenly become unfamiliar. There seemed to be a sandbox of a city in front of her, and a large bag of soybeans was poured onto it. Each bin represented a mob, and there were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. "Execute the blasphemer Cersei. Blood for blood, only the whore Cersei's life can be worth the Archbishop." The mob's roars were like a tsunami, and the tall and majestic Red Keep seemed to be a small boat floating on the sea. Every wave of tsunami could capsize it. For the first time, Cersei felt fear from the commoners. "You said that pushing the blame to the Wyvern Knights would calm the crowd." She shrank back, her face contorted as she roared at Yulun. A fierce look flashed across Yulun's eyes, and he said helplessly, "I said that as long as you give the nobles the right reason, they will definitely calm down, and then your rule will be as stable as a mountain. Because the foundation of the king's rule has never been the commoners, but the nobles." Then, his tone changed, and he said sternly, "The nobles have indeed been appeased, and the council minister has not bothered you recently, has he? But you still need the church, and you need a new archbishop to crown you. You also need the commoners, and you need them to calm down. Tens of thousands of people surround the Red Keep every day, and you dare to go out hunting? Your ears are filled with treacherous words, and you still have the mood to listen to Dr. Wargrave's opera? When you hold a masquerade ball, the nobles will talk about what the mob outside the Red Keep did today, and you will still be happy. But 3 years of confinement will kill me." Cersei looked at her husband pitifully. "Stay in the tower for a month or 2, And when the anger of the church and the commoners over the death of the great sparrow fades, you will be able to go wherever you want. But Cersei was tempted. Yulun continued, Big Sparrow is dead, Aegon has been exiled, and Stannis has never been a threat. Your enemies are all gone, so you don't need this bit of time. Cersei shook her head. Even if I'm only absent for a month or two, the country will still fall into chaos because of the loss of a wise leader. Yulun's scarred face twitched a few times before he nodded and sighed. That's true. You're the pillar of support for Westeros. You can't miss a single day. How about this? I'll be your attendant, just like the chief eunuch of the Eastern Kingdom. I'll help the queen pass on her orders to her subjects. Chief eunuch. Cersei was surprised. Yulun then told him about how the Emperor of Yi used eunuchs to manage the palace and how he lived a carefree life. This system is good, Cersei said. But, if I make you a eunuch, will it? Her eyes wandered to the lower part of her husband's body, her expression uncertain. Yulun's scarred face darkened as he said in a muffled voice, It's just a metaphor. Aren't we closer than a eunuch to a king? Cersei heard this and looked at him warily, thinking to herself, even Jaime is unreliable, let alone you. The plan is good, but you're my husband after all. You can't be my errand boy. Let's. Cersei clapped her hands regretfully and shook her head. If Cabourn was still alive, he would be the most suitable person to be my lackey. Now, I can only let my cousin Devon try. Rob's head was placed on the neck of the magic mountain by Cabourn. How could Arya let him go? That works too. Yulun's expression did not change. Devon is a good lad. Everyone says that he's very similar to the former Prince Regent Kevin. With him in charge, I'll lead the troops to conquer the valley. You can listen to operas and hold balls in the Empress Dowager's tower in peace. Uncle Kevin. Cersei's eyes darkened. Perhaps we should call Tanya over. Yulun's idea was not bad. When the stubborn and despicable Queen Cersei issued a decree of guilt and announced that it was her fault for trusting the Terrasaur mercenary group that caused the Holy Sparrow's tragic death and that she would be confining herself for 3 years to atone for her sins, the people of the King's Landing were shocked. When Yulun invited the 4 old nuns to personally lock Queen Cersei in the Empress Dowager's tower, even the parading sparrows gradually dispersed. The whore Empress Dowager had voluntarily abstained from food and prayed for 3 years. What else could they ask for? Even the radical children of war only clamored for blood and called for the 7 gods to conquer the Western God alliance. In other words, they started a religious war. The Church's armed forces formed a volunteer army and crossed the sea to support the Dragon Queen in fighting against the heretics of the Allied army. The situation in the King's Landing is not right now. Lannister's power is waning while Tywin's power is rising rapidly, Scholar Pylos said solemnly. Dragonstone Island. Dany sat on a wide fishbone chair in the control center of the Mana Tower. Opposite her were Marwyn, Pylos, Larissa, and Jairo Dane. Bronn was patrolling Dragonstone Island. The giant crab was stuck in the north and had not returned. I'm afraid that Cersei's false confinement will become a real imprisonment. Dany sighed. Very likely. Marvin nodded. In the previous battle at the Blackwater River, the Golden Army of 10,000 suffered 40% casualties and was almost crippled. Dawn was even worse. Of the 4,000 desert cavalrymen, only 1,200 remained. But similarly, the Iron Throne did not fare well either. Out of 10,000 Lannister, only 5,000 were left. Their commander, Sir Devon, broke his left leg. River Bend lost less than 1,000 men. Yulun's Tywin only lost 300 men. This, Dany was stunned. Isn't it too obvious? Is Cersei an idiot? I heard that Cersei participated in the formulation of the battle plan, Scholar Pylos said. What was she thinking? Dany was completely speechless. The reason was simple. Yulun told Queen Cersei that this battle was to defend her Iron Throne. She could not let the River Bend army, led by Randall Tarly, become the main force. Cersei agreed with this statement and formulated the battle plan based on this principle. Actually, there was no problem with the battle plan. Yulun was right. The River Bend army could not die for Lannister. The Lion army had to be the main force. Otherwise, if the Iron Throne collapsed, Chemin's sneak attack from behind would become a joke. The key was the timing of Chemin's attack. According to the original plan, the Lion Army would hold off the Golden Army and enter the most intense and anxious state of the battle. Then, Yulun would lead Chemin to attack the enemy's rear along Rose Avenue. Yulun would let the Lion Army hold off until they could not hold on any longer. Only then would his army charge out and sweep the battlefield. Therefore, as long as a teammate had bad intentions, even the most perfect battle plan would have a major flaw. Just like the War of the Four Kings back then, Luo Bai's tactics were bold and unconstrained, and his personal achievements were godly. However, Bolton was disloyal and kept sending people from the Northern Territory to deliver their heads to Luo Bai, ruining the good situation. "What's the situation with the Alliance's pterosaur squad?" Danny asked. Marwyn said, "A dragon knight and a pterosaur died in the Battle of Blackwater River. Larissa killed a pterosaur knight. The remaining 3 dragon knights plotted against the Archbishop and landed in Yulun's camp that afternoon. In the end, they were ambushed and completely wiped out. The Golden Army killed a pterosaur." Larissa shook her head and said with a strange expression, "At the beginning, Cersei prepared a large amount of wildfire for the pterosaur knights to throw. However, the Alchemist Guild's wildfire bullets did not have Tyrian oil to increase stability. An accident happened and a dragon knight was burned to death on the spot. After that, they did not dare to throw wildfire bottles. How pitiful. 5 pterosaurs rushed thousands of miles to the Westeros and did nothing. It was as if they were performing the dragon knight's cowardly death for the people of the 7 kingdoms." Danny's mouth twitched. "Yulun is really bold. You dare to play with the Alliance like this?" Marwyn exclaimed. "Maybe he has good eyes and knows that the Queen will win." Larissa grinned. "This responsibility may fall on Empress Dowager Cersei. After all, she even dared to refuse to pay the Iron Treasury," Pylos said. Danny thought for a moment and said, "Yulun killed 1,000 men of the new Gith Iron Legion and a fleet of more than 10 ships. The Gith Iron Legion is one of the main forces of the Alliance. Today's 5 pterosaurs are about the same. Maybe he has too many lice and does not itch." In short, Yulun and Cersei were bold and bold. They were not afraid of the Alliance at all. By the way, Marwyn remembered Messai and told her about the King's Landing's request. "Do you want to send Messai back?" "No, send her back to King's Landing, and Messai will be dead," Larissa quickly said. Black Sister and Messai both lived in the Great Pyramid. They had been with the Dragon Queen for a long time and their personalities were not bad. Naturally, they had built a deep friendship. Danny pondered and said, "If Cersei sends 2 more letters asking for Messai, I will consider sending her to Dragonstone Island. If not, pretend that you did not contact me." Everyone nodded. Scholar Pylos asked again, "Your Majesty, what plans do you have for the great Cathedral of Baelor?" "What, the church also sent a letter?" Danny asked curiously. "Yes, Archbishop Matthew asked if you are willing to serve as the Archbishop of the 7 Kingdoms. The Iron Throne is contacting the Archbishops of the Starry Cathedral in the Old Town. It seems that they want to interfere with the election of the new Archbishop. The Great Sparrow died in the wildfire in front of everyone. Even the Holy Mother couldn't resurrect him. Unfortunately, the Great Cathedral of Baelor lacked a strong leader to replace the Great Sparrow. The King's Landing Church has lost its backbone. Naturally, people are anxious. Some of the archbishops thought of you," Pylos said. "I have an idea," Danny said with a smile, "to create another position above the archbishop. The Pope. I will be the first Pope of the Church of the 7 Gods. Slave Bay and Westeros are 2 different large dioceses. There will be an archbishop in each diocese to assist the Pope in managing the church." "The Pope?" Everyone was shocked and murmured with a look of disbelief. "Your Majesty, if you rule the world, the Church of the 7 Gods will become the mainstream religion of the world. Compared to the king of a country, the Pope, who controls the power of the world's churches, has too much power. I am afraid that it will threaten the royal power," Dr. Mulvern advised. "I have 2 questions," Danny raised her index finger. "First, an archbishop like the Great Sparrow. Do the 7 kingdoms have more advantages than disadvantages, or do the disadvantages outweigh the advantages?" That depends on who he is dealing with, Dr. Bullneck muttered. To the nobles and the king, he is guilty of serious violations of the nobles' rights and provokes conflicts between the church and the nobles. But no one can deny that the Great Sparrow is upright and honest. All the benefits of the church are used to help the poor people. The Great Sparrow does not count the living. So, the world needs someone like the Great Sparrow, Danny said. But you are the king. Malvern was in a dilemma. The king was the representative of the nobles. Chapter 704. You are the king, and your son will become the king. In the foreseeable future, Targaryen will become the representative of the royal power. And an overly powerful church will definitely clash with the royal power, Marvin warned. You said it yourself. The Great Sparrow doesn't count the living, Danny said with a faint smile. The Great Sparrow saves the commoners. It draws the blood of the nobles to feed the commoners of the Seven Kingdoms, but Targaryen represents the nobles. Marvin stomped his foot. Danny was momentarily dazed. Doctor, do you know the reason why the entire world formed an alliance to besiege Slave Bay? She asked softly. Because you want to abolish slavery in the entire world. Marvin was deep in thought, and the urgency on his face gradually disappeared. Why do I have to go against the entire world? Danny asked again. Why? Jiro Dane, who had been silent all this while, asked. Danny glanced at him and sighed. Because my original wish was to build a world without oppression, without slavery, where hard work can earn wealth and dignity. She suddenly smiled strangely. The City of Knowledge wants to build a real world, and I want to build a normal world. I think you're abnormal. Darkstar complained in his heart. Look, look. Danny pointed at Jiro's twisted expression and smiled. He must be thinking that I'm abnormal. No, no. Jiro blushed and quickly denied it. If you think I'm abnormal, it proves that this world is abnormal, Danny said. Ah. Darkstar's face began to twist again. Looking around at the confused, or enlightened gazes, Danny continued, Jiro represents the nobles, Dr. Marvin represents the scholars, and all of you represent the upper middle class of this world. But all of you think that the commoners are oppressed by the nobles like pigs and dogs, and that it's natural and right. Isn't such a world abnormal? If the nobles don't have privileges, what kind of nobles are they? Jiro could not help but retort. Danny smiled helplessly and said, that's why I kept the noble system and did not raise the red flag in this world. What kind of flag is the red flag? Darkstar asked in confusion. A flag specifically designed to take your life. Glancing at him indifferently, she continued, it is impossible to build a world that is completely equal and free of oppression, but it is possible to effectively restrain the power of the nobles and provide institutional protection to the common people under the premise that it conforms to the actual situation of this world. Establishing the world empire was just to satisfy her selfish desires. Her original intention was to make the world better because of her arrival. Even though he didn't have a mission, he didn't forget his original intention. Under the premise of having the ability to change the world, it would be too low for a transmigrator to only indulge in personal desires. Your Majesty, your thoughts may not be very extraordinary, but they are very noble. Scholar Pylo's somewhat rigid face was filled with respect at this moment. Is that a compliment? Dragon Queen was stupefied. You don't understand now, but 20 years later, when you look at this world again, perhaps you will understand what I'm saying today. I don't need 20 years. I can understand it now. But I don't understand why you didn't choose to restrict the power of the nobles through the laws of the kingdom, but chose the church instead, Marvin said. You really understand? Danny asked curiously. Yes, in fact, there were similar thoughts in the City of Knowledge in the early years, but they were suppressed by more scholars and professors as they were afraid of such thoughts. Scholars no fear. They even dared to mess with the real world, even daring to plot against me, Danny said doubtfully. Sigh. The nobles have knives. I even have dragons. It's not the same. Marvin shook his head. The City of Knowledge has never directly confronted the Megalosaurus, but to restrict the power of the nobles, we have to be serious about it. Sigh. Danny shook her head and raised her index and middle fingers. Let's continue with the original question. Second question, between the kingdom's government and the church's system, Which is more honest, efficient, fair, and just? Marvin frowned. Your Majesty, the Great Sparrow is the same as St. Bailey, a once-in-a-millennium oddity. Under normal circumstances, the Archbishop of the Church is inferior to the officials of the Seven Kingdoms. Even if the officials are inefficient and bend the law for personal gain, at least they are still working to maintain the kingdom's normal operations. But the Archbishop, they are greedy, extravagant, and indulge in pleasure, and they are frequent visitors to the King's Landing Academy, and even lay their hands on the young monks in the cloister, and, sigh, they do not do good deeds, but they are full of evil. It's different now. Dany shook her head. The church and the kingdom could be seen as a company, and the kingdom's management was decided by the ruler. But it was hard to find a good ruler, not to mention every generation of kings with great talent and strategy. If the church did not have a god behind it, like the Seven Gods Church, its CEO would be the same as the kingdom, still a mortal, and its revenue would be completely decided by the management. But the kingdom was a family business with unlimited responsibility, while the church was an irresponsible state-owned enterprise. Without a doubt, the family business had more core competitiveness. If the church had a powerful and intelligent god, it would be impossible for the god to manage the grassroots, but for the archbishop and archbishop of the leadership, the god could easily choose the best talents, the believers who were most compatible with his teachings. The god needed faith, and would not be tempted and corrupted by the power and money of mortals. At the very least, they could ensure that their church was fair and clean. In this way, the church's competitiveness would be far higher than the kingdom's. Even if Dany did not make any adjustments, and even suppressed the church's power for the sake of the royal power, the Seven Gods Church, which was managed by Darhay, would not be filled with incompetent people, and would inevitably prosper and flourish. Sooner or later, the Seven Gods Church would be able to suppress the royal power. This would be more fatal to the royal power, and it would not necessarily be beneficial to the church, because the purpose of the church's existence was to serve the god, and the god did not need the royal power. In other words, secular power was only to facilitate the spread of faith. If the current political system could ensure the smooth spread of faith, the church would not need any political power, and could completely not interfere with the royal power. Did you notice? The church and the kingdom seemed to be competing for the royal power, but they did not have any fundamental contradiction. They were just one selling flour, and the other selling lime. As the saying goes, the one who sells flour can't stand the one who sells lime. This was the limit of the common people's vision. If one reached Dany's level, one could see the difference between the two at a glance, and even, she was the owner of both shop. The kingdom was inherited by her blood descendants, and the church was inherited by her eldest son, Darhay. Since the two companies had no fundamental conflict, it was better to unite. The combination of enterprises that produced similar products was called a cartel. If there was no church, and only a feudal kingdom was established, the world would be divided into countless small kingdoms, and Dany's son would be the king, and this would form a cartel-style Targaryen kingdom company. In fact, a cartel was the lowest and most primitive form of monopoly. Above a cartel, there was the second-level syndicate, the third-level trust, and even the highest-level conzune. In terms of the economic development of the world, conzune was the highest form of monopoly. What was conzune? The shops that sold flour were all under one company, called a cartel. The ones that controlled all the flour and wheat shops were called a syndicate. The ones that controlled the planting of wheat, the processing of bread, and even the shops that sold bread, a series of industries related to the production of flour, was called a trust. A trust for flour. Similarly, from lime mining, lime processing, sales, and even construction, real estate, and even property companies, they were all controlled by one company, and could be called a lime trust. Flour and lime did not have any industrial connection, but they had one thing in common: they were daily necessities for ordinary people. On this common point, a core company began to extend its tentacles into small trust companies in different fields like an octopus. A complete trust was too reactionary and was not conducive to productivity improvement, so it would be boycotted by any country. This was a fourth-grade monopoly technique. Once used, it was easy to massacre a city and destroy a country. Yes, Korea's Sour Star was the conzune model. So, now everyone understood Dany's choice, right? 99. 99% of the transmigrators in the world would overthrow the church and then establish a world empire. But in the end, they were just creating a low-level cartel. With the opportunity to establish the Konzun group, Dani naturally would not choose a cartel. As the helmsman of the Long group, the first thing she had to do was to adjust the business of the two subsidiary companies under her, and clearly standardize the budget allocation and profit points of each company. She had to separate the royal power from the church, and turn conflict into harmony. To be honest, Dani's Konzun group was more than 100 times scarier than Lee's Sour Star. The king's subsidiary company controlled most of the material resources, secular political power. The church's subsidiary company controlled spiritual civilization, faith, and education. It almost completely deprived the new child of destiny of the opportunity to rise. If Dani was more evil, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be shrouded in Targaryen's shadow for the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. It would be like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Fortunately, she did not forget her original intention and remembered her mission. She resolutely carried out the concept of a normal world of fighting against evil nobles and improving the social survival rights of the people. Dani was still dreaming of the church in her left hand and the royal power in her right hand, holding up the world with both hands. Then, the Iron Throne moved again. Big Sparrow's death left the position of Archbishop vacant. An archbishop from the Starry Cathedral named John stood up and announced himself as the Archbishop of the Southern Diocese. He also crowned Cersei as the official queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Archbishop Matthew of the King's Landing Cathedral immediately stood up and publicly reprimanded the Starry Cathedral for their sinful act of dividing the church. Actually, after Big Sparrow came to power, the Starry Cathedral and the Cathedral of Baylor had already formed a substantial division. Big Sparrow even mortgaged the church bank of the Starry Cathedral. How could the archbishops of the old town not be angry and jealous? Moreover, the gods who developed faith must be fair and just. Most of the Starry Cathedral were fallen, but it was not that there were no devout believers, such as Archbishop John. He was a believer with more than 200 faith points. Theoretically, he could communicate with the Holy Mother. In fact, the Holy Mother rarely paid attention to these believers. Archbishop John could also use divine spells, so he was fully qualified to run for archbishop. As for why John was bribed by the Iron Throne, devout belief did not mean that believers had no personal will. Unless the seven gods sent an oracle, believers would have thoughts, desires, and choices. That was why Pope Dani was needed to establish new rules. As for Archbishop John, Dani was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Because there was a sudden news from the valley, her nephew was gone. Well, it was real this time. Chapter 705. That day in the Wolfswood, after Stannis reached an agreement with the Iron Treasury on behalf of Tai Chu, he immediately arranged for Sir Justin Marseille to escort Tai Chu away and hire no less than 20,000 mercenaries on the other side of the Narrow Sea. He also told Sir Justin that even if he heard news of his death, he had to lead the troops to crown Princess Shireen as the queen. In this aspect, Sir Justin was almost like a loyal minister. Hence, if the Alliance army wanted to find the Urlu Alliance, the best choice would be to use the Braavosi people to get information from Sir Justin. Justin had been busy recruiting mercenaries. The first batch of 3,000 cavalrymen helped Urlu stabilize the situation and take down Winterfell. When Urlu decided to go south, he prepared a second batch of 5,000 mercenaries. Of course, the fleet that transported the mercenaries, as well as the rations, weapons, armor, and other military supplies for the soldiers, were all bought from Braavos and sent over. When Urlu left White Harbor, he announced that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep, but his real target was the valley. Because of this, All Wu, who sent Meiji back to the Westeros, searched for Urlu on the sea for almost a week, but didn't find any trace of the huge fleet. All Wu went the wrong way. Urlu went to the Five-Finger Peninsula in the valley, and the second batch of mercenaries that Sir Justin recruited and the second batch of supplies were also sent to the Five-Finger Peninsula. The Five-Finger Peninsula was very close to Braavos, only separated by a narrow sea that was 500 kilometers wide. Urlu planned to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula and take over the valley. Since ancient times, no army had ever been able to invade the valley through the Bloodgate, but the east of the valley had a long and complicated coastline. When the Andals invaded the Westeros, their first target was the valley. As long as they crossed the narrow sea and successfully stood on the coast of the valley, the ancestors wouldn't be able to chase them away. Erlu used the same strategy. First, he hid his target and made everyone think that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep, but halfway through, he turned into the Five-Finger Peninsula and quickly landed on the important coastal town Snakewood City. Snakewood City was very special. It was located at the end of the Valley Plains, only 500 kilometers away from the Eagle Nest. If the Eagle Nest was Sujo City, then Snakewood City was Sujo City. It also faced Bravos, making it very convenient for Justin to transport troops and supplies. In the end, Snakewood City's Count Lindley just happened to lead his troops in response to King Aegon's summons, passing through the Bloodgate and heading south to attack the King's Landing. It just so happened that Snakewood City's forces were empty at the moment. In reality, the battle had not even begun. The army had been placed outside the city, and King Aegon had been brought out to make an appearance. They had then sworn to guarantee Count Lindley's rights, and the gates of Snakewood City had been opened wide. In Snakewood City, Erlu received the representative of the allied army that Sir Justin had brought the leader of the Windblowers, the Ragged Prince. Yes, kidnapping Aegon was the Ragged Prince's suggestion to Jenny. Jenny agreed, and he was in charge of the project. He thought that with the help of the Iron Throne, the 5 pterosaurs could easily ambush Aegon. Who knew, sigh. The chaotic situation in the Westeros and the shamelessness of the Seven Kingdoms had crossed the bottom line of the Ragged Prince. He only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and escape the world-class cesspool that was the Westeros forever. In the bay outside Snakewood City, on a 500-ton cargo ship, accompanied by Aunt May and Sir Justin, Erlu secretly met with the Ragged Prince with the Iron Treasury representing Taichu as the middleman. "I know you. You're just a mercenary." Erlu coldly stared at the tall, white-haired old man and said bluntly, "What right do you have to represent the allied army to negotiate with the Seven Kingdoms kings?" The Ragged Prince's huge eye bags rolled up, and a fierce glint flashed in his blue eyes. "First, my mercenary group has 20,000 people, twice your current military strength. In a direct battle, the Windblowers can beat 4 of you." Erlu clenched his jaw and began to grind his teeth. The tall old man said softly, "Secondly, I'm also the leader of the Allied Army Mercenary Group Alliance. Right now, almost 100,000 mercenaries under Meereen City are my subordinates. My time is tight, and my mission is important. You don't have to worry about me talking nonsense with you." Erlu clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "I'll say this first. No matter what, the Seven Kingdoms and I will not participate in the war at Slave Bay." The Ragged Prince grinned. "If we need the help of the Westeros to win the war, then there's no need for the allied army to exist." Then, the tall old man's expression became serious. He said solemnly, "But you do have the key factor that will determine the outcome of the war at Slave Bay, Aegon Targaryen." "You want Aegon?" Erlu's clenched jaw loosened because he was too shocked. He revealed a rare row of white teeth. "You want to use Aegon to threaten Dany Rise? Are you out of your mind?" he said scornfully. The Ragged Prince glanced at the red-robed woman warily and said, "Dany Rise values family, and Aegon is her only family. Her love for him. You might not understand." "Not understand?" Erlu clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He remembered that the dwarf had said the same thing before. Why did the foreigners mistakenly think that he killed Renly? "We once hired the regretful guests of Kars to assassinate Aegon. Do you know how Dany Rise responded? That night, she rode her dragon for thousands of miles and wiped out the regretful guests that had been passed down for thousands of years. The entire street turned into a sea of fire. The palace of Kars groaned in the dragon's flames. The docks, warehouses, and mansions of the merchants were burned to the ground. That was just the beginning. After that, sigh." Seeing Erlu's disapproving expression, the Ragged Prince sighed and stopped talking. He said, "Forget it. We only want Aegon. Whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with you. Aegon is my captive. I can't give him to you." Erlu shook his head and refused. Tai Chu stroked the thin goatee that hung down to his abdomen and smiled. Your Majesty Stannis, the reason you kept Aegon alive is because he has value. Perhaps, the ragged prince can offer a higher price. As he spoke, he looked at the tall old man. Am I right? The ragged prince looked at Erlu and said, the ransom you offered for Aegon is the right to command the True Dragon Alliance. Let's not talk about whether you can get what you want. Before your men can take over those two armies, the Iron Throne has already crippled them. Aegon's ransom is of little value to you other than eliminating himself from the election of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Why don't you return the ransom and sell Aegon to me? I'll give you a more practical reward. You even know about Aegon's ransom? Erlu asked with a frown. The squad of winged dragons hired by the Iron Throne is my men. That's why I know about your tacit understanding with the Iron Throne regarding Aegon. Syaema Lannister. Erlu gritted his teeth. You should have known that the tacit understanding between you and the Iron Throne would disappear the moment Aegon was captured, the ragged prince said calmly. I can't hand Aegon over to you. Why? That would violate the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and break my promise. As a prisoner of war, Aegon has always cooperated with me to pay the ransom. I have to ensure his safety and treatment as a noble. Erlu's expression was firm without a trace of hesitation. The ragged prince's eyes drooped as he said softly, a fleet of 100 ships and an army of 20,000. Erlu frowned. I won't hand over Aegon. The ragged prince recalled the boundless wealth the Iron Treasury had given him and chuckled. He gave up on the idea of using money to bribe him. Do you know the price Cersei paid for hiring my squad of winged dragons? What does that have to do with me? Erlu said coldly. He did not like the other party's casual attitude, as if everything was under his control. It was like a rich old brothel patron looking with interest at a prostitute with a stubborn face who insisted on selling her art and not her body. He had experience and confidence, and by continuously increasing the grooming fee, he could make her willingly open her thighs to him. He was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the King of the Seven Kingdoms. He had been proud his entire life, like a flawless white jade. He would not allow his glory to be tarnished for any benefit. The dragon's horn and a dragon egg. The old brothel patron looked at Erlu with great interest and explained, You're not unfamiliar with the dragon egg. The key is the dragon's horn. It's called Dragon Binder. It's a magic horn made by the 14 Fire Peak families to control the Megalosaurus. It's easy to deal with winged dragons. Erlu's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Is there really such a powerful horn? We'll check the goods on the spot. The old brothel patron's smile grew brighter. Are you Lun stupid? If he has the dragon's horn, why doesn't he control Dany Rye's Megalosaurus or Aegon and Tyrion's winged dragons? If he has the dragon's horn, why does he need to hire a winged dragon team? Sir Justin's face was full of doubt. Do you think Yulun doesn't want to? He's been dreaming of taking away Dany Rye's Megalosaurus. Unfortunately, the horn is broken, but we can repair it. In fact, it's already been repaired. The old brothel patron chuckled. Why didn't you use the dragon binder to take away Dany Rye's Megalosaurus? Erlu was confused. How do you think the horn is broken? The ragged prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. That woman has the true bloodline of the true dragon. Her talent is so strong that it's rare. Otherwise, why would we pay such a high price to deal with her? The dragon binder can't control the Megalosaurus. Erlu's thin face showed obvious disappointment. It's not that it can't control the Megalosaurus. It's that it can't control Dany Rye's Megalosaurus. What's the difference? Isn't she the only one in the world who has a Megalosaurus? Erlu's thin face that was close to his skull frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head stubbornly and said, The law is the law, and the rules are the rules. I can't give Aegon to you. Sigh. In the end, he couldn't help but close his eyes and sigh. He was full of regret. The ragged prince was still calm. He said softly, After getting the horn, I returned to Slaver's Bay on the same day and asked High Priestess Jenny to repair it. On the third day, I went to Sosroth Rainforest. Then, he raised 3 fingers and waved them in front of Erlu. Each dragon horn can only control a limited number of pterosaurs. We originally only had about 50 pterosaurs. Now that we have the dragon binder, we have another 30 pterosaurs. Right now, those pterosaurs are on the other side of the narrow sea. We were going to. Sigh, forget it. They are only about 800 kilometers away from you. Once we complete the deal, you will have 30 pterosaur knights by tomorrow. Gods! Sir Justin's eyes widened. Hiss. Even Aunt May, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but gasp. Hee. Erlu's thin face turned red. His throat and eyes were dry, and he made some incomprehensible sounds. Hee, what do you think? The old brothel customer laughed proudly. Chapter 706. To a politician, anything could be sold as long as the other party offered a suitable price. Erlu admitted that he was tempted. The dragon's horn, dragon eggs, 30 pterosaurs. Is Aegon worth it? He asked in disbelief. Sigh. The prince in ragged clothes raised his head and sighed. His expression was extremely complicated. You should be asking if the outcome of the battle at Slave Bay is worth this price. If we lose the war, the tens of millions of gold royals invested by the Alliance will all go down the drain. It will be almost impossible for us to rebuild the Alliance again. When we hide at home and lick our wounds, the Dragon Queen will come knocking on our door one by one and defeat us one by one. It will be as simple as a noble riding a horse to hunt deer. Erlu shook his head and said, What did you plan to do with the 30 pterosaurs? It's obvious that no matter where they are placed, their influence on the war will far exceed that of Aegon. What plan? I did plan to lead 30 pterosaurs to bomb the Red Castle into ruins, but unfortunately, the prince in ragged clothes could not help but think of Jenny's warning. Never lead the pterosaurs to attack the king on the Iron Throne. It's best not to directly interfere in the war between the 7 countries. Otherwise, the Green Prophet will make sure you never return. The Westeros are really small but powerful. They are not a place for serious people to stay for long. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. No, 300 pterosaurs are not as good as Aegon. Is there something wrong with your head? Erlu stared and mocked. Even if Dany Rise treats her fake nephew as her own son, she is not stupid. If she loses the war, she will lose everything. The prince in ragged clothes smiled bitterly. The number of pterosaurs is much higher than the number of pterosaur knights that can fight. Pterosaurs are also very rare on the Sosros continent. However, dragon knights who can control pterosaurs are even rarer. It takes at least half a year to train a qualified dragon knight, and they have to be selected carefully. For example, dynamic vision, 3D spatial sense, reaction speed, body coordination, devotion to faith, strength of spiritual power. Not everyone is qualified to become a reserve dragon knight. Just like how Westeros have countless warhorses, but there are very few legendary knights like Beristan and Arthur Dane. Tyrion, Aegon, and Sansa became dragon knights very easily, Erlu said in confusion. I've never met Sansa, but I'm sure she doesn't qualify. If she encountered Dragon Jon, any dragon knight in the Alliance could kill her. Aegon is also struggling, but Tyrion. That dwarf's talent is extraordinary, and he has more than half a year's worth of dragon battle experience. To the east of the Summer Sea, Little Green Devil Tyrion is quite famous. So, it's useless even if we get the pterosaur? Sir Justin frowned. No, our battles are different. The ragged prince said helplessly, we need to deal with the dragon queen who is riding the megalosaurus. If a dragon knight doesn't have top-notch skills, it's useless other than adding a bell to her braids. Even pterosaurs are rare in Westeros, so they don't need Dragon Jon at all. Anyone who can ride a dragon and throw kerosene bombs is qualified. How do you plan to deal with Aegon? Erlu said slowly. The ragged prince frowned. Once the deal is done, Aegon will no longer have anything to do with you. Why do you care about this? I need to know how the Alliance will treat Aegon before I can decide whether to hand him over to you, Erlu insisted. A hint of mockery flashed through the ragged prince's blue eyes under the huge eye bags. You can't be that naive, right? You think we'll pay a huge price just to change his environment and continue to enjoy the treatment of a king? He'll die, Erlu said with an unpleasant expression. That depends on whether Dany and Rise are willing to cooperate. Aegon's life is meaningless to us, But the alliance must win, the ragged prince said calmly. Erlu closed his eyes, not letting anyone see the intense struggle in his heart. The silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes, Erlu's deep blue eyes no longer had a trace of hesitation or struggle. He slowly stood up and said, "I refuse." After saying this, he turned around and walked toward the cabin door. Aunt May smiled faintly and walked with graceful steps beside Erlu. Sir Justin's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't say anything to dissuade them. He could only sigh regretfully and follow his master. The Iron Treasury's representative was dumbstruck. The ragged prince, who had always been confident, lost his composure completely. His expression was distorted, and his eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Erlu's back. After a period of awkward silence, he said faintly, "The Iron Treasury is treating him too well. He's stubborn and upholds the law. Everyone in the 7 kingdoms knows this," Taichu said helplessly. "Humph, isn't everyone aware of how his brother, Lanli, died? The only reason he can persist is because he still has hope. Only the most desperate choice can reveal a person's true nature," the ragged prince said coldly. Taichu heard the hidden meaning in his words and hurriedly asked, "What do you want to do?" "Stannis can't die. He still has a debt of more than 4 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury." The ragged prince's mouth twitched a few times. "Let's do this. You go and let him understand the determination of the alliance. If he understands the situation, everything will be easy. Otherwise, the alliance has already invested more than 40 million gold royals in Slave Bay. Adding another 10% to the cost is nothing. Your Majesty Stannis, I think you should reconsider. The Great Battle of Meereen is about to begin. Even if it's just a 1% increase in the chances of victory, the alliance will do their best and pay any price." The Iron Treasury obviously hoped that the Dragon Queen would be finished. Thus, as soon as the ragged prince left, Taichu entered Snakewood City to persuade Erlu. "What do you mean by doing our best?" Erlu said coldly. Taichu lowered his eyes and said softly, "You know that the ragged prince is busy in Slave Bay. He only has one goal in coming to the Westeros. For that goal, he will do anything. For example, he will offer higher conditions until you are satisfied. Or..." His voice became softer and gentler. "It's true that the 30 pterosaurs controlled by the dragon Binderhorn have not found their master. However, it is easy to control the pterosaurs to carry out simple aerial bombardments." A fierce look flashed in Erlu's eyes. He said stiffly, "Let him try. Your Majesty, why bother? One more friend means 30 more pterosaurs. One less friend means one more enemy," Taichu advised. "This is a matter of principle." Erlu's expression was firm. He shook his head and refused. "Sai, please reconsider." Taichu left helplessly. "You are right. He is still being unreasonable when he is not in a desperate situation. He should be taught a lesson." After leaving Snakewood City, Taichu handed the ragged prince a sea map with a cold smile. 2 days later, Erlu's fleet was attacked by a group of pterosaurs when they were passing through the narrow sea. 10 large ships carrying food sank to the bottom of the sea. The 5 troop transport ships accompanying them were not spared either. They lost almost 4,000 tons of supplies and 2,000 mercenaries. When the news reached Bravos, no more mercenaries went to Erlu's recruitment point, and no more merchants were willing to risk going out to sea. The route from Bravos to Snakewood City is too simple. It is just a straight line. The pterosaur knights can easily find the fleet," Taichu said to Erlu with a worried expression. Erlu's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. 15 ships of the fleet had sunk. The commotion was too great. Everyone in Snakewood City finally knew that the alliance was negotiating with Erlu. In the meeting room of the nobles of Blazing Heart, "Your Majesty, give the False King to the alliance." 30 pterosaurs. Gordy Farlin was so excited that his face was red. 30 pterosaurs. He, the giant killer, would definitely get one. A dragon knight. Perhaps he should choose a black-scaled pterosaur and name it Black Death Balerion. "Your Majesty, we have no choice." Looking at Erlu, who was hesitating, pockmarked face, Richard said helplessly, Our soldiers and supplies are all stuck in the hands of the Bravos people. As for Aegon's ransom, the command of the True Dragon Alliance, we lost contact with Sir Davos. He most likely met with an accident during the war. Now, the Iron Throne has a strong army. Not counting you Lund sea monsters, we have more than 40,000 men. What about you? You only have 10,000 men. You can use 2,000 of them from the north, but you can't trust them. You can't rely on the 8,000 mercenaries either. Everyone knows that the trustworthiness of the mercenaries is directly proportional to the gold royals in our hands and the advantage we have in the war. The Iron Treasury controls our source of income. Taichu's intention is very clear. You must accept the Ragged Prince's conditions. Perhaps, he could even negotiate more favorable terms. If you refuse, the bombing of the ships will happen again very soon. I can't hand Aegon over. That would be against the law. Erlu had a conflicted expression. He seemed to be muttering unconsciously, I judged Aegon as the king. He is now the Duke of Hellenberg. Legally, he is my subject. Because of his crimes, he will be exiled. If I hand him over to the Alliance army, I will be violating the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and betraying my promise. The faces of the Knights of the Red Heart of Flames were distorted. They wanted to shout, screw the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. You are now a rebel king, and we are rebels. But they could not say it. They did not dare to say it. Suddenly, Gaudi Farlin had an idea. He said, exile Aegon immediately. Throw him to Bravos on the other side. If he is captured by the Alliance army, he can only blame it on his bad luck. Good idea. The pockmarked knight clapped and laughed. Aegon has already paid the ransom. We should exile him immediately. There is no need to send him to Bravos. Just give him a ship and let him choose his own place of exile. Yes, arrange a ship for him. Everyone agreed. Then, they looked at Erlu with expectant eyes. The room was silent. Erlu's expression kept changing. Everyone's eyes were on him. After struggling for nearly a quarter of an hour, Erlu's straight back bent. He slumped into the high-back chair and waved his hand. He said weakly, let me think. The giant killer wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed and left. The other knights and lords followed his footsteps with complicated expressions. Late at night, the cold wind whistled outside the house. The fireplace burned in the house, warm as spring. After finishing his routine, Erlu stroked Aunt May's algae-like red hair and murmured, I don't want to go back on my promise to Aegon and Sansa Stark, but the Alliance army is forcing me. What should I do? Can the Light King give me a hint? If the great Lalo thought that this was Aegon's fate, then he could only grit his teeth and bear the guilt that fate imposed on him. Let's take a look together. Aunt May got up. She held Erlu's large hand and walked naked to the fireplace. Then, the two of them stared at the flickering red flames in the fireplace. Gradually, images began to appear on the other side of the flames. Erlu seemed to have understood something. Chapter 707. The next day, Erlu announced that Aegon would be imprisoned by the Red Heart Knights. Previously, the Northerners had acted as Aegon's guards, so Illyrio and the others could see him every day. Now, they were all isolated. Sansa and Jon in Winterfell received the news and immediately rushed to Snakewood City. On the third day, the Northerners completely lost contact with Aegon. They didn't know where he went, but they knew that the Ragged Prince had purchased King Aegon. Count Gabbert, Sir Royce, and Jon furiously went to find Erlu, but they were rejected by Erlu. Aunt Dany won't let you off, I swear. Sansa stuck out her slightly bulging belly and roared at Erlu's courtyard with a ferocious expression. Erlu didn't even see her and Jon. That afternoon, Jon brought his sister and the Northerners out of Giant Snake City. Your Majesty Stannis, release my brother-in-law Aegon, or else I will unilaterally announce that I will rescind my oath of loyalty to you. Jon's hair and beard were all standing in front of Snakewood City, threatening loudly like a furious lion. Giant Snake City was the same as Winterfell. Although it was called a city, it was actually a square castle that was 200 to 300 meters long. Outside the castle was a market without walls. Just like the villages of the Celestial Empire, in the center was a majestic town hall, surrounded by shops, vendors, and residential houses. Nobles and knights lived in the castle, while ordinary mercenaries and northerners camped outside the castle. Thus, Jon first evacuated his men from Snakewood City before announcing his rebellion. "Jon Stark, you want to betray your sacred oath?" Gordifelin roared from the city walls. "Release His Majesty Aegon, and I will be loyal to my oath," Jon said. "Aegon will be exiled according to the agreement. His Majesty Stannis has fulfilled his promise," Gordifelin said loudly. "Don't play such tricks." Jon waved his hand angrily. His voice was like thunder as he swore, "I will give His Majesty Stannis one night to consider. If His Majesty Aegon still has not regained his freedom when the first rays of the sun fall on the city walls tomorrow morning, I will definitely attack Snakewood City. Remember, if you offend the Northern Territory, the Valley, Hadjen, Dragonstone Island, Dorne, and the Dragon Queen at the same time, no matter what benefits you obtain from the alliance, it will be more illusory than a dream." Jon Stark. Behind the city gate, Olu said in a complicated tone, "He's a man of his word. If he doesn't see Aegon tomorrow morning, he'll definitely attack the city. Your Majesty, you have received a revelation from the fire. Things will end before dawn." Melisandre looked calm as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hand. Just as Aunt May had said, the Ragged Prince brought the pterosaurs across the sea when the sun rose from the east. Snakewood City was only 600 kilometers away from Braavos, and the ravens could deliver the news in 7 or 8 hours at most. Hiss, hiss. 11 pterosaurs circled in the sky above Snakewood City. The people of the Northern Territory who were cooking in the camp outside the city also put down what they were doing and stared blankly at the sky, shocked beyond words. They had seen pterosaurs many times, but this was the first time they had seen such a large squad of pterosaurs. "With so many pterosaurs, they can easily drown 2,000 of us with just a few kerosene bombs," Countess Meji said worriedly. "Are there only so many pterosaurs on the Sosroth continent?" Big Jon cursed. "No, look, the pterosaurs are all very small. Apart from the leader, none of the remaining 10 are over 20 meters long. The adult dragons in the rainforest are almost all gone," the old crab said solemnly as he pointed at the sky. Apart from the Ragged Prince's adult dragon that was around 25 meters long, the rest of the 11 pterosaurs were about the same size as Sansa's striped dragon, but they were not all striped dragons. "Spread out. We are all cavalry, so we can look at the sky and avoid the wildfire bombs," Jon immediately ordered. "But if we spread out, how are we going to attack the city?" Ilio roared in a shrill voice. The fat merchant was currently in a very bad state. He hadn't slept for a few days and nights, and his fat face was as pale as a corpse due to exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot under the large dark circles under his eyes, and the yellow forked beard on his chin was full of dirt. His luxurious clothes gave off a rancid smell. When he opened his mouth full of rotten yellow teeth and roared, his salty and sour saliva practically sprayed Jon's face. Jon was also in a good mood. He only waved his hand and had 2 northern guards drag the fat man away. "The enemy has 7,000 people defending the city. We only have 2,000, so we can't take down Snakewood City no matter what," Jon helplessly said to his sorrowful and despairing sister. "Attacking the city is not a lie. We just want to express our attitude and let Stannis understand the consequences of handing over Aegon to the Alliance. What if he doesn't care about our attitude?" "Just like now," Sansa muttered as she stared in the direction of the castle. SSSS. A 14-meter-long striped dragon descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard behind the city walls. 15 minutes later, a horn sounded from the courtyard. The Ragged Prince landed with his dragon. "Why are there only 10 pterosaurs?" Olu coldly asked. "Haha, this is the deposit. Once I leave the Westeros with Aegon, Mr. Tycho will take you to the Braavos Strait to find the other 20 dragons." With his goal achieved, the Ragged Prince was in high spirits and seemed very happy. Olu glanced at the smiling Tycho. Seeing him nod, he turned around and asked, "Where is the horn?" "Where is Aegon?" the Ragged Prince asked. Olu ordered the Red Heart Knight beside him. Soon, the wheelchair-bound King Aegon was carried out. "Stannis, you betrayed me. My aunt will not let you go. I swear, no matter what happens to me, you will suffer 10 times the retribution." King Aegon's face was ferocious. He struggled to curse Erlu viciously. The ragged prince frowned. This King Aegon looked haggard, yellow and emaciated. His silver hair was messy and his purple eyes were filled with despair and resentment. He did not seem to have much of a king's aura. He was a little disappointed. The Dragon Queen's nephew was like this. However, when a man was about to die, he would reveal his worst side. Perhaps, he went forward and gagged King Aegon's mouth. Then, he took off his clothes and checked him thoroughly. There was no human skin mask or magical tools. Bring him to the city walls. After checking his identity, the ragged prince was still uncertain. He had seen King Aegon's portrait before. However, like Tycho, this was his first time seeing King Aegon in person. Erlu gritted his teeth and glared at the ragged prince. He nodded to the knight beside him. Not long later, a loud commotion could be heard outside the city. Scolding, cursing, sobbing. All of it proved King Aegon's identity. Very good. The ragged prince nodded and smiled. Hand Aegon to me first. I will stay here myself. Also, I have the Iron Treasury as my guarantee. I will not go back on my word. You don't trust me? Erlu glared at him and gritted his teeth. To be honest, I used to trust you, Westeros. The ragged prince looked as if he was reminiscing. He sighed and said, Dany Rise was the first Westeros king I came into contact with. We dated for half a year. She kept her word and abided by traditional virtues. She valued honor a lot. At first, I thought that all Westeros kings were true knights like her. Then, Cersei and Yulun taught me a good lesson. Kings are common, but Dragon Queen is rare. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Erlu's teeth seemed to be chewing on walnuts. Erlu stared at the ragged prince for a while. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he sighed and nodded lightly. 3 minutes later, the winged dragon knight who had come down to scout for the ragged prince took off with King Aegon. The people outside the city saw King Aegon on the dragon's back through their binoculars. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Seeing that the winged dragon had flown to a safe distance with Aegon, the ragged prince waved at the sky. A young shadow dragon landed. There was no dragon knight on the dragon's back. Instead, there was a huge horn tied to it. Someone come and check it. He smiled and extended his hand. Aunt May walked gracefully to the winged dragon. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She placed her jade-white palm on the black horn. Buzz, buzz. The gold and Valeglia runes embedded in the horn lit up. A low dragon's roar came from the horn. The ragged prince's calm expression disappeared. Nervousness flashed in his eyes. This witch is terrifying. I wonder if she can discover the trap left behind by Lady Jenny. Aunt May did not seem to notice. She nodded excitedly and said to Erlu, "This is a real dragon's horn. It's one of the 3 oldest horns in Valeglia. Is it fixed?" Erlu was also very excited. Lady Jenny's skills are still better. The ragged prince let out a sigh of relief. A calm smile appeared on his face again. "Is the deal done?" he asked. Erlu's expression suddenly became very strange. There were 4 parts hesitation, 2 parts embarrassment, 1 part shame, and 3 parts murderous intent that made the ragged prince's hair stand on end. The complicated expression on Erlu's face disappeared. He was about to give an order with a ferocious expression. The ragged prince seemed to have sensed something. He retreated in fear. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. Aegon isn't Lei Jiazi. Suddenly, a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from outside the castle. The ragged prince and Erlu's expressions froze on their faces. The words that they were about to say were also stuck in their throats. Aegon is my son. He has no blood relation to Dany Alice. A man who looked like a fat pig let out a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. In just an instant, the noise inside and outside the castle disappeared. Snakewood City was as quiet as a tomb. Erlu and the ragged prince widened their eyes. They were dumbstruck. The fat pig was still wailing, "I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm Aegon's biological father. I used my own son to disguise himself as Aegon. Aegon is my son." It's useless even if you bring him to Slaves Bay. It's useless. Danny Alice won't be threatened at all. Put him down. He's useless. He's useless to you. He's useless. Angry expressions froze on the faces of my Great John, and the other vassals. John, who had been calling Bran, "Save me" in his heart, rubbed his eyes. He looked at the city gate again. The wailing fat spice merchant was not an illusion. He rubbed his ears. "Aegon is my son," rang out. It was not an illusion. John's furry horse-like face was twisted into a huge Ua character. The anxiety and despair in Sansa's eyes disappeared. She looked at the fat merchant at the city gate blankly. "Where am I? What am I doing? Who is Aegon? Who am I?" Chapter 708. Are you crazy? How can you tell such a lie? On the city wall, Gaudy Farlin cursed angrily. "Damn fatty, I can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. You want to use this method to deceive us and make us let Aegon go. Let me tell you, there's no way. We don't believe it. We definitely don't believe it. Aegon is Laega and Elia's son, Dany and Rye's nephew. No one can trick us." This guy had completely forgotten that he had called him a fake king and a fake crown prince. "I'm not lying, I swear. Varys has been a good friend of mine for many years. With his help, exchanging a baby is too easy," Illyrio said as he wiped his tears. "You're lying." Gaudy Farlin was furious. If Aegon was a fake, the Alliance would no longer need him. If the Alliance did not need him, they would not exchange him with the Pterosaur. Without the Pterosaur, he would not be able to become a dragon knight. How could the giant killer tolerate this? He was overthinking it. "Kill him." Illyrio was about to argue when Erlu's roar suddenly came from the castle a door away. Hearing this, Gaudy Farlin snatched a long-armed crossbow from the soldier beside the wall and aimed at the fatty below the city walls. SSSS suddenly, the Pterosaur's pained cry came from the courtyard behind him. Gaudy Farlin instantly recalled the scene when King Aegon had fallen into the dragon's embrace. Turning around, he saw dozens of ballistae extending from the balconies and windows of the castle. Steel bolts the length of an arm shot out, piercing through the body, wings, and neck of the giant pterosaur in the courtyard. What happened? Gaudy Farlin muttered in confusion. Then, he saw the ragged prince rolling in the mud, holding his head and wailing. He saw the Iron Treasury representative Tai Chu struggling under the night. He saw the king with a gloomy expression. He saw Melisandre holding the horn, woohoo Aunt May's pink, heart-shaped face flushed red. The horn's cry pierced through the soul, echoing several kilometers around Snakewood City. The pterosaurs in the sky flew around like headless flies. My lord is stealing peaches again. Gaudy Farlin was enlightened and completely relaxed. He turned his head and smiled at Illyrio. "You bastard, I've long seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. I've always said that Aegon is a fake crown prince. Ha ha ha, I guessed right, didn't I? However, you are truly audacious and deranged. You actually used your own son to confuse the bloodline of the true dragon, using the identity of a lowly foreign merchant to seize the sacred and mighty Iron Throne. Wait for the king's judgment. I am willing to accept the trial. Tell His Majesty Stannis to release my son." The change in Gaudy Farlin's attitude was obvious, and with Illyrio's intelligence, he could easily sense that something was wrong. However, seeing the pterosaur struggling and roaring in the sky, he was scared witless, his face full of fear. His son was in heaven. The ragged prince's pterosaur wasn't controlled by the dragon binders, so it was killed by Erlu's blazing red heart knights. The small shadow dragon carrying the dragon's horn in the courtyard and the 8 ownerless pterosaurs in the sky were easily controlled by the horn. Only the adult striped dragon carrying Aegon was controlled by a dragon knight. Aunt May was currently using the horn to fight him for control of the pterosaur. Suddenly, Illyrio's courage was shattered, and he raised his head to howl. Jon and the others also looked at the sky, crying out in fear. Aegon. Sansa couldn't care less about her husband's identity. She looked at Aegon falling from the sky and cried out in despair. Aegon had been tied up in front of the winged dragon knight. Illyrio's cries were a few hundred meters away, so he definitely couldn't hear them. However, the changes in Snakewood City couldn't be hidden. Even the pterosaur he was riding had lost control. That winged dragon knight of the allied army might as well go all the way. Shameless Westeros, you didn't keep your word, did you? I'll kill King Aegon right now. He threw King Aegon off the dragon's back. The pterosaur was flying over 1,000 meters in the safe zone. King Aegon wasn't the dragon queen, so he naturally had no chance of survival. Amidst the cries of thousands of people, King Aegon smashed into a pool of blood in the northerners' camp. Ah! Sansa's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ah! Illyrio's legs turned to jelly and he collapsed on the ground. He covered his face and cried, "Gods, I shouldn't have held on to any hope." Stannis was willing to kill his own brother for the Iron Throne. How could I have expected him to give up on the Allied army's generous conditions for the sake of a promise? Wah, my son, such a brave, righteous child. You died so tragically. The fatty stumbled over to the place where the dragon had fallen. Like a madman, he crawled in the mud where blood flowed. His hands randomly pulled out the mangled red meat, white bones, green intestines, and purplish organs in front of him. The people around him had suspected that he was putting on an act, purposely saying that King Aegon was his son so that he could save him from the Allied army. But now, everyone's expression changed. They were angry at the fatty's craziness, but they also found it hard to believe that King Aegon's true identity was real. But after seeing Aegon's tragic death and the fatty's sorrowful cries, they couldn't help but feel pity for the father and son's misfortune. This is really... Big John stomped his feet anxiously, but he didn't understand why he was so anxious, so he became even more agitated. John supported his unconscious sister and looked coldly at the fatty. He growled, "Illyrio, explain everything clearly. What else is there to say? He's already dead." Illyrio's heart was like dead ashes. He didn't even raise his head. He only buried his head and scratched his son's sunken head. Something's not right. Suddenly, the fat man screamed and scrambled backwards in fear. This isn't Aegon. It was clearly Aegon before. What's going on? Ah, this isn't His Majesty Aegon. The people around who saw the corpse's broken head all cried out in shock. They didn't see his face clearly, but King Aegon had silver hair. Everyone knew that. But in the pile of flesh was a black-haired skull. John's heart skipped a beat. He handed Sansa to Alyssa Mormorn and hurried over to the corpse. As expected, it wasn't Aegon. His skin was rough and his hair was black. Then, he saw a gem emitting heat and red light in the pile of flesh. This is... John picked up the gem and wiped it clean. This is Melisandre's magic tool. It contains her magic power. It's an illusion. Aegon was fake from the start. That day, Brittany was also tricked by this illusion. Melisandre used another person to disguise herself. The little devil guessed right. John suddenly realized. Then, he was conflicted again. Aegon was fake. This Aegon was also fake. The real brother-in-law, the fake Aegon, was still alive. What should he do? Illusion? Illyrio exclaimed. That's right. It's an illusion. A gentle female voice came from behind. The city gate had opened. The charming Aunt May walked over with a pale allure. A king's promise is unwavering, she said in a strange tone. King Stannis was determined not to break his promise and the law. But the allies pushed him too far. In just one time, they blew up 15 of our ships. So, I designed today's situation for His Majesty. We saw the end in the flames, but we didn't expect that the end was just the beginning. Why didn't you discuss it with us in advance? John asked with a complicated expression. How can someone as smart as you say something so stupid? Without you besieging the city, why would the Ragged Prince come? Not just you, even Sir Gordy, Sir Richard, and the king's trusted aides didn't know the truth. This isn't a matter of trust. It's just that none of you are suitable for acting. Aunt May's eyes were like silk and her tone was coquettish. People couldn't help but fantasize about her relationship with John. Oh. Illyrio was stunned. He raised his head and howled, his voice filled with regret and despair. Erlu looked at him sharply and said coldly, I thought you would deny it. The fat merchant looked up and saw the disdain, hatred, and resentment of the people around him. He smiled bitterly and said, "You think I'm confused with the Targaryen bloodline? Aren't you? Don't tell me you have the bloodline of a true dragon." Gordy Farine sneered. "I don't, but my wife does." The fat man sighed. "What?" Everyone was shocked again. "Who's your wife?" Erlu asked in surprise. "Syrah Blackfire." The fat man slowly spat out a name that shocked all the Westeros present. They didn't know Syrah, but they all knew what Blackfire meant. "I remember that after Ferocious Merys died under Ser Barristan's sword on the Stone Islands, the Blackfire bloodline became extinct," the old crab said with a frown. "They became extinct, and my wife is the illegitimate daughter of Demon Blackfire. I'm a prince in Pentus, similar to a duke in Westeros. If not for the wishes of the Blackfire family, why would I get involved in this mess?" Illyrio said bitterly. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You're lying, you're lying." Sansa's face was pale, and she was about to cry as she shook her head. In Old Nan's legends, there were only frogs that became princes, and commoners that became kings. When did a prince become a frog, and a king become a commoner? "It's true, my father," Illyrio said affectionately. "Oh, no." Sansa's eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Aunt Dany was gone, and Father Illyrio was replaced. This was worse than Cadillac being replaced by Cherry. "That's how it is." The old crab sighed. "Although I've long suspected that Aegon isn't Lei Jazi, the descendant of the Blackfire, is still too unexpected." After confirming Aegon's identity, the old crab gave up his position as Queen Sansa's temporary advisor and rode his dragon back to Dragonstone Island. Dany was stupefied, her eyes unfocused, as if she couldn't take the blow of being cheated. She was in a daze, and looked extremely pitiful. "Sigh, Your Majesty." The old crab made a throat-slitting gesture, and asked in a low voice, "Should we punish Illyrio?" Jaelo Dane said coldly, "Of course." "And Varys. Neither of them can be let off. They didn't just lie to Your Majesty about Aegon. They definitely didn't mean it when they said they wanted to help Targaryen restore their kingdom. They used Your Majesty and Prince Viserys as shields to cover for that fake crown prince, and even planned to have the true dragon lead the way. This means that they want to kill Your Majesty and Prince Viserys. If Your Majesty isn't at Slaves Bay, but returns to the Westeros and succeeds in restoring the kingdom, would Varys and Illyrio allow their true crown prince to remain in hiding? The pitiful Dragon Queen's face was pale, and she swayed. "How could this be? How could this be?" Chapter 709. Illyrio and Varys' actions are too crazy. "When the battle at Slavers Bay is over, I will convene a council in the Westeros and give them a fair trial." In the end, the Dragon Queen still rejected the suggestion of punishing Illyrio immediately. How would she punish the fat merchant now? Send a winged dragon knight to cut him down? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? She wanted to give them the absolute justice of a queen in front of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, just like the Academy of Trials and the scholars. "Then, what about Aegon?" the old crab asked carefully. "Sigh, he's still a descendant of Targaryen's bastard son, and he was kept in the dark. He didn't know about Illyrio's plan, so he's not guilty." Dany sighed. The Darkstar frowned. "Your Majesty is too magnanimous. He really didn't know, but he's the biggest beneficiary of the scheme. You can pardon him after the trial, but you can't treat him as an innocent." The Dragon Queen shook her head gently and said sadly, "He has called me aunt for so long, and I have also poured so much into him." The Darkstar sighed and stopped trying to persuade her. "Should we take back the winged dragons?" the old crab asked again. Dany asked curiously, "Stannis really has 30 winged dragons?" "He only controlled 10 at the time. The other 20 are said to be on the other side of the narrow sea. I don't know if he's gone to subdue them yet." Since Aegon was no longer the Dragon Queen's nephew, the old crab had no reason to stay by Sansa's side as an advisor. He rode back to Dragonstone Island that night. "Stannis has been in a good mood recently," Dany exclaimed. "There's the unlimited loan from the Irongold Vault, mercenaries, northerners, and a surprise attack into the heart of the valley. Plus, there are 30 winged dragons. He might really be able to subdue the valley and conquer the Bloodgate, then take Hadjen. With the power of Hadjen, the Northerners, and the Valley, he might still be able to fight Cersei. Oh, and the one in charge of King's Landing now is Yulun. Yulun versus Erlu, what do you think? Erlu had been involved in the game of power since the War of the Usurpers. He had fought the Mad Prince before. During King Bullon's rebellion, he commanded Robert's Royal Navy to destroy the Iron Fleet, which could be considered as going against Bullon. During the Battle of the Four Kings, Renly had eaten his peaches, Robb, Bullon, and Joffrey had all received boxed lunches, and even Prince Regent Tywin had died. King Aegon rose like a comet and fell like a comet. The King of the North, Skinner, had become Lalo's sacrifice. If every king in Westeros was a level in a game, then Erlu was the only one who had cleared it. He was definitely the strongest king in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, the most experienced player in the game. Let's leave the pterosaur to them. Sansa's pterosaur was a wedding gift. How ugly would it be to take it back? Dany waved her hand. There's still one more pterosaur. Sir Clinton brought it to the north to ransom Balerian's striped dragon, Old Crab reminded. Is Aegon free? Dany asked curiously. At least not when I left. Stannis said he would put him on trial for the crime of mixing up noble bloodlines. With that guy's personality, he'll definitely keep his word, Old Crab said with a complicated tone. Speaking of which, Erlu was his lord. In the 14 years that Erlu had been the Duke of Dragonstone, Old Crab had always been his vassal. That dragon is already Stannis's ransom. He can't take it back. Dany looked at Marvin and asked, does the Seven Kingdoms have any laws related to mixing up noble bloodlines? Yes, and very serious, Dr. Bull Neck said solemnly. If the evidence is conclusive, Illyrio, Varys, and Aegon will all be sentenced to death. What's going on? I, the victim, have already declared Aegon innocent. What right does Stannis have to care about this? Dany said unhappily. He thinks he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms, Old Crab said. Dany said with a displeased expression, send him a letter and tell him to release Aegon immediately. If Stannis judges the Targaryen case as the king, then won't I become his vassal? And Illyrio and Varys, he can't care about them either. I'll judge them myself in the Great Council. Erlu judging Aegon's case was like the Ming dynasty's imperial sword cutting down the Qing dynasty's officials. That makes sense. Old Crab nodded and said hesitantly, but if you stop Stannis from judging Aegon, I'm afraid others will have other ideas. When I left, Sansa was still shouting Illyrio is a liar. I want Aunt Dany to uphold justice. Ah! Dany's mouth twitched. Marvin muttered, the best choice is to stop paying attention to Aegon's case and pretend you don't know Stannis is going to judge him. Aegon won't die anyway. He's still Sansa Stark's legal husband. Dany thought for a moment and said, continue to keep an eye on Stannis. Melisandre is the focus. As for Aegon, it's best if Sansa can get him out. If Stannis insists on not letting him go, Count Sitiger will go personally and warn him to behave. Ah, Aegon, my silver prince. Old Hag roared and fainted. The servants and guards panicked. How can this be? How can this be? Ashara was also on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale and he looked lost. 15 years, 15 whole years. What have we done? Sigh. Old Ymont sighed. He didn't know how to comfort the two of them. Old Hag's main reason for raising Aegon was Silver Prince Rhaegar. His secondary reason was to make up for his mistakes in the Battle of the Bell. To put it bluntly, Old Hag was a true member of the Red Dragon faction. Aegon had nothing to do with Rhaegar. It was even possible that because of Aegon, the real Rhaegar's son didn't survive. After all, the fake Crown Prince's biggest enemy wasn't his lie being exposed, but the real Crown Prince still being alive. Ashara's goal was also very simple. It was for her childhood friend and the Princess of Dawn, Ilya. Aegon's identity is fake, but Aegon is real. You raised him well. Dragon Queen comforted, but her words didn't match her heart. If he really had 15 years of hard work, he would have spent his energy and time on the original owner, Dany, Rhys, and Viserys. As long as second brother Wae had half of Aegon's good temper and personality, even if his abilities weren't as good, he could barely be considered a qualified king. Fortunately, Aegon wasn't able to subdue a megalosaurus. When old hag was carried away, Ashara wiped her tears and left, leaving only Dany in the hall. Old Ymont said with great joy, "I'll tell you the truth. Without my permission, even if our ancestor Aegon is resurrected, he can forget about taking away one of my dragons." At this point, Dany didn't hide her thoughts anymore. Old Ymont was stunned and muttered, "But before, you even wrote a letter to Ilio looking for a dragon knight because dragons have 3 heads. Hey, old man, you can't be so naive as to think that I trusted Ilio, right?" Old Ymont was surprised. "You were only 14 at the time and had been receiving help from Ilio. Why didn't you trust him?" "Not long after I arrived at Kuars, his fleet came and wanted to take me to Pentus." Dany sneered. It was obvious that he had been watching me. "He even had people by my side." At this point, Dany's face revealed a look of disappointment and disappointment. Actually, she always knew who Ilio's spy was. The Maid of Rise who died at the hands of Faceless, Doria. Doria was originally Rye's prostitute. She had outstanding looks, great skills, and a simple and likable personality. She was bought by Ilio for a period of time and given to Viserys. When the original owner, Dany, got married, she was given to her as a maid. Other than Jorah and Doria, Dany was surrounded by centaurs. The centaurs of Kos would never be spies for outsiders, so if there was a mole in Dany's team, it could only be Ursa and Doria, the 2 outsiders. Ursa was a spy for the King's Landing's Iron Throne and couldn't serve Ilio at the same time. The rest was simple. Doria was a spy for the Pentus trading prince. However, Dany's charm was very high and the 2 spies were suffering. Gradually, they started to have the idea of "I want to be a good person." At the time, I only had a few dozen centaur warriors left. Other than the dragon, there was nothing else worth thinking about. Thus, the only reason Illyrio sent someone to fetch me was because he had taken a fancy to my dragon. The dragon is my child, how could I give it to others? But his spies could find out where I was, even what I had said and what I was about to do. Naturally, I had to be an honest person. I had to abide by that bullshit prophecy of the dragon has 3 heads. Old Ymont could only smile bitterly. As expected, this wasn't a normal Targaryen. Normal Targaryens would have been played to death by that evil bastard long ago, leaving behind an even more treacherous and evil alternative who lived so well. Actually, it seems that the prophecy of the dragon has 3 heads may not be false, the old man said slowly. Aegon and I don't count. I'm too old, and Aegon can barely even be considered a black dragon. But Jon, Tyrion, and you really do have 3 heads. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you dare to trust Jon and Tyrion? Do you dare to give the dragon to them? Old Ymont's smile became even more bitter. You're right. As Targaryens, they are completely untrustworthy. Both of them have the blood of a true dragon, but they have the souls of a direwolf and a lion. Even if they know their true identities, they will definitely be proud of their Targaryen bloodline, but they will definitely not have a sense of belonging to Targaryen. Dany sized up the old man with a strange gaze. I thought you would say that both of them are trustworthy and reliable. Sigh, I've lived for more than 100 years. I've seen too many people and things. Perhaps I have beautiful fantasies, but I'm no longer that naive. Old Ymont shook his head and sighed. As expected, Prince Dowlang passed the letter to his daughter. He pressed his temples with both hands and said with a tired expression, Aegon is indeed a fake. Fortunately, we didn't marry him. Yelaine said with great relief. Sigh, we were all cheated by Varys. Dawn lost 3,000 precious sandhorse knights. Dany and Rise also paid a great price. Prince Dowlang smiled bitterly. A cold glint flashed in Yelaine's eyes. Should we take revenge on him? He dared to impersonate Dawn Martell's bloodline and even cheated 3,000 of our knights. Let's wait for Dany and Rise's reaction. Wahahaha. I've already said that he's a fake. If that's the case, Dany and Rise aren't that smart either. And Sansa, that bitch married a fake prince. She can no longer be a threat to me. Queen Cersei, who was locked in the Dowager Tower by 4 tough old nuns, put her hands on her hips and laughed maniacally.